Do I have to learn Sword Guard and Bravery Ring first? How you doing, Meridian? We did a lot of prep off stream. So I was just watching Netflix and YouTube and other streams. Kind of goes not insane. A few dungeons that I did do. And doing profession stuff. But yeah, we have had a massive power spike. Oh yeah, we have our proc on the cape. And then let's edit this. Where? The ID again. Oh, ladies. Well, let's do one Heroic, even though I don't want to do Heroics. Just because I need a little more rep to get the helmet. And then we do spam PGs. The only PV we're doing. Synapse no longer stacks. They already ninja nerfed that. The Europeans were saying that it kind of worked in Wrath or something and they weren't going to fix it, but they fixed it already. But even if it shares 10, like it shares 10 if you use gloves, and then it shares 20 if you use on use. Like it's only just that you can't have both buffs at the same time. But yeah, it's really easy to fit it in with a Vanish Go or a Re-Stealth Go. So it's not like using the gloves stalls the trinket by 20. It's just the trinket stalling the gloves. So it's really easy to fit a glove window onto a Vanish or Re-Stealth Go without actually fucking over your dance. PVS works? It kind of does, yeah. In like raiding, if it's like a really long boss fight, you can do crazy single target damage. But if you're gonna do dungeons and like stuff, Asa and Outlaw are probably better. It's not just like waiting for one big cooldown window, you know? Also, I got scammed on these gems. I didn't realize there was just green gems that were better. It's done. One, two. What's the agility one? Or agility resilience? Decent. Wait, does no one just have this cut yet? Okay, what's the what's the ghetto orange gem called? Yeah, you should probably play tailoring and engineering. This one looks right. Right. There's like intellect hit or agility hit. I forget what that one's called. Yeah, I'm okay with having one lower item level gem, whatever. Fix it later. No problem, man. That's what I'm here for. Glad we finished tailoring. Got our dungeon trinket, which this took me literally hours. I didn't think I was gonna do this much PV. The announcement of tournaments hyped me up, and I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna fucking be a degenerate then. I actually want to snowball really hard, and I legit lost this trinket to 5 different hunters. I would just queue to the first boss and leave every time. Like I ran it about 10,000 rep. But I literally lost the roll to 5 different hunters and 1 warrior. Blows my mind. Yeah, I need to do one more dungeon of any type just to get the rep for the Helmet Champ. And then I need 2 or 3 more honor caps. And then I'm like pre-biz outside of BUEs that I'm not gonna buy. And probably farming a bunch of heroics for Valor that I don't want to do. You can just spam Q if you target Q. What do you mean? I have no idea what that means. Oh yeah, you could spam Q, target Q heroic. You just do specific dungeon and you just do Stone Core heroic. If you want to just go 450 to 5k or 450 to 500 for the glove enchant, like 5k. If you want to do 450 to 525 and do the goggles themselves, it's gonna be like 20k. Or 450 to that, more without it. Which yeah. You don't need to. You can have full honor gear. That's only if you're like going for like rank 1. Yeah, 500 is springs. And honestly, the goggles aren't bis anyway. Yeah, the honor gear is out. We just gotta replace honor necklace, honor chest, honor bracers, honor rings, and then I don't know what I'm gonna do about throwing weapons. Because the only good throwing weapon is a BOE. And there's no way I'm spending that much. I mean, there is one from a dungeon, but it's like the last boss, and there's no way I'm gonna run the dungeon like 5 million times. To get a throwing weapon. Prebis? I mean, you could look at the Avi Zero one, but it's like all fucking BOEs and shit. Like, it's kind of a dumb Prebis list. It's not like the average, you know, person. So almost nobody is gonna go BOE throwing weapon, NG goggles that are over 20k gold, BOE cape, and BOE sword. Actually, he switched to double daggers in his list. Weird. He did have a BOE sword before. I guess he's playing backstab now, but he changed those. But yeah. Do a little forging. What's my hit rating at? Over 7? A little overhit, so maybe we get a little more crit. Or this already has crit. I value crit the most. That is it's not a weak aura. It's my better Blizz frames and plates add-on. But yeah, it doesn't exist in classic yet. Sorry, I didn't see it on YouTube. I see it now. I'm just blind. Or no, yeah, it is on. Sorry, I missed it. Oh, I queued a solo BG. I shouldn't have done that. Almost everyone just only does pre-mates. That's probably going to be a loss. Not a pre-mate. Because there's no like pre-mates queue into other pre-mates. Like literally, at one point last night, I queued into 6 different pre-mates in a row. I was like, I'm the only person in the world queuing solo because I'm also trying to queue a dungeon at the same time. This is the BG started, but lagged out. I'm still getting these false positives. Rocks. Where like the glow is still showing the ICD at the same time. I'm trying to reverse engineering and then I'll share it when I finish it all, but so for the ICD to not show up while the actual trinket is procced, shouldn't just the second trigger saying or I'm missing matter? Confused. Right now I'm getting like double positives where the ICD is showing up at the same time as the actual proc. Might need a sweaty weak aura person to help me. Honestly, I think it's also sliding around too much. I don't think I need to see if I have unused trinkets available. Maybe. Or I just don't need to see that they're on CD. I just need to see that they're available, I guess. Let me back this up though, just in case. Yeah, recoup is tied to energy regen, not slice. Slice is in Kata. That it gives energy. Or in mop, I mean, sorry. Yeah, it's called energetic recovery. Add-on for CC duration on you. It's called like Loka. Like lose of control alerter, but it's like abbreviated randomly to Loka. And I still haven't republished my Naj UI scripts from TVC, but that's a lot of the combat indicator and class colors and stuff like that. All like macro stuff. So I just gotta re-upload that somewhere, but I'm like working on getting all my UI cozy before the season starts, and then I'll upload it all at once when I do that. Right now I'm trying to figure out weak auras for procs and like finding the ACDs of things that like track the weapon enchant. Unused trinket and all. I don't really have a command, but it's 31 and 10. Actually, I like playing Deadly Poison. I was in a dungeon earlier.
I will outmaneuver and outplay my adversaries, exploiting their weaknesses and capitalizing on their mistakes.
Love it in the LTT
My
voice.
reflexes are lightning quick, my reactions instinctive and precise. I will lead my team to victory, coordinating our efforts and directing our strategy with the precision of a seasoned commander. Together, we will crush our enemies, our bond and camaraderie forging an unbreakable chain.
Only thing I would change is instead of strategy, I would have said stratagem. But A+. I'm at D main. Are there any weak word wizards in the chat though that can teach me one or two things I need to fix? This is pre-made. I'm solo queue right now. I was also queued for a dungeon. I'm gonna make a group soon though. Yeah, I think you can only queue in 5. Yeah, I'm solo. But I probably just have a 5 on my team or something. Because usually every time I queue solo, I lose. Because I queue into a pre-made almost every time. You pretty much have to play pre-mades for BGs. Guy's just running around on the couch. Guy's got the Walmart Wi-Fi going on. I'm gonna zoom in more for CATA, it's cooler. That's still too far in. Couldn't really see the left. It's scrumptious. Thanks, man. I have it already, yeah. But I gotta see if a parachute replaces the tailoring. I don't know if it does. The recuperate is pretty insane. I also kind of like combo points on the road. It's so satisfying to like slice and dice and recoup like when you're switching targets or press redirect. I actually don't mind combo points on the rogue if that just meant we had way crazier damage and like more ramp up time. Like there's something really satisfying about just doing a good redirect. I think it does actually. What do you mean? I think it just hasn't leveled tailoring yet then. Because there's no reason you would ever pick the parachute over sword guard, right? I think retail is pretty fucked. Yeah, they even announced tournaments for CATA. I think it's just retail is going to be about battlegrounds with battleground blitz and all that, and arena does not feel great in retail right now, and War Within is doubling down on everything I hate. I'm not gonna do this whole dungeon. I'm literally just gonna get revered and then leave. I need like 300 rep. Kind of a dick move, but. I mean, I could do it for the Valor, I guess. But I'm not gonna do it. From healer only, yeah. I mean, that's gonna be good for finding Qs too. The thing though also is CATA is like one of the few expansions where double DPS is actually consistently good. A lot of comps you can play. It's like faster paced kinda. You can play like Rogue Mage, Rogue Hunter, Rogue Boomy. Hero talents, no one's excited for them, PvE or PvP. They're just more passive proc bloat that you need weak auras to track. And it's just more focused on PvE gameplay than actually doing good CC and interrupts and stuff. It's just pad your rotation with 5 billion weak auras and even more random pets all over the screen. I mean, Rogue, like Trickster, you have to feint and distract to do damage. And then like there's a bunch of different procs for like counting how many finishers you're doing. So just pad. And then, I don't know. Fatebound also is incredibly RNG and bad. So that's already 2 out of 3 of the trees being terrible. I hit revered. I mean, I guess I'll kill the boss. Rude to leave if they're about to pull. I'll leave after, but fix them though if they're not gonna hurry. Hey, to mine Deathstalker Hero? I have not actually. Is it as bad as the other two? I can check Wowhead real quick. How come this guy's just pulling? Could have left. Is it actually on the alpha or not? I mean, either way, like the other 2 trees are unviable, so it just means Outlaw's dead because that's both of Outlaw's options. But that, I mean, if Deathstalker is the one of the only okay of the 3, then I guess that might make sub and Nasa okay. But in general, I'm just not excited for hero talents at all. I think they're pretty bad. Even having one good tree. I don't see it on Wowhead though. Is it like a blue post or? Maybe I'll just Google Wowhead Deathstalker hero talent. Maybe that'll come up instead of actually searching through the website. Okay, I think I found it. What do we got? So, well, this is not yet implemented. Evasion reduces magic damage taken. Cloak reduces physical damage taken. Weird. I don't know what Deathstalker's mark is because it doesn't show it because it still says not available on the talent tree. Oh, here's Deathstalker's mark. Ambush applies 3 stacks when you spend 5 more combo points. Apply a dumb dot and increase the damage of ambush. Wait, why does it say Outlaw initial? Outlaw can't play Deathstalker. Outlaw can only play Fatebound. Or Trickster. I think it's just a error. So we got, yeah, dancing and just any type of ambush you apply this weird dot or whatever. You got Cloak of Shadows duration increased. I got Slice increases backstab damage. I don't mind that. More AoE pad if you AoE multiple targets. Auto text do more to people you've ambushed. None of these are interactive. They're all just passives like every other boring hero talent tree. If critically struck anything with AoE, increases the chance or the crit chance of AoE. Wearing reduces shadow step CD. That's kind of cool. But you already have 2 charges of step, so you don't need that. It's kind of dumb actually. AoE stealth, not even usable in PvP. A flat 3% damage. I don't even see sub for this. Shiv does increase damage for Envenom. Symbols increases the next Evis by 10. That's not bad. I mean, basically gonna play identical. What's the one you said looks good? Darkest Night. When you consume your final mark, gain energy. And the Evis crit. Yeah, so you just have a weak ore for that. And you're like, oh, my next Evis is gonna crit. And you just do like a double Evis go. I mean, this one is not clunky like the other ones. At least. Not like 5 million. They're all just kind of boring passives. The exact second you went offline. My bad, dude. Thank you, Zyler. I mean, that's playable compared to the other two, but I'm still not that excited for any of them. I do not yet. Wonder if my current team would want to like run it back, but I don't know. Joxy's kind of a legend at Classic, but I think he's probably got stuff. How you doing, Nikki? Or maybe I would like try to do like some Thug Cleave with like robots or something if he wants to play. Like that'd be kind of cool. But I don't think SSDS has enough time. He says he's like too busy working. I do not have a pre-bis command now. Villain, that'd be sick, but I think he's gonna play. I'll probably just have someone level for him off stream or something, because leveling is bad stream content. I had to just Google it because I couldn't actually find it on the Wowhead site. Or in general, I usually check Wowhead or MMO Champion. But if you wanted, let me see if I can pull it back up. If you wanted the Deathstalker stuff, right here. By the way, is anyone in here a weak or a wizard? Usually Bodify or Bambi are the main people I would look at, but I need another set of eyes to figure out why I'm bad at making weak auras. Right now I'm trying to track trinket procs. And right now I have the issue of the ICD one double dipping with the actual proc one. But I thought making a second trigger. Oh, I think I DC'd and it got rid of it. Maybe that's why it's fucked up. I was gonna just say on aura missing. No, I do have the second trigger on these. Except for the landslide one. Almost missed already? Yeah, we just need boots and rings. I'm not going to do dungeons for the throwing weapon or buy the BOE throwing weapon. Probably not going to do heroics for the Valor cape. It's only 7 item level. And then, yeah, I just need chests, bracers, boots, and rings, and necklace with honor. Which, that's only a couple hours of BGs, to be honest. RMP, yeah, yeah. Yeah, like right now, see how the ICD one double dips with the actual proc? Need to fix that. I made a second trigger and it doesn't seem to help. Crazy harassing streamers. He's just been picking fights with literally everyone. He was even like bullying Ben earlier. And then he had like a really long discussion with me in Whispers for like an hour yesterday. And I was just like, okay. Like humoring him. I just wanted to figure out what makes him tick a little bit, but you know. At the end of the day, I forgot about it already until he brought it up. He has like some weird messiah complex in the Whispers where he's like, the internet is ruining everyone, you're stuck in a loop, and I'm gonna like fix the internet and fix everyone and I'll help you. Like, I don't know. It's like, not that deep. Log in, I play the game. And if CATA doesn't work out from my stream, I have to go get a real job again soon. But I'm really excited for CATA. I'm having so much more fun already. Like leveling and shit was terrible. It's like 15 hours. But it's like a one-time, you know, misery that we all experience together. Then we get to have a year of fun. Gonna get the cat, man. Nice the throw cut off the time. Disarm parried. I need to skip this song. I don't even think it's RMP. Yeah, I'm gonna need to make a Thug cleave. Yeah. Just smork everyone into the ground, dude. I think Thug and Jungle are gonna win the tournament. Because there's not enough Brazil in Season 1. Then we got Contagion gifted 20. Are you trying to play some Rogue Lock later? Are you playing Kata at all? Holy. Saving us because we're like below 300. Keeping me going. Gotta work sadly, I get it. $31K ambush. Big fucking day. Crippling Poison would probably be pretty useful. Yeah, this guy's got Throwdown. I forgot about that ability. I mean, you could play Rogue Shadow Priest, Rogue Lock, Rogue Shadow Priest. And thank you for the raid. Batty raid. You and Grayson want to do BGs, I'm down. I'm almost pre-bis finally. Yeah, I appreciate the raid. Hope you guys had a good stream. Yeah, Dance actually doing damage is so satisfying. That and Re-Stealth and like Vanishing Aggro doing good damage too. Can Typhoon me off, spam and step. Go for it. Big dance. It bleeds on me though, so this Vanish isn't gonna stick. That Typhoon hits me even though it's like so far to the left. Like actual PvP, I think Dragonflight has to offer. I mean, Dragonflight Arena is more PvE than PvP nowadays. Sadly. You have these 8 to 11 minute games where you're playing Outlaw or Asa, and all you care about is your DPS and mana bars. And then you go, oh, I wish I was a Demon Hunter almost every other game. So it's like, eh. And then War Within is just more passive proc bloat that you need weak auras to track. And more random pets all over the screen, because mages are getting little like phoenixes that shoot with them, and boomies are getting Trents again. Like, I'm all for like doing new things. Like, I will try it, just so I can actually have a real opinion. Yeah. I don't think they stun. But most people are acting like Boomy isn't going to be as OP as it is in Dragonflight, so maybe it's nerfed. It's a pet peeve of mine that when there's just a billion pets everywhere. For me, it's like, I like when there's no demo locks and no BM hunters, and you know, like a secondary pet is like a major CD of like, oh, the Unholy DK brought out his gargoyle, you know, like that's fine. You have like a normal pet, you have a gargoyle pet. But demo locks and like, you know, getting hit with like 10 different BM hunter pets is so bad for visual clarity, like you said, yeah. I think just having more random pets on even more classes is really dumb. Like, it's just not for PvP. I think the only way they can like save War Within and retail in general is they make a whole separate talent tree for PvP that's not connected to PvE and Mythic Plus at all. Like just an actual full-on PvP talent tree instead of just honor talents. Weird, I can't always cheap shot to her anymore. I don't think they'll ever do that, though, is the problem, too. You know? Dungeon spamming can be faster, but if you intend on being like a half PvP, half PvE Andy, it's gonna be good to do the quests, just because if you do like the Deep Home area or whatever, you get to automatically go to Revered with Therazane, and that's kind of important for getting your shoulder enchant. But if you don't do that, you can get PvP helm and shoulder enchants anyway. Like if you're just gonna be a PvP Andy, the PvP enchant is gonna be from Pulverrod anyway. So you don't like need rep. Honestly, just get max level. Dungeons will probably save you a couple hours in the long run if you have a group to spam them with. And then you just get your honor gear and you're good to go. There's maybe a little bit of pay to win with professions, but they'll be a lot cheaper if you wait like a month. I haven't heard this song in a minute. I do not. Epic crystals are gonna be really expensive. I just went ahead and put berserking on my weapon for like 200 gold. Until I, because I think no one's gonna be disenchanting epic BOEs to make landslide. What do you mean by Caspa chart? I don't know what that means. My brain thinks of like the Korean StarCraft, like Kespa. Someone in my group was saying that the honor vendors just ninja disappeared. Hopefully they fix it quick. By the way, is anyone in here a weak or a wizard by any chance? I need like an outside eye on trying to reverse engineer something. Then I'll share it with everyone when I get it completely up and running how I want. But right now, when my tailoring and proc trinket go off, the ICD tracker is going off at the same time as the actual proc. I thought it would just be making a second trigger and putting it to missing, but what do I do dynamic from? I did get the Stormcore trinket, yeah. I ended up losing it to 5 different hunters. Extra CD, it doesn't exist, doesn't it? But I didn't see it on CurseForge. I know Extra CD was the add-on everyone used in actual, actual CATA. I almost said actual classic, but the CD is actually 1 second less than max. I don't know if I can do that on just a, unless I did a custom thing, I guess. Vendors reappeared? That's weird. Better find a good major hunter for 2s. I mean, 2s is not going to be like the main content, unless I'm doing like fewer 2s or something. What were you trying to link? Sorry, my chat bot got you for links. Let me see. Copy, press. That's your version of extra CD or what? I don't know. That link looks sketchy though. I don't know if I trust that link. I'll bookmark it and scan it or something better. Missed the AVQ. That's unfortunate. Or maybe I just get rid of the first one. I'll fix it after stream. I want to play the game. Yeah, it might just be use extra CD if that one works. I'll bookmark it and I'll try it later. After I vet it. Paranoid. Do I go back in? I think I can take this guy. Pop my engineering gloves. But so the rogue's actually helping me. But he's also a combat rogue. No faith. Especially with that helmet on, like what? He helped me still. Like imagine you're wearing that helmet. You don't just uncheck show helmet. That's crazy. See, this guy, he knows how to hide his ugly helmet. But he also picked male human, so... Insane Kuna fanboy? Oh, yeah. Never play female characters? I mean, you have to. Like, playing male human is like playing an orc, man. Do you want to be, like, slow and clunky, or what? Where you can smoke bomb wall hex. Big damn. Dance. Tap the chomp. This guy's a tank. Never mind, he's not dying. Well, the mage saves me with DB. Go back to help him. He misses the link. Daily lockout for heroics? I don't believe so. I literally spam queued heroic stone core first boss leave like 10 plus times. And I lost the trinket to like 5 different hunters. Not even joking. I just kept queuing to the first boss and then leaving for like multiple hours while I was doing tailoring. And like watching YouTube and other streams and Netflix in between every Tolbarad and Wintergrasp. I literally went from honored to revered with Ramakan. Trying to farm the trinket, just doing the same dungeon. To the first boss and leaving. That was most of my today. I didn't stream it. I was just like, I need to like zone out in these queues. But yeah, now we get to do the fun stuff. We have near pre-bis and we're just finishing our last like 5 honor pieces. And then we're done. I think it's just called like loss of control alerter, but it's like abbreviated to LOCA if you search it on CurseForge. You just join a group, you know, and you just queue. But yeah, Wintergrasp gives way more than anything, more than Tolbarad too. It's really important to do Wintergrasp on CD. You don't play improved recoup unless you're playing a hemo spam build without puncturing wounds. In which case you'd grab a coup de grace and imp recoup over puncturing. But I like backstab, it's pretty good. Should have recouped my points off there instead of slicing. Blind actually being stabbable? It's crazy. Wait, on burst and plate? Actually, no, he's still immortal. Ali's pre-wall and air? That feels all too familiar. You look like a librarian? Why not, man? I've been enjoying growing my hair out for a few years. The grill likes it, so you know. Yeah, Thug Cleave is gonna be insane. I think it's gonna win the whole tournament. Thug or jungle. I mean, just like a day of BGs pretty much. You don't really need to get like the dungeon trinket. You can just get 2 PvP on use trinkets. You don't need to get the Valor cape. You can just have an honor cape. NG goggles are like really, really absurdly expensive and not worth it. You're gonna replace it's not even BIS. You're gonna replace it with a conquest helmet. And you're gonna get an insane amount of conquest rating every single week. And on top of that, there's going to be a catch-up conquest where you can just immediately get caught up. And your cap does not scale with your rating. So you're not forced to do 5s, you're not forced to do RBGs. If your alt is, you know, dings like week 3, you get caught up completely on conquest. But yeah, season goes live next week, I think. But you're not going to fall that behind if you miss a week. There's no weekly vault or anything like that. It is very generous. Like, I'm not even going to start my ult until next week. Because next week, they're going to buff heirlooms. After the raid comes out. So they'll go to level 85. So I'm like waiting on blue XP and heirlooms to do my feral and my second rogue. But I'm going to do like viewer 2s and stuff on. Like the first couple days will be sweaty and then I'll get my ult going. You buy weapon next week? I think so, yeah. You can just buy weapon right away. Because you're going to have like more than 3,000 conquest week 1. But I don't know if you need the... just to go straight to 2,200. I just started again. For CATA. CATA came out like a couple days ago. Retail has just gotten so much worse. I got bored of playing 8 to 11 minute long Asa and Outlaw games. That are just decided by mana, you know? Yeah, I mean, Rhett and DH are just busted. And DK. Like, I don't even put Rogue as a top 3 melee anymore. You just get out PV'd. You need Toll Brad for the helm and shoulder? Yeah, enchant. It was the marks back then too. You're misremembering it. Spicy bean. We got a rope kidney. Crazy how random battleground Andes flare my vanishes in classic. Even rank 100s don't even bother to try to flare my vanish in retail. I have no idea yet, man. I'm excited. I gotta ask around, figure out what I'm doing. I think Joxy would probably already have a team, so I don't know if I can run it up with my AWC team. I don't know if Dopamine ults are ready, and he doesn't really play a lot of classic. If he wants to, though, maybe I'll do it for fun. How much Resil you need as a rogue? I'm just gonna wear a lot of Resil, because I don't like doing that much PV. Yeah, hopefully I can find some like Thug Cleave or something. I think I was asking SSDS. He says he works too much and he might not be available. But maybe Robots is down. But yeah, Thug Cleave is very, very, very scary the first season. What's the fastest way to 84 to 85? Bite down hard on the, you know, through the pain. It's 9 million XP. It's just gonna be 4 or 5 hours. I'm sorry. 84 to 85 is as long as like 80 to 83 or 80 to 84 almost. Just stick through it. You're almost done. I think generally if you do pure dungeons with a group, spamming dungeons, you're gonna save like 4 or 5 hours. And honestly, you don't really need the rep that you get from quests. Dungeons are faster. Because you can get the PvP enchants anyway. You don't really need to get rep. I mean, he probably just hasn't been prepping his character. It is more productive to just do your ults. But for me, I'm just going to wait till heirlooms and rested XP on my ults. I love that I can proc crippling with throw. My recoup up. When he tries to monkey blind me, I was gonna, so I don't sit up out of the gouge. Yeah, this hunter is actually good. This guy has to be a rank 1 or something. He's flared my vanishes at 2 other team fights, and the guy is like monkey stunning my pre-gouge go. Because he knows I want to like combo him off the gouge. This guy's sweaty. Real recognize real. If you're just going 450 to 500, engineering is like 5k. It's not that bad. But if you're gonna actually get NG goggles, 450 to 525 and the goggles themselves is gonna be over 20k for something that's not even Vis. The goggles are a waste unless you're loaded. Just get your conquest helmet eventually. 1 to 525, I have no idea. 1 to 450 usually isn't that bad. It might be like 10k or something too. On the monkey, that's true. I think I can kick monkey stun too, right? I think it's an actual cast. Maybe I need a better mouse over focus for the pets. Like usually I do pet arena target 1, 2, 3 and pet focus even. I usually don't have a world PvP pet with interact though. I get a re. PvP stuff? I'm sure like you can get like an Atlas loot or something. I'm the compliment. I mean, you're doing stuff. You're welcome. Big of an advantage is human in CATA for arenas. It's a pretty big advantage, but there's also like OP retail shadow meld. It's not like actual shitty meld was back in the day. It's not historically accurate shadow meld. Like meld is definitely playable to rank 1. And you could definitely gun to your head play horde if your guild is forcing you to raid on horde and you're a PvEer. You can play orc rogue or undead. It won't be that bad. Like you can get rank 1 with it. Human is the best though. There's no denying it. If you're gonna beat a sweaty min maxer. Just more damage. Damage wins games. 34k ambush. Big. Play RBGs? Probably not. Unless it's like a convenient way to cap one of my ults or something. But I'll definitely be interested in watching some of the RBG drama for fun. But it doesn't increase your conquest point cap. Like, they're not gonna make rating and bracket scale with how much conquest you get, and there's gonna be catch-up conquest. So as long as there's not a gun to my head that the maximum cap to be able to get a weapon in a couple weeks is doing RBGs, then I won't play them. But I don't enjoy them. Just kicked it. That's awful. Somehow my kidney didn't, or my redirect didn't go off, so I didn't get the step kidney that I wanted. I don't think Mitch will play CATA, I don't know. Maybe he will. What are you asking, Austin? Yeah, hopefully I can play with a lot of people. It'd be fun to just kind of hang out with more people I haven't gotten to play with in years. Like if Gray wants to do some games, or, you know, if Zora wants to do some games or something. Fun. Ready to kick the monkey stun. Press it. I just want to kick it for fun. Holding kick, man. I just want to test if it's kickable. Well, now he does it while I'm getting guided. Oh, that's fucking rude. I know you could kick it back in the day, but maybe it's bugged. 100% you could kick it back in the day. You never know if something is going to work the same in Classic as the actual game. I mean, that's basically kicking old MD, and that's basically kicking a random retail clone. Unironically, that's just a retail cyclone. I've been in the high gravity chamber trying to kick Sam I Am and Dippy, man. But they're fucking 0.7 clones the entire game, perma bloodlust. Fucking disgusting. Back to dots. Almost had him. Hi, Loaf. Honestly, I should add that to my list of ideas of sweaty weak auras that I don't need, but I kind of want. Weak aura, sound alert to kick monkey. Maybe parentheses if targeting, flash focusing. That's like possible. That'll be a passion project. Without the perma resummons? I mean, I think Thug Cleave will win, or Jungle will win the tournament, even without pet resummons. Like, everyone was struggling to beat them on the beta. Even with the pet changes. The damage is just too high for hunters, because no Resil. It just has way less counterplay than RMP. Ready to kick it. I think I died through it though, because no heal it. Dead again. Nice land hands. Something Starfall, I don't know if that still cancels it like it used to, but... Holy big damage. Power of tailoring front. $20k back. Yeah, I love backstab hitting like eviscerate numbers. Backstab unironically hits harder in Cata Classic than it does in retail. You can have 1.7 million health, and backstab does weaker. So satisfying to just chunk someone. They don't exist in Classic, but it's basically half my UI on retail. It is my target, like combat indicator. It is party cast bars. It's highlighting certain buffs and debuffs to glow and be bigger than other debuffs. It's like hiding certain pet nameplates so that your screen is less cluttered. I mean, Bodify is the legend that made it, and he might be working on it. Rumor has it. That's some good news. You just gotta get your Fire Mage going on the name. I got you. I think I gouged to farm his dance. He has a bleed, so he comes out of vanish in like 1 more second. Can dance this guy now. I think I'm gonna die 1v5 or 2v5. Good attempt. Song's a little too slow, I might need to skip it. Half can you parried from behind? Where you can't cheap shot deter anymore. So you definitely could do that in actual Cata, couldn't you? I know you could do it in Wrath Classic. I don't know why they would change that. Hopefully I get a shield so this doesn't break. So they changed it? Yeah. I mean, I'm okay with it. It's just weird that it's... Can't tell if it's like Mandela effect, that I'm just misremembering it or not. Supposedly enchants are on the vendor now, so you don't have to get toll red marks anymore. You just spend honor, I think. Let me double check though before I false info anyone. Gotta fact check. Apparently it's 2k honor instead of what is it, like 60 Tolveron or Tolbrad marks? Maybe I'm calling it Tolveron. Yeah, the helmet is 40 and the shoulders are 80. Did they fix the set bonuses yet? No, they didn't. Is it a Boomy or Feral? I think it's a Feral. Most Rids are Feral, but Boomy is good too, actually. I can look at kills. Yeah, he's Feral. Still in beta? I mean... Multi-dollar company, okay. Apparently, Winter Grasp's in 10 minutes, so I shouldn't take this BGQ. Take the call. The Druid already took it. Lucky. I don't know if you could do Winter Grasp with Deserter. You can hop into BGs, yeah, there's no item level requirement or anything like that. They're gonna get one shot a lot, but you know, having no result. But that's just kind of the game. I think Cata's a lot better. I wore the Wrathful probably till like 82-ish when I started getting like some 310 item level pieces that like outweighed sockets and enchants. You have to do a heroic dungeon and win the roll at the end. My Feral that I boosted, so I had the code or whatever because I had the giveaway for the Blazing Edition or whatever. The boost didn't give my feral a weapon. So I'm kind of scared to start my feral. It gave me like half intellect, half agility, and like no weapon. It's from a quest? Okay, well. Well, that makes me feel a little better. I did, man. That's what made me be okay with actually farming PV last night. Because I did a little bit of prep work off stream, where I was just watching YouTube and streams while I was just doing a bunch of dungeons. But it took me literally like 10 runs to get this. But I would just leave after the first boss. Engineering and tailoring. I would just queue heroic stone core and then leave after the first boss every time. There's no ID for heroics. Going good. We got a fat raid for Manch, and the prep work is going good. We only have a couple more honor pieces to go, and then we're pretty much pre-bis outside of BOE items that we're not going to buy. And then, yeah. Full brag quests? They're not that bad. I mean, this one is, the spider one is really stupid. Because the drop rate is like borderline vanilla WoW level. Like, get 4 spider silk glands, and you're just like killing like 50 of them. Rigged. Or is it just the big spiders, maybe? Honestly, you don't even need to do Tolbarad dailies, though. Because they made it to where you can buy the shoulder and the helm enchant with honor now. So you basically just do Tolbarad and Wintergrasp themselves, just for honor. Like, you just AFK them for, like, what multiple battlegrounds are worth. Actually, the drop rate's not bad. I think it's just only the big spiders. I'm stupid. Yeah, you don't really need to do Tolbarad dailies. That much, I don't think. Because you don't have to do it for your enchant now. Probably like Thug Cleave and RMP and Rogue Shadow Priest and Rogue Lock and Rogue Boomy. A little bit of everything. Now, what am I looking for like a tournament team that wants to play? Maybe, I don't know. Maybe 100? Some Thug Cleave? That would be my first choice. You can just queue on the PvP screen. Or you can like run at the actual bridge up here. And it'll auto queue you, but... Yeah, the dailies are also just free gold, I guess. We're gonna SP run with the shaman? Yeah, generally that's gonna be RPS. The only way you're gonna have a bad time is if RPD, if you play Rest of Druid. Like the only time you're gonna have a bad time, I think. HPL is not as bad as it actually was back in the day. Warrior isn't as bad as it was back in the day. There was like 2 warriors that were viable at all in Cata. It was just like Merc X. Now I think some warriors can have some success with Kitty, Turbo, or Ret Warrior. But yeah, for the most part, you can't really go that wrong unless you pick Rest of the Druid. I think mages and locks are going to struggle a little more season 1 because of all the hunters. Like Thug and Jungle are probably going to be the scariest comps, you know. The scariest voice cracks. Feral is really good. A lot of people almost consider Feral to even be better than Rogue. In hindsight, with everyone getting a lot better at Feral over the years. The damage is crazy, and instant clone is really fun. I'm gonna ult the Feral. I'm really excited to play it. Yeah, 2s isn't gonna be as sweaty because they got rid of Glad in rank 1 and 2s. I don't know if you can get elite sets in 2s though, because I want to help a lot of people in 2s, like doing viewer 2s and stuff. But it's nice because conquest caps aren't tied to your rating, and there's going to be catch-up conquest. So if you're behind, it doesn't really matter. Rating lock by 2200? Oh, that's not bad. You just get conquest points, kind of like retail, at the top of like your PvP panel, and it's like the same amount of conquest for everyone. So you don't have to do 5s, you don't have to do RBGs. Best Rogue 2's comp? Honestly, I don't know. Probably Rogue Hunter or... I don't know. Like, it could still be Rogue Healer with a Priest, maybe? I'm not sure. I mean, it wouldn't even be 5s, it would be RBGs that we would have to do. But yeah. Playing with Hunters is going to be quite insane. Easy. Even with the nerfs to the pet resummoning stuff. Or they're not as good as they were in like actual Kata, they're still insane. They do some of the craziest damage. Until everyone gets crazy, Resil. Got the Winter Grasp. Yeah, I would prefer Meld, fun-wise, if it didn't drop combat on retail. You could just focus on the immunity aspect of it, like making cool plays with like immuning a Strongbolt or a Coil or something. But just getting the value of using it as a restealth for Asa and Outlaw is kind of boring. Human is better in Kata, yeah. You stack Brazil as much as you want. I mean, yeah. I mean, if you get like a good meld drink or something, maybe, but Gnome might still be sick, or Human. Honestly, I don't really know with Priest, because they can't. Everyone's alliance, so you can't really be undead. Not like a cross-faction scenario, you know. That is crit result. Yeah. Crit is your primary secondary that you go for. You do 7% hit and then as much crit as you can. I mean, Gnome might help a lot if you do Q into a Boomy. Or if you Q into a Mage, it kind of helps you not get like Nova MCS into Ring of Frost. 7 hits too much? Everyone's BIS list shows 7 hit. I look at Avizura's pre-BIS list, and I look at Avizura's like real BIS as well. They're both 7, and then I look at like anyone else's rogue BIS list, and they're all at 7 too. Five's enough. I mean, I don't ever want to be in a situation where I miss. Plus, there's also like other anti-hit talents in the game. I don't like losing a game because something went stupid. Having like an extra 1% crit or something doesn't matter. Not getting screwed over because someone's night elf or something. It's like the meme of the, you know, like sources cited and it's just a picture of a crack pipe. Technically resists exist and dodges, but with reforging it's very easy to get expertise in spell pen if you want. I don't think season 1 you could afford to get like expertise soft cap though. Can you link the BIS lists? Yeah. Here's like the Omega PvE BIS, which I'm not going to go for. And then here's like the unrealistic pre-BIS. If you have infinite gold for BUEs. Yeah, these both have 7% hit. 701. 7 on the dot. Yeah, I have a focus redirect. But yeah, I think at the end of the day, like, you don't need NG goggles unless you want to just waste 20k gold. Just go to 500 and get the glove enchant. Because the NG goggles aren't even BIS. They're going to replace them with a conquest helmet anyway. Like a temporary free almost conquest piece. Yeah, you get the glove enchant at 500 and save like an extra 15k gold. But yeah, just get full honor gear. You don't really need to get the Valor cape or the BOE cape. You don't really even need to get this trinket. You can just do double on use trinket. And then you have an on use for every dance. It's very good, yeah. Because you can use it on your Vanish and Restealth goes. Because if you use the gloves, it only shares 10 with on use. It's just if you use on use, it shares 20 with the glove. Because it's just that it doesn't want you to use both gloves. Otherwise, you would just use the trinket and then use the gloves halfway through the trinket. But if you do the gloves first, it only shares 10. And yeah, you basically, whenever you get a Restealth go or like a Vanish go, it buffs that a lot. Sub-leveling spec, just play the PvP spec. Even with PvP gear, it's not bad. Leveling's really... It's a little time consuming, but it's nowhere near like vanilla TBC RAS time consuming. Oh, this guy ruined my 1v1. I was gonna disarm him. Did I get a host? I did, yeah. Got a fat host from Zara and Anch. Or not Zara, Grayson and Anch. Doing that double snapshot. I just kind of had to defensively. It's not what I want to do. That's not even a bad habit, double cheap. That's just that I have no energy and no combo points. And he's an orc. So I got less globals in. And I needed to stall to get and build combo points for recoup. So I was just building a recoup for the blind gouge. And then getting up a bleed and then vanishing. And then doing a smoke bomb kite into a disarm into another stun deer. But that's just the one thing I could do to live, because I didn't really have gouge or disarm. Because he found me at low HP with no trinket, and I almost ran it back. But then the other rogue interrupted our 1v1. Yeah. In my favor, because it just became a 2v1. It was satisfying what I was doing to him. Yes, the talent that gives you a damage modifier for having bleeds also prevents Gouge from breaking to bleeds. So I got the Garrote up and then I gouged him and it wasn't gonna break. Yeah, I don't know any SP streamers. Most of them are alt. Wiz doesn't stream. Usually I just do wound, crippling. You could put mine, like, if you want to be really sweaty, you could do like multiple different throwing weapons, and you can like fan and knives or throw for mind numbing. Because like deadly throw already slows anyway. You don't really need to do throw crippling. But yeah. Do you take waylay? No. Unless I have like 2 different subspecs and I know I'm specifically queuing into something and I'm like trying to like kite a melee that's getting spam dispelled. And I want like dispel protection. And you want to like gimp your Honor Among Thieves combo points. But yeah. It's not usually worth it. Because you don't really open with ambush that much. You don't even usually pre-med recoup your opener. Usually you just kind of open with pre-med into stun lock. And then you kind of recoup afterwards, but like after your go. $46k step ambush. Because step actually gives you more damage too. That's crazy. Yeah, I almost never double cheap shot like that. Like aggro. It's just like you're trying to desperation do some weird living 1v1 stuff when you're behind. Any chance of doing a sub guide? I suck at making guides, but maybe. I'm really bad at editing. I gotta like do more YouTube stuff though. It's really important for me. That's a skill I gotta train. I used to have an editor that helped me with things, but yeah, I gotta figure out what I'm doing. I just haven't had that much free time when I'm done streaming. I stream and then I'm like done for the day. But I gotta find a way to like coordinate a couple hours. I'm not gonna step disarmed unless he evasions, but got a shiv up. The walls. We procced it already, so we'll just wait it out. Oh, the other rogue's gonna hit into it. Keep his wall going. Well, he just gets gang banged on anyway. Holy raid group on top of me. That guy was salty about the 3v1. I just got 40 v1'd. Surprise jump scare. Distract pull him out? No, you just have to bleed. He disarmed into my dance. Rip clown sauce. No, usually it's just you'd open without recoup. And you would just pre-med cheap emo energy pool into like half kidney. Nah, I use QWE to strafe. And I mostly mouse turn. Yeah, I mean, do you have just really long fingers or what? Because for me, like, if I do WASD, like, I get all cramped and, like, too, like, claw grip. Like, it feels so unnatural to do WASD. I've done QWE in every game since I was a kid, even. I think that's just because I have big hands. But, yeah. It also just makes more sense organizationally that rotational number stuff is above movement. And then utility letter stuff is below movement. Rather than, like, half above, half below. Do you think expose armor or something? You almost never use expose armor. Unless you're like playing healer DPS versus healer DPS and you're just trying to set up like the biggest pad of all time. Because like you're struggling to kill and it's like, okay, I'm prepping an expose. Okay, I'm prepping a slice. Okay, I gotta, you know. Really, really, really unrealistic. You don't really use expose that much. Maybe like some sweaty 1v1 stuff, it's okay, but... I can't cheap shot deter anymore, but I wonder if I can still prevent deter in the first place with this arm, or if they ninja changed that or not. Keep it real with the Prime as well. When it's 21 for the day after the big gifty from Contagion earlier. Keeping us going. Nah, you're just pretty throttled on combo points. Very hard to justify affording exposed armor, especially if you're going to swap around a lot. While also affording recoup and also just weighing it against an eviscerate. When you already have 70% fine weakness anyway. And then sometimes if they're like really, really heavily armored, like plate, and it's like a 1v1 situation, kiting them with bleeds is usually better. Especially since bleeds don't break gouge. You guys playing blackjack, that's so weird. I have 5-stack wall for this, should be okay. Not gonna be okay when the whole raid group gets here though. How often are you using slice and dice? That's more of a my target died or I'm switching targets without redirect and I already have recoup up. Or just I'm really ahead on recoup and I also think I'm not gonna actually be bursting anything and I want to just set up more damage for later. But yeah, generally it's mostly just recoup and eviscerate and then like situational extra bleeds. Situational slices, like especially if you're just like I said switching targets a lot. You don't want to lose your combo points. Did you pop rupture? If they're like really heavily armored or you just want like extra bleeds for like just damage while you're kiting someone. Somehow I didn't get the cheap shot I wanted. I don't know if that's the hunter viewer, is it? I thought you actually just had full on Pure Blade as your Twitch. Joining the CATA tourney? I want to, yeah. I gotta find a team. I love competing. Just even if I'm like, if I don't win, like it's just like motivation to try to get better. It's just fun. I want to play Thug Cleave. If I can get like SSDS or like robots or someone good. I just watch these two ferals duke it out. Not even help. I mean, he's winning, so. Oh, there's the frenzied regen. Oh, he's actually losing. Bear is just greater than Cat. Oh, there's the full main. Oh, he's going for the clone. Clone's about 14%. 1 regrowth. Only heals him about 5%. Do I sap just to give him the 1v1? Wasted combat anyway. I'll gank the other druid for him. Gotta respect the 1v1. Oh, never mind, the rogue's here. It's so laggy, I can't do the half kidney that I wanted or the step ambush. Oh. That's not good. Smoke bomb the druid out of stealth. I get re-fairy fired so I can't vanish. Roll Dream Carver. It's just a good tournament realm weapon. You use it on like certain pets, you get really good buffs. You use it on like an undead pet or like a mechanical pet. Just a free little passive defensive buff you can get. It's more of just like a tournament realm funny item, but like farming the crests to like upgrade it, you don't really need to do. Unless you just want a dagger that's verse mastery. Later, Merc. Season starts next week on Tuesday. You're opening with Slice and Dice. It shouldn't be, or I guess you're saying opening with Shadow Dance. You don't really want to dance early, almost ever. Unless you're just hardcore smurfing and the other team doesn't stop anything. And you got perfect CC on the enemy team. Because you're just overlapping your free find weakness from your opener with dance. You kind of want to get as many find weakness windows as you can. You just do like a soft open, get a cooldown, and then like next go you do a dance go. Then next go you do a vanish go, then next go you do another dance go. And you just kind of alternate vanishes and restelts in between every dance. There's a timeline where that Fan of Knives hit the druid out and I just killed him and there was no one else there. I'm just gonna live in that timeline. What's the opener? It depends. You can like pre-med recoup before you open. You can just do like cheap hemo into like half kidney with like pre-med. Guys in bear. Oh, just my gouge. Oh no, it didn't. Game's laggy. Winter grasp. Other rogues here to gank me. Vanish before I get bled. Tries to heroic leap on my vanish. Catchy. Yeah, I got a raid today. It's kind of been a little lurkery, but yeah. You need rep? No. Before you needed Tolbarad marks, but they made it to where you can even buy the PvP enchants with honor. 1031. So yeah, you don't even need to do Tolbarad really. I mean, it's still good to do Tolbarad on CD and Winter Grasp on CD because they give some of the most honor. I don't know if you're a character pain. It's a weak aura. I'll link it to you though. Yeah. But talent slip, yeah. You go Glyph of Backstab, Chemo, Shadow Dance. 7% hit. And then you go for as much crit as you can. Three-minute Shadow Step, 30% growth. Yeah, I mean, you could do that too. That's more of a healer DPS versus healer DPS. I'm soloing the healer in Garrote Kidney with no one peeling me. But they can also still run around in the Garrote and like line your teammate. Like, it's way safer to just do cheap shot into half kidney. If you're doing like Rogue Mage 2s or something. Recap talent. You only play this if you're not playing Puncturing Wounds. If you're playing like a Hemo Spam build without Backstab. With like a slow main hand. But I wouldn't recommend that. I don't know what the M means, honestly. I don't know. I just saw Avizura had it, and people were asking him what it was, and then he linked it, and then I was like, you know, that does... I like seeing the item level. I actually don't know what the M is. Items with mastery? That makes sense. I don't know why they would need to differentiate that. Especially because I don't even want mastery. Crit just makes more sense. Because it's more reliable to proc Honor Among Thieves for more combo points. And it's also more energy regen on Glyph of Backstab. You're just not as retail flooded with combo points that you care about your finishers because your builders actually do damage. Backstab does like retail eviscerate level damage. And ambush does like eviscerate level damage. So why not just have more combo points and more energy regen? And have a stat that benefits both instead of a stat that only benefits one. I think it's just gonna be Priest and Shaman for it. I don't really think I've seen any like Holy Pally thugs or anything. You still have this. It's your primary spender for sure. It hits hard. It's just so does Backstab and Ambush. Like most of your combo points are going to be going to like recoups, occasional slice and dice if you're switching targets, kidney shots. It's not like a retail situation where you have blades or like Mark for Death or something where you're like spamming like Evis every other global. Like generally, even in a dance, you might get like 1 or 2 eviscerates maximum. Yeah, Priest is really, really good. You one shot? Yeah. My damage is kind of insane already. Yeah, it's not haste. The amount of energy regen you get from haste is actually really deceptively bad. I almost would value it more than mastery though, still almost though. In terms of just still having more auto attacks to proc Honor Among Thieves. But I think crit is the most flexible stat. Seems like. And Resil doesn't lower crit chance anymore. So it's like less nerfed than it was in Wrath. The first rank 1 title? Prideful, because I got DDoSed in Grievous. My first Glad was Season 9 in Kata. Wrath, I was a duelist on a dead server on a dead BG, and I was just a PvE player. And I just got duelist on accident, playing with my guildies. And then Kata is my first time I went to a PvP server and mained PvP, and I got Glad my first season. And then I was on a good BG, so I didn't really go for rank 1. Because it was just all politics. And then when they merged the titles in Season 14 of Grievous, I should have got rank 1, but I got DDoS. So Prideful was my first season. But yeah. I didn't like do 5v5 shenanigans and stuff like everyone else. Find Rogue harder in Kata or retail? I don't know. Retail has like a lot of fake difficulty where it's just not getting bored to death. Focusing on 500 random PvE pad weak auras to like do optimal rotation stuff, even though you do less damage, even if you do your rotation perfectly than someone else just playing a more high damage class. But in general, it's way more satisfying to play Kata Rogue than Retail Rogue because you get to play Sub Rogue, and it's less just APM based. It's more about like actual good CC, good interrupts, good positioning. It's not just you did your parsing rotation perfectly. And you stopped at drink. I saw the Deathstalker tree. It's not nearly as bad as the other two. It seems playable. It doesn't seem that clunky. But I think all of the hero talents for every single class just seems like more random pets and more passive weak aura bloat proc. Like I don't really like any of the hero talents because they're all just passives. So they're just not interesting. I think I'm gonna main Kata, yeah, I don't really have that much faith in War Within. Playing allies as human. I'm playing alliance right now. But yeah, a lot of times the horde team will be another alliance team, just to make the queues faster. But it won't have like a cross-faction mix of alliance and horde. It'll just be alliance team versus alliance team, and it'll give one of the alliance teams like little horde masks on their face and a horde buff. But it's not like a half of them are alliance and half of them are horde. It's alliance versus alliance. Night Elf is viable, and it's probably more fun because it's another keybind, but human is definitely better. I wanted to play Night Elf for fun, but then, you know, I've kind of changed my mind where I just want to do more damage. I'm more tolerant of PvP, or PvEing, just because I'm so desperate to get out of what retail is right now. Because I'm just so bored of playing Outlaw and Asa every single expansion. And having these like 10-minute mana games. I just want to play Sub Rogue again, and I want CC to matter. And if I have to tolerate a little bit of PvP, that's basically what a Dragonflight Arena is anyway. But I'm still probably not going to get Legendary or anything. But I conned myself into doing dungeons for a trinket, I guess. For a couple hours. And that's like my extent of PvP or PvE for the season. Like I don't think I'm going to get the heroic raid helmet or like a heroic raid ring or anything like that. But you could definitely get rank 1 or Glad and just full PvP gear. Which is nice. Like the only kind of annoying thing is professions. But the prices will go down. And it's not like you're going to be super behind the entire expansion if you don't have them like day one. Because your conquest cap does not scale with your rating. So you don't have to do 2s, you don't have to do 5, or you don't have to do 5s or RBGs. And if you start late, like let's say your ult dings in 3 weeks, you can literally get completely caught up on conquest points, which is really good. So at the end of the day, like if you're not snowballing, like you don't need to waste 15k extra gold for NG goggles compared to just stopping at 500 and getting the glove enchant. But like, even playing without the glove enchant or without tailoring, like you can definitely get gladiator or something, you know, like it's not like unplayable not having them. They definitely help a lot, but it's not like night and day. It's not gonna just turn a 1600 player into like a 2500 one having it. No, you don't play rocket gloves. You play the on-use trinket gloves. But yeah, they share a CD with on-use. If you have 2 on-uses that are 2-minute CDs, you basically have an on-use for every dance. And then you can do the engineering gloves if it's like a vanish go or a re-stealth go. Kata hard against mage, like what, like 1v1 without a pillar? Probably, yeah. If you don't like zerg them down really fast, like prep and everything. They're definitely like more flexible if it's like a mix of like both of you having half your CDs. But if you have like really, really good gear and you just all in them and you like double vanish cloak within like 30 seconds and you kill them on hypo, it's doable. Millisecond I dance. Get you stuff. Hell saves me. The mob duels against Hansel, that was great. Nah, you can't stack engineering gloves and on use anymore. They already fixed it. Which I was debated because people were telling me that they weren't gonna fix it. I had like an inside scoop of someone being like, nah, it worked in Wrath or something and they're not gonna fix it. I'm like, okay, I believe you. The Euros lied to me, man. But yeah. Even with it not sharing a CD, it's still this, I think. And we got Donovan with the tier 1 with the 5-month resub. What is it, 22 for the day? I don't know why I almost said 23. I think it's engineering and tailoring. You can get 35 agility and signups? I didn't know that. If I look at the BIS lists, people don't have that on. Weird. I'll try it. Yeah, you want the cloak enchant. Spell top of the player. Probably big debuffs. You mean like on the nameplate? Yeah, Synapse shares with Gino. I wonder if 4-set works yet. Doesn't look like it. Almost like 20k. Not worth it at all. Just stop at 500 and get signups for like a fourth of the price. Like it's to go 450 to 500 is like 5k. To go 450 to like 525 is like 16, 17k. And then to get the goggles themselves is like another 4 or 5k. Not worth it for an item that's not even BIS. Like you're gonna replace it with a conquest item. Unless you're just rolling in it. For like 6k? That's ridiculous. Prices haven't been like that for days. I've been watching it before I pulled the trigger. What's the name of it? I thought it was Peerless Stats. Or maybe people don't have it yet. I'll just do powerful stats, I guess, then. Even though it's not fully done. And enchant gloves. Does the boot move speed enchant not stack with the quickening? Or why does everyone's Bistless not have a move speed enchant? Because the crit damage metagem is not a move speed metagem. I'm guessing it just doesn't stack with quickening, maybe? Okay, good to know. Doesn't stack? Okay. When I find out this is real Naj, when the imposter tried to take my name. By the way, Vodafire, are you still in here? Might need you to take a look at that weak aura. I got like 80% of it ready. My only problem now is the ICD is like false positiving with the actual proc. So I tried to make like a second trigger. On aura missing, and that's not working. So like right now, I have it available right where I can proc weapon enchant or proc trinket. So if we get a proc and a couple more globals, if I ever get a proc, one time for the one time. There we go. So see now how it's double. The ICD is like still existing with the actual proc itself. And that's with the second one having a trigger for only on aura missing, right? Because there's no way to make it be, unless I have to change this from this to also custom, maybe? Not sure, but I'll link it. Generally I do wound crippling. But you can also, like, weapon swap. Like, you can switch weapons in combat if you have multiple weapons. But, like, something people actually used to do in real CATA is they'd have, like, a secondary offhand. And they would have, like, double damage enchant on it. When they don't need, like, a disarm reduction. Like, let's say you're fighting, like, Mage Healer or something, and you just... Or make Mage Shadow Priest. Well, Shadow Priest doesn't disarm. And you're like, I don't really care about disarm reduction, and then you just get more damage enchant. Procs and stuff like that and more damage. Or in general, you'd be like, disarms on CD, and then switch to double damage enchant to pad. And then you also could like switch your poisons too. Like you could have like two thrown weapons where like one throwing weapon can like deadly throw or fan of knives proc mind numbing and the other one can just proc crippling. But you don't really need to do the sweaty weapon swap stuff. No one's gonna do that. Even people that get rank 1 won't be doing that. It'll just be like 1 or 2 people, period, that are just doing it to do it. Because it's cool. Because yeah, you can switch weapons in combat. But it's not something you can do early in an expansion either, because bottleneck by like how many weapons you can have, kind of. I mean, I've been playing it forever, you know. It's also just knowing who to watch. Where it's just like, okay, I gotta study Avizur for a week or something, you know. Like, I still gotta watch more of how he does his openers and how he does his swaps and stuff. Can you parry? Because I didn't shadow step kidney. If I just went behind him with step, it wouldn't be possible to even get parried on it. Block this fairy fire off. Probably mostly Thug Cleave and RMP, but I'm gonna play a bit of everything. Maybe some Rogue Shadow Priest as well. But RPS and RLS aren't gonna be as good till like the later seasons anyway. I have step ambush to kill this in 1, but I don't think they're gonna make it there. Oh, we actually still lose. Yeah, pretty much the only way you could fail Kata is if you play like Rest of the Druid. Warrior's not that great, but like you can still make Turbo, Ret Warrior, and Kitty Cleave work. Feral is almost considered better than Rogue by some people. Rogue is insane, Feral's insane, Hunter's insane. Mage is insane. Warlock and Shadow Priest will get insane. The thing is, we're not doing like incremental patches. You basically play Season 11 in Season 9. I mean, there's a reason everyone has a Feral ult, myself included. They look incredibly fun. It's a very different game than how actual Kata was back in the day. Because people have gotten a lot better at like being able to play against ropes. And we're already pre-nerfed a little bit, but not that much. Compared to like the Season 9, like Rogue DK, Feral DK shit. I went around nothing. Jungle is very OP. Jungle and Thug are gonna win like the first tournament. Probably. Using potions to duels cheating? Yes. Duels are arena rules. Do you have any code of honor? Neutral. Cody was telling me how to fix the weak part. So he said I need to go to activation on any triggers. I need to change it at all. That makes sense. I was like trying to reverse engineer it on my own. I was like stuck at the last little step basically. So now I shouldn't see two of the same weak aura when I actually get a proc. I shouldn't be seeing the ICD and the proc at the same time. But right now I'm not seeing the ICD period. But now I get a proc. Good. And then when this ends, maybe I'll get the other one. Since extra CD doesn't work for me. Yeah, okay, now we get the ICD. Cool. I can't believe we lost a pre-made game. At least I'm doing big damn. My gear, yeah, we're getting there. A brew is already full bis. And I don't intend on buying the BUEs, but we really only need honor bracers, honor necklace, honor rings, and we're done. Mana management a thing? Yeah. You can really screw over a mage by stopping evocation. Later, Donovan. Thank you again for the resub earlier. Are they doing hotfixes and buffing? No. But they are adding a lot of quality of life stuff, like conquest catch-up. An insane amount of conquest points without it being affected by your rating. So you don't need to like push RBG or 5s to have a high conk cap. And there's also just conquest catch-up. So if you're late, you can just get completely caught up. They did a lot of quality of life stuff, which is huge. I'm excited. Back in the OG Kata, I mean, yeah. I mean, there's a lot of people that also did that too. I think Pika still has like an old school glide from when he was like 10. Before his like 5v5 rank ones were like his beginning in MoP. But I don't know if Pika's gonna play Kata. I don't think it'll die as fast as Wrath. I think it'll actually last because retail has gotten 10 times worse since Wrath. And there's less PvE gear. And there's more viable classes. There's multiple viable healing specs instead of just one. And people are also going to actually play 3s instead of just win trading 2s and 5s. Which is huge. So there's like a lot more competitive integrity as well. And a lot of it is just the less PvE gear and quicker leveling. Like the leveling is still slow as shit. Don't get me wrong. It's still going to be 10-15 hours. But at least it's not like 60 hours. And you do it once and then you get to have fun for an entire year. What was the enchant someone told me? That it wasn't the... There was a 15 stat one. Mighty. Chat, chest. Mighty. No, it's mighty health. Stats. I need to get safe queue so I know how long I have to take the queue. This is freaking me out that I'm waiting. I don't want to miss it. Purge. Stacking up on blue XP, that's the way to do it. Make sure, PSA for anyone also that's stopping by. Any character you intend on playing, make sure you log in it for like a minute or something and walk around in the city. You will not start getting rest XP, like the double XP on kills, unless you've at least logged in once since Cataclysm started. So just log in, jump up and down, log back out, and then you're going to start getting double XP. So like if you intend on playing an alt and you haven't logged in it at all once yet, you should log in at least once real quick. Good thing to keep in mind. Some people forget. Yeah, I mean, transmog is also like a really good thing for longevity. Or just people, keeping people interested. You gotta look good, you know? To be immersed in your character. I shouldn't be trying to 1v2 these guys. Should've just stayed with the healers. Full Brad's in 5 minutes. I gotta go defend the node so no one grabs the flag. We gotta win this one fast. Full Brad is soon. Of course they grab it. Is my FC actually gonna die? Oh wait, right? I'll disarm when he gets lower to prevent Death Strike. I don't need to disarm yet. Got a healer now. Gonna vanish ambush, pop my synapse. My Razor Synapse software agility proc real quick. I don't have smoke bomb here, but the healer didn't come heal him, so could be the cap. Gonna play RMP or RLS? Probably Thug Cleave. Whatever I could play though. Thug, RMP, RLS, RPS. All of the things. RLS and RPS aren't going to be as crazy season 1 though. There's not enough Brazil to play damp at our comps. RMP is always going to be my favorite, but it's going to be quite a bit of Thug in season 1 hopefully. If I can find any that I like. Yeah, Rogue could play a lot of comps. Nice. Nice being a Boomkin or a DH, basically. Or a Rep Pally. It's like actually being able to play with people. Instead of always being pigeonholed into one comp, maybe two. I mean, Outlaw is kind of flexible in that way. You can play Outlaw with a lot of things. There was Outlaw Lock for a while, Outlaw Boomy, Outlaw Windwalker. But yeah. Very rare that you get to like play sub rogue and play different comps. Like you've pretty much had Outlaw and Asa being the best rogue specs multiple expansions in a row. You don't get to like play sub RPS ever anymore, you know, like got Biscuit almost, yeah. We just need to get honor boots, honor rings, honor bracers, and honor necklace. And the only other thing I could maybe improve is doing dungeons for a throwing weapon, but that sounds really cringe. I might just early buy a conquest throwing weapon. Just because it's a lot of the pieces it's hard to get from PvP. Because there's no honor throwing weapon or honor weapons. Honor gain's fucked. No, it's really fast actually. BGs are kind of shit though. Just do Winter Grasp or Tolbarad every couple hours. If you're on, like, just do Winter Grasp or Tolbarad like once a day. And that's like worth more than like multiple battlegrounds that you win. Does CATA use much PvE? Not really till the last season. And then even then it's just trinkets and maybe legendaries. But who knows? Maybe they'll disable the legendary Scopium. Or at least like make them not proc and just be like an item level stat stick. I mean, that would be a good change. I don't think they'll do it, but like Copium? Farmstone Court. Yeah, farming weapons is the only thing that kind of sucks. But honestly, like, using a 333 weapon from, like, the Crucible of Carnage or whatever doesn't really matter. Yeah, there's, like, better chance of getting struck by lightning, but, you know, Dumb and Dumber, so you're saying there's a chance. They made a lot of good changes with Conquest points and not forcing us to have to play 5s and RPGs. Like, if they're willing to do that, maybe they're willing to disable a legendary. Now, I already parsed really high rating his sub in Kata. And like Firelance, I was like top 50 on like what was the gatekeeper guy? Balerock, I think was his name. I was like top 50 on that fight. His sub. That was like the last time I PvE'd seriously, but I don't know. I don't really like PvE at all. Just a means to an end. Same with leveling. I only want to play arena. That's the only thing that kept me playing WoW. These are too fast. First world problems. What do you think about the 85 grind? Longer than I remembered, but still not nearly as bad as Wrath or TBC. Like 15 hours. Like level 84 to 85 is the hardest part because it's over 9 million XP. Like 84 to 85 is like a 4 or 5 hour level. Pretty much all of it, but my necklace, bracers, rings, one trinket, and weapons. But eventually, when I get conquest points, it'll be all PvP. Except for maybe pretty much all PvP. Like Avizura's Bis list has him using a heroic helmet and one ring, but I'm not gonna get this. Pretty much full honor, almost, yeah. We just need to get necklace, bracers, and rings, and boots. Oh, I forgot to queue Tolbrad. We forgot. Wait, we forgot Tolbrad. No. I mean, I guess Tolbrad sucks more than Wintergrasp. Oh yeah, I also need to get the helmet enchant, which is 2,000 honor, I think. I forget which one's more expensive, the helm one or the shoulder one. I think the shoulder one is more expensive, right? Or the helmet. Shoulders, yeah, shoulders are more expensive or less expensive? Shoulders is 2K, helmet's 1? Oh, okay, I can afford the helmet. Good to know. Place my points off from switching targets. Synapse this. So it's a fine weakness window. Kinda tunneled this guy a little too hard. Need to get my poisons back up. Go straight leveling. I mean, doing ult is more productive right now than trying to min-max your main, to be honest. Or at least it was before the Honor Vendor came out. And honestly, BG grinding is pretty terrible. Like, the best way just to AFK do Winter Grasp, AFK do Winter Grasp. Like, if you want the most efficient use of your time, set an alert on your phone for Winter Grasp and just do Winter Grasp every couple hours. And honestly, just doing a couple Winter Grasps will save you a day of Battleground grinding. Like, Winter Grasp is just so much more productive. Like, multiple Battlegrounds per Winter Grasp. Yeah, Tolbrad doesn't give that good of an honor. The main reason people did Tolbrad was to get the marks for the helmet and shoulder enchants, but they made it to where you can buy those with honor now. So you don't really need to do Tolbrad dailies or Tolbrad at all either. You really just need to get your honor gear. And then, you know, be broke and not be able to afford professions or BOEs, and then, you know, still be okay. Like, it's completely okay to just be a broke, full honor gear boy, you know, and then get professions in a month. Because your conquest gains are not tied to your rating. And there's a catch-up conquest as well. So, like, even if you're really late to the party, you just get caught up in a couple weeks. Horde bad. Yeah, you pretty much only play Horde if there's, like, a gun to your head that you have to raid with your guild and you're a PvEer. It's viable, you can get rank 1 as Horde, but there's going to be a fraction of the amount of people to play with. Because most people just prefer how Alliance looks, and Alliance is better a little bit. Alliance is better at PvP, and Horde's better at PvE. So it's just like, if your guild is forcing you to play Horde, then sure. What guild are you in? It's like the wash after one season 1 or whatever. DVS's guild. I just joined it and I like get guild invites and stuff. And there's been some funny drama in it, and there's a lot of people in there. Like, I'm in there. Aegis is in there. Hansel, Vinrupi. There's a lot of people in there. Volk, Mud. I think that's Melon. Snare God. That's a name I haven't seen in a minute. A lot of other people too that just aren't online right now, probably too. Explicit. Yeah, I wouldn't really join a guild if there weren't guild traits. I usually just turn guild invites off and never join a guild. But there's been some funny drama in this guild. Quasi's been going full schizo out on a few people, and then there's also a fake me. There's like another Nosh here that everyone keeps thinking is me, and it's not me. And every time I'm talking, he'll like try to interject himself into the fucking conversation to make them think it's me or think it's him and not me. Like there's a couple like funny things with this guild so far. He really tripped me out. So I leveled for 15 hours straight and I got 85 the first night. And I look in guild chat and it's like Naj says grats as I hit 85 and I'm like really confused. And I'm like, did I have an add-on that said grats to myself? And I realized it was the fucking imposter. So I'm like, wait, why did I say grats to myself, man? That's cringe. Yeah, I'm enjoying it a lot. I thought I would mostly be like just viewer choosing on retail or shuffling while I wait on arena to actually start. But seeing the announcement for tournaments kind of got me extra sweaty. Like I literally have been playing way longer than I've been streaming today. I turned my stream on like 3 hours ago. But I got up to pee at 4:30 in the morning, and then I was like, you know what? I'm addicted. I want to just play. And I usually don't do that. And I started doing a bunch of prep work while watching streams and watching YouTube. I was like, okay, I'm gonna do tailoring. I'm gonna AFK a couple dungeons while I watch YouTube and some streams. And yeah, I put in a lot of hours of prep work off stream a little bit because I kind of wanted to just focus the stream on hanging out with you guys and actually doing battlegrounds and stuff. I didn't figure you guys wanted to watch me just sit a 20-minute dungeon queue for stone core just to leave after the first boss 10 times in a row while I do tailoring and watch YouTube in between Toll Brads and Winter Grasps. It was kind of like a 6 hour of like filler prep, but I got a lot done last night, like when I woke up at 4 a.m. I actually don't know this. It's on autoplay right now. I didn't think it had anything to do with Cell though. Yeah, it says it's a Rampage by Kavinsky. Never heard this. Or maybe it's like it's sampling part of Cell's theme or something. Maybe. I don't remember it from Dragon Ball besides the Nininu part, kind of, but maybe. What perks do you get in the guild? I think it's just like they nerfed all the actual insane ones that were in real Kata. Like the extra gold generation and shit. I think it's pretty lightweight things. It's really just mount speed, but not in arena, lower CD hearth, and faster ghost speed. And cauldron stuff. You give me on ban and pay? That's not up to me, man. That's on her channel or on Gray or anything like that, you know. That's like a self-report, you know. Like whenever anyone asks, you know, can you get me unbanned on someone else's, it's always like a The funniest was I was drinking at BlizzCon with this guy at the Hilton lobby. Like it was like in this circle of like 8 of us that were talking. And we didn't really know the guy, but he was saying how he's like banned in Grayson's chat. And he was like begging me to like tell Grayson to get him unbanned. And I was like really rooting for the guy, and I was like trying to get Grayson to get the guy unbanned. And he didn't do it. But an unbanned request IRL is just a hilarious concept, you know? Especially when everyone's drinking at BlizzCon. Because the guy even bought me and my girlfriend a drink. I was like, okay. I'm not the guy to get you unbanned, but I will take a free drink. But I paid it forward and got a lot of other people drinks. Like, I got Raikou a drink and a few other people, but... You gotta pay it forward, you know? I had like 2 or 3 people buy me a drink, and then I bought like 2 or 3 people a drink. Ridiculous how much so I think Raikou got like a Red Bull vodka, I think, or something, I forget. But it was ridiculous how much of an upcharge like the Hilton lobby has on just like Red Bull. Like the Red Bull part was way more expensive than the vodka. So like a Red Bull vodka was like 16 bucks, and like more than half of it was the Red Bull. And I'm just like, what the hell? I wish there was another BlizzCon this year, though. I wanted it so bad. I had too much fun last year. I mean, it definitely broke my bank account, and I'm still recovering from it. Even though I didn't even have to fly, because it's like I forget how many hours of a drive it is, Arizona to there. It's like less than 5 hours. It was a pretty short drive. I think it was like 5 or 6 hours. But like the hotel was so expensive, and we didn't even get like the good hotels either. I mean, there went like, what, almost 4 or 5 years without one. That's why I knew I had to go last year, because I was like, I had a good feeling they wouldn't do one this year. And I'm like, this is like the last chance to maybe get one in again. I think the hotel was like over 1,000 for just a couple nights. And it wasn't even like Hilton or any of like the good ones. It was kind of like because we like booked through BlizzCon themselves, even though the Hilton ended up having openings that we didn't know about. Or I was just like 5 minutes away from the convention. And then we also ended up having to pay more for parking that they did not disclose online when we booked it months ago. Or when we already prepaid. Like they just snuck the parking fees on like after we were already there and checked in. And that was ridiculous too. Hotels are sketchy, man. But it's crazy that they're cheaper than Airbnbs. Like old Wild West, early BlizzCons, everyone used to do Airbnbs because they were so much cheaper. Nowadays, Airbnb is just a scam. Because it's like, you have all these fees, you have to clean it. There's like, you know, you might as well just get room service for cheaper than have to like fucking clean their house for them. Backstab, dance, and hemo. 1031 with the puncturing wounds. The name of the green orange gem. I thought it started with an N, but it didn't come up when I searched. By scrolling up, I'll eventually find it, right? I mean, that's because most people are done leveling. But yeah, people were just fighting over individual mob tags for like the first couple hours, and then people just kind of started spamming doing dungeons, and then everyone got spread out. But yeah, leveling is a lot cozier now for sure. I think it's just when people start, everyone gets bottlenecked at the same spot, but eventually people get spread out. I think it's just a lot of the quests are designed really shitty. Like the bear in the tree one is like super bottlenecky. Because only a certain amount of people can be in the tree, and then you're all fighting over the same like one bear that spawns because you're too scared to switch trees. And then the when you first go into the maelstrom or whatever to go into Deep Home, where you have to click on the wyvern to fly down into Deep Home, and there was like 700 people trying to click the wyvern, and only one person could fly into Deep Home at a time. And then there was also the other quest, like you said, with the earthen buffing, where you buff all the dwarfs for like 3 minutes, and you can't refresh the buff. So you're sitting there like with 5 other people, like trying to like pre-shoot the buff as the buff expires. Even in a group with like 5 people trying to split out to different ones, like that one also was terrible. But like a lot of those quests like that are kind of just designed to be bottlenecky and annoying. The quest kept disconnecting me? Which one? The one that kept disconnecting me and bugging was the get in a tank one in Oldham. The bear tree, yeah. But in general, leveling isn't that unpleasant, you know? It's something you go through once to make you appreciate the arenas even more. Wait, is this Virtue? I don't think so. I'm gonna faint just because there's so much AoE going off in this fight. Any BOE thrown? No, it's really rare. I wouldn't count on getting it. You're just gonna be stuck with a shitty green throwing weapon because there's no honor one. Until you can get like a conquest one. Unless you want to spam do heroic halls of origination. I think it's this boss. This one. But yeah, I'm not doing that. You get so much conquest points that I'm just gonna like buy my weapon and then throwing weapon. It'll just be like the biggest item level upgrade. Even though throwing weapons are generally really low stat value. They're usually the thing you replace almost last. But since there's like no honor throwing weapon. Because there's no way I'm gonna buy an epic BOE that's just lighting money on fire. It's as wasteful as getting the NG goggles. You don't need them. That's just like lighting 15,000 gold on fire. It's like a whole alt's ability to get professions. to have a almost conquest item early that you're just gonna replace in like 2 weeks, 3 weeks. And it's not even about like snowballing the season because raiding isn't tied to your conquest cap anymore. So you're not forced to do RBGs or 5s or anything like that. I don't really have my CATA add-ons like spread out yet until I finish my whole UI. Today I've made good progress on getting the weak auras how I want though. We have we've reverse engineered ICD tracking for the weapon enchant and cape enchant and proc trinket. So we're happy with that. We actually canceled this disperse. I was like waiting to just gouge him for pre off that and then dance him. That was a good cancel disperse. Was not expecting the sweatiness from a random BG. Dance him, no disperse though, he dies. Maybe I make these a little higher up. Oh yeah, because where's Omnibar gonna be actually? I don't even think I have Omnibar installed. I gotta do that too. Wait, I do have it installed. It just doesn't work when I do /Omnibar. I think I might just have like a Wrath version or something. I need to change it. I go into my add-ons for Flirt and Curse Forge. Okay, it doesn't even show up. Okay, I just gotta reinstall it. World of Warcraft, classic add-ons. Delete the fake Omnibar that I got. Re-download a real one. Yep, working already. And then we can make it look pretty later. Need it to be that big. And visibility only in arena. Name of this tune? It is Dance, but with like periods above everything, and then by Justice. Oh, yeah, let me fix song names. It should be below my webcam. I just don't have it up right now. Boom. There you go. You cannot use NG, and they nerfed it already, but it's still worth even with it not stacking. It shares 20 with on use if you use the on use, and then if you use NG, it'll only share 10. Yeah, it's pretty easy to fit it in almost always if it's like a Vanish go or a Re-Stealth go. I'm doing great. Where do you get PvP weapons from? That's the fun part. I would say the easiest thing you can get if you're like casual and you're not like going Omega, I need perma-bis. Because at the end of the day, you can play to like Vlad with like, you know, chick gear. But, ooh, Calvish is in here. How's this gear doing? The easiest weapon you can get is the 333 from Crucible of Carnage or whatever, the Twilight Highlands little arena quest. But if you're Omega Sweaty, you look in the dungeon journal and you find which dungeon drops your dagger. If you're a rogue, it's going to be probably Blackrock caverns off the third boss, and you have to just spam heroic till you get it. The offhand you can just get from justice points really easily. It's like really cheap. You probably already almost accidentally have enough justice points for the offhand just from leveling. If you did 1 or 2 dungeons while you leveled. What's up, Breckles? But yeah, the only way you get a 346 weapon is from heroic, because there's no honor weapons. Yeah, I mean, basically just buy a conquest weapon week 1 and you're fine. I just don't know if it's the, you have to upgrade conquest weapon. I remember in like actual Kata, didn't you buy your tier 1 weapon and then turn it into a tier 2 weapon? I made that mistake in Wrath because I thought that's how you still did it, and that it was not the case. And you basically wasted conquest points if you bought the tier 1 weapon. So I don't know if you have to like hit 2200 and just buy the tier 2, otherwise you're wasting your conquest points, or if it's that you have to upgrade it. I actually don't know. That's one of the things I have to ask some people. Oh, the fake knowledge is 82. You had to buy tier 2? Okay. So it's the same system as Wrath then, where you don't upgrade it? I thought you upgraded it. There's too much narration. I mean, getting the 339 like crafted PvP gear is just a waste of gold. You're lighting gold on fire. Just do BGs and Wintergrass for a couple hours and you'll have higher item level gear. He stole my name and played under it for all of TBC apparently. And a lot of people thought it was me when it was not, when I was just playing retail. But yeah, I've tried to get him to change it, but it is what it is. Because on Benediction, I wasn't on Benediction in TBC. That's why I didn't even try to reserve it. That's when I was playing like Horde Faralina, or I quit TBC. You know, you stole it? What do you mean? I've had the name for decades, man. I don't think I stole it. Yeah, I'd gladly give the guy like 5k gold or something. You know you stole your name. No. I know there's like a Naj on EU that like showed up after I did, or like a similar-ish time. But he wasn't as high rated or popular than me. I think he got like rank 1 once or twice though. But it was like a mage on Outland, and he like I started seeing him in like Mop or WAD. I've had this name since Kata. Actually, technically even End of Wrath, when I was on a dead server. But like Kata's when I started actually like PvPing. So I don't think I stole my name, man. I mean, technically I stole it from my cousin, who never played WoW. Because I just had a bunch of cringe names in TBC and Wrath. Like I had Bringer of DEA because death didn't fit, so I was a narc. I had Altair with the alt codes. You know, everyone was like a 10 to 13-year-old kid at one point. Yeah, I remember sending him a lot of those. He actually gave me a server change code. He like bought me a gifted server change for some of the Tolvir fragments I got him. Yeah, technically, my cousin who's really smart, me and him shared an account in EverQuest way before I played WoW, when we were both like really, really young. He's like 2 years older than me. And he pretty much quit gaming entirely. And in CATA, when I like left my dead server and I wanted to like think of a new name to kind of rebrand and be less immature, I was like, oh yeah, I'm just gonna bring back the name me and him shared in EverQuest. So technically I stole it from him, but he's normally really smart, but he's also kind of a stoner. But the way he came up with it was very, very stupid. Because he's a smart dude. But the way he came up with it when I asked him was his real name is Wyatt, right? But his middle name was John. He was like, I took my middle name, John, and I spelt it backwards, and then I changed the O to an A. And I'm like, it's not spelling it backwards if you're changing the letters, man. And then years later, I found out it was the National Association of Hispanic Journalists. But by then, I'd already been using it for 5 or 6 years, and yeah. Yeah, pretty much every name is taken. And pretty much any 4-letter thing is an anagram anyway. Or not anagram, but abbreviation. Acronym. Yeah, that's the word. Sorry. I have rotted my brain with too much PvE and Battlegrounds. I went to like anagram first. I'm like, wait a minute, that's just rearranging the letters. I did, yeah. It's not as terrible as Trickster or Fatebound, but it's also not really impressive to me. It's still just a bunch of passive procs. But it's like the most PvP logical one, I guess, with like, you know, the least clunk. But that means Outlaw is really fucked. Because Fatebound is trash and Trickster is trash. But in the data mine, it says you could play Deathstalker Outlaw, but I think that's just a data mine error. Because you're only supposed to be able to pick 2 trees for every spec. Like, it was kind of like a holy trinity where Asa was Fatebound Deathstalker, and then Sub was Deathstalker Trickster, and then Outlaw was Fatebound Trickster. Did you stay Sub for Heroic Dungeons? Yeah, for the most part. Towards the last few, like, first boss Stone Core runs, I started setting up Asa PV. But, yeah. I'm more tolerable of PvE now that there's tournaments involved and I actually want to be sweaty. That's how I justified a lot of things. I just gotta find people that want to play tournaments. That'll be fun. I want to play in it, yeah. I forget, when is the sign-up deadline? Because yeah, if I look at it, let me pull it back open real quick. Since Aldrich Valley is a PvE battleground. I think it's just tied to Raider IO still. I don't know if it's on the Raider IO site actually. Maybe it's in events. Registration Cataclysm ends in registration ends in 15 days. So I have to find a team in 15 days. And then offline qualifiers. Weird that it shows EU and not NA. Okay, oh, here it is. And then NA would play in 20 days for the offline qualifiers. Yeah, we got 15 days to find a team. I gotta scout out who I want to play with, you know, see whose alt actually take it seriously. Oh, there's Cal. Oh, the poor Calvish gear. Didn't Outlaw get gutted by ace changes? Yeah. I mean, you could probably still play Greenskin or something, but it's more just gutted by the fact that it's still PvP template nerfed in half on everything, even like Sting like a butterfly. And I think Double Vanish is better for Outlaw though, because of CDR, I guess, on your finishers. I think that's a big buff for it. But it's gonna really hurt that how shitty Trickster and Fatebound are. Like you just don't get a good hero talent tree for Outlaw. Like Deathstalker is like the only halfway PvP translatable one. And only Sub and NASA can play that one. Outlaw has to pick between Trickster or Fatebound. So that's gonna be a huge problem for Outlaw. It's like, do you want to play a spec that's just all about more roll the bones RNG, or do you want to play a spec that is about fainting to do damage and using distract to do damage? And min-maxing even more random finisher proc chance float for how many finishers you do in a row or whatever. And then the 4-piece was a big part of Outlaw, and yeah, you are losing that. I was trying to get a re-stealth there. It was a good rep. Fake get kicked on purpose so I can prep kick him. I don't think he's using Oliver. I just died through cheat. Unlucky. Yeah, I mean, that's why I'm like more willing to put up with whatever is going to come my way in Kata, because I'm really worried about where retails go. And I feel like they just care more about Battleground Blitz. And they just don't want to fix the PvE meta. Like, I haven't gotten to have fun as like sub rogue in so long. Sub Rogue has been extinct since like January. And even if Sub Rogue was good, if they gave it like Asa Outlaw damage, it would still just be micro CC and not like real Sub Rogue. I think all legendaries of any expansion should not be able to proc an arena. If you want to put in the effort, sure, you can have a couple higher item level, but it shouldn't proc or have any secondary effects. Very bad for the game. Same with the legendary staff. Or the mace, or Shadowmourne. Should just be an item level stat stick that's completely outplayable. I think they will disable it though, Copium. Because they are doing really good changes with the Conquest cap, with catch-up, and not having to do RBGs and 5s. And like not having rating scaling. So if they're willing to do shit like that, there's no way maybe they don't actually have some PvP integrity involved. Because PvE gear is just really bad for the game. But like, at least the first 2 seasons, there's not that much PvE gear. Like, I'd be completely okay with them nerfing the PvP trinkets in half in Arena as well. Like the cunning and all that in Vile. Can't one-hit anyone? Yeah. I mean, you could literally pre-flag to 30 stacks, be at 200% mastery, and blade someone with no trinket that's not even an orc, and they live it. Like, Blades barely even breaks Dark Pact anymore. Like, Sub Rogue is one of the... Like, it does healer level damage in retail. And then if you play Outlaw, you're still doing half the damage as anyone else. It's just the improved, more PvE version of Sub Rogue. Where you're just tankier, more mobile, and you do sustained damage instead of burst. But even with the sustained damage, like all the meta specs still do double your damage anyway. So like Rogue is just not satisfying to play on retail at all. Unless you have a really good tournament team behind you as your Outlaw. And you just want to play Rogue Boomy as a worse version of DH Boomy. Big Kata enjoyers? We are loving Kata, man. Yeah, Boomy has been the best class in retail for like over a year and a half now. Been the best class since like season 2. Boomy is broken. Kata is much better design across the board. Because Mythic Plus doesn't exist yet. So they didn't give everyone Diablo AoE baked into your rotation for no reason. And infinite mobility and infinite casting schools and... CC and interrupts and positioning actually matter in pre-Legion. Instead of just staring at details and doing good damage and trying to win on mana and waiting for dampening. Probably big debuffs, but if it's you being CC'd, it's this one, which it might also be abbreviated to LOCA, LOCA, on First Forge. Okay, it is. Big gap. Buries my kidney even though I'm behind him. Disarm this guy, he parries it. Step kick that though. Ouch. Go grow kidney. Free wall. I mean, it's just a pacing thing, because, like, people don't have a backup defensive for their backup's backup. Of like, okay, Mez, you're gonna zone this go, then we're gonna do, you know, we're gonna trinket this go, then we're gonna IBF that go, then you're gonna trinket peel this go, then my trinket's back up again, then we're gonna IBF this go again. Okay, 8 goes from now, there might be a 10-second window where we don't have something. And this, you know, oh, here's my backup paints up from my first paints up. Here's my 1-minute Ironbark life cocoon, you're fine. Like, there's just... defense just outweighs offense way too much. In this, it's like, oh shit, I used my paints up. I have nothing. I am fucked for the next 3 minutes. And it's kind of like bullet chess. It's, you know, a real video game. You have to run away, do, like, sketchy kiting shit and good CC to, like, live. Because, you know, you don't have a backup for your backup's backup defensively. Okay, we have no Earthen Shield Totem, no skin, no renewal, no trinket, no darkness, no pre-blur, no trinket link. Okay, we're a little scared here. Retail Sensic? Yeah, you should play it, Jay. Every game is 8 to 11 minutes long, decided by mana. And if you don't play DH or Moonkin, you're completely, or Ret, you're completely screwed. They've managed to make every single patch of Dragonflight worse than the previous one. Even RMP is a PvE comp. Where you play Ass of Fire and you spam AoE. I shit you not. That's why I think Kata will do better than Wrath also. Is retail has gotten exponentially times 10 worse than it was during the first half of Dragonflight / Shadowlands. I don't think there's much more PvE meta people can take. It's just they keep thinking, hey, people don't want to heal shuffle. How do we make healing more fun? And then they just keep making the game more and more unfun, and then still nobody wants to heal. Because they refuse to give healers more interesting CC to contribute to the goes, or give healers more ways to outplay CC by like lowering cooldowns of things like static and burrow and searing glare and stuff. So they just keep making it to where you need dampening for anything to ever happen. Because if you throw a healer in a random battleground where there's no dampening, they can literally just shake off tackles and walk across the map with 4 people on them like it's nothing. And that's why 2s and Shuffle has like really, really accelerated dampening. So you get like a 3 minute round or whatever. 3 or 5 minute round instead of like a 11-minute one. Because like the dampening is just so much faster. Like 3 minutes of Shuffle is basically like 8 minutes of a real game in terms of dampening. And that's like the only way anything ever happens. For the CC immunoplays, yeah. But like there's no way they're gonna make healing fun without reworking almost every spec. And I think nerfing all of the CC into the ground, like making 5-second blind where you can't sap it without stunning, or like what they did to Poly in Fear. Like Cyclone being the same duration as a full Poly is hilarious. Like Cyclone is like the only good CC in the entire game. And Boomies are spamming it with a 0.7 perma Bloodlust. It's like trying to kick old MD every other global of the game. Just staring at your cast bar, like leaned forward human benchmark test of like the green-red screen. Just trying not to give them precog, because if you get faked on your kick, they get Aura Mastery. So you're just sitting there like trying to kick these 0.7s the entire game, because it's the only good CC in the game. It's the same duration as Poly, and Fear. It's not dispellable. Your teammates don't break it with random pad dots that are just being spread for no reason. It's the only CC that actually works and is a CC. So Boomy just gets to be the best class for like an entire year and a half. Of just sitting in the middle of the map spamming clone. But like it's just so toxic that they can't just rebalance CC better. Like obviously Poly and Fear and Blind should be longer than clone. I don't think the answer is necessarily nerfing clone. Besides maybe the cast speed, like Alkin Frenzy, like the perma bloodlust shit should not work on clone. It should be like a 1.2 or more cast. But I think like the big thing of how you just tune CC to not be as annoying for healers in retail, which they're never gonna do, is just kill triple DR or make DRs take like 2 or 3 seconds longer to reset. No one wants to do a triple DR poly or a triple DR cheap shot. And then it feels like you're getting less micro CC'd in a row. And then you can buff all the real CC back to like 8. And then maybe CC can actually be a win condition again. Instead of just saying, oh, he's not going to get a poly, I'm just going to do a drive-by gouge because it's 1 second worse. Yeah, I'm going to compete if I have a team. I really want to play. Why was AWC announced for CATA? I don't know. I think Classic is just going to be the retail game, or the arena game, and retail is just going to be the battleground game for people that want to do BG Blitz and shit. I don't have that much faith in class design going forward with hero talents and stuff. But yeah, they announced tournaments for CATA today in a couple weeks. Sign-ups close in 15 days, and the tournament's in 20 days. And yeah. I'm really hyped for it. I just gotta find a team. I want to play like Thug Cleave really bad. I got a host today, so this isn't organic. Ange gave me a host. There's like a lot of lurkers from Grayson, I think. But if anyone's actually new in here and my ramblings haven't scared you away, I do go live 6 days a week. And we're gonna be getting rank 1 all 3 seasons of CATA. Eventually we'll get an alt rogue going in a couple weeks, and I will even do free carries as Viewer 2s. I hope so though. I think, you know, if we get like the top of the ladder, we're doing good in the tournaments. Hopefully, you know, it's good for my stream again, because I miss having a faster chat, you know? And it's nice that I can actually collab with so many more friends that I haven't talked to in years, that have just been like classic only, that are like, you know, that have just blown up way bigger than me. Where it's just like, I can actually play with people, hopefully. I should not have danced there. But I'm really excited for it. First time in chat, thank you, Raph. I think you need to do Classic forever ago. I mean, the thing is, Wrath was not good for anyone's mental health. It was back in the day, but yeah. Modern gaming min-max culture is just a really toxic combination with Wrath. Because there's like 3 viable comps and everyone has like 80% PV gear. And it's like, you're playing HPAL Warrior or HPAL DK, and you're win trading, and you're having rotation bots that like pre-turn gouge and do your rotation perfectly and shit. Like, it was a cesspool. And CATA's gonna be different in that because retail is even worse, so more people don't have a choice and come here. And then on top of that, they've done a lot of quality of life things with catch-up. So your conquest points isn't scaled to your rating at all. You're not forced to do 5s or anything like that. And there's catch-up conquest. Like, if I get my alt rogue max level in 2 more weeks, I can get it immediately caught up to my main. A lot of the PV stuff is already pre-nerfed because it was, we're playing the last patch of CATA, not the first patch of CATA. So, like, Unheated Warning, the BOE trinket is already nerfed from the raid. And a few other things. So, you know. I mean, the last season will have some PV shenanigans, but I mean, with how they're treating gearing and conquest and all that, maybe they'll actually disable legendaries proccing an arena or something good. Copium. It's very, very unlikely, but you know, it's like the Dumb and Dumber, so you're saying there's a chance. So I'm gonna copium on it. I would love it if they just turned the legendaries off. I don't know if they're gonna do Mob Classic, personally. Is that the real lyrics? I think it was. Or no, that wasn't. I'm just dyslexic. That's Giolence. I thought that was lyrics. I'm like, I haven't seen that warrior in forever. My conspiracy theory tinfoil hat is this is completely pulling it out of my ass, by the way. Mop Remix is going to be an excuse to not do Mop Classic, even though it would be great. And they're going to merge SOD and Classic CATA together as like a CATA Plus. Because they want to probably go down from 4 versions of WoW at the same time to 2. So you just have Classic and you just have Retail. Kind of like the old school RuneScape getting expansions kind of mindset. I think that's the future. And I think they're not that stupid and they're going to do that. And it sucks because I really want Mob Classic. But it's like, where do you end it, right? Most people were surprised they even did a Kata Classic. Yeah, I think they're going to try to merge the two together. Unless going forward, these remixes like Mob are just going to be basically what time walking is and rotate. That's the other alternative. It's going to be like one of those two. Or it's going to be like, oh, now we have Legion remix for no reason. Because at the end of the day, like, MOP remix isn't MOP at all. You have the retail classes, you have the retail animations, you have the retail talents. It's literally just, hey, you can get transmog by doing quests you've already done before on your retail character. Like it's not, remix is not a classic at all. But yeah. But I think they're going to still use remixes as a way to not do MOP classic. But maybe I'm just a conspiracy theory and I'm really worried because I really want to play MOP. I really fucked this 1v1 up. But I'm getting ganked anyway, so. I didn't get the re-stealth sap that I wanted. I mean, MOP remix could be to gauge interest, but it's just not the way you get it. Apparently the enemy team is exploiting or something. They like permanently turned our healer an enemy with mind control somehow. Maybe killing him would free him, I don't know. Apparently there's an MC bug in Battlegrounds. Oh, apparently he's died 100 times and he's still stuck on the enemy team. That's crazy. There's a lot of bugs. That's the only downside right now, but like hasn't been like arena bugs yet though, so because arena's not out. That thing is we're still gonna win with only one healer. Healers never win, I guess, except for Enran and Ellie Shaman's all of Dragonflight. I think everyone is better than their Kata selves. I'm a firm believer of anyone has improved, even if it looks like they're the same rating. Like, I think I'm in my prime right now. Like, right now, you can send an 1800 player back in time to Wrath and they'll be Hydra. People just get better at a game with time. Just get a couple ambushes and eviscerates off while having your any kind of bleed up. It can even just be the hemo bleed. Do good stuns, keep up recoup and stuff. Just do good CC, good positioning. I mean, people already have some weak auras, but the thing is, you don't need weak auras for Kata. For the most part, it's pretty outdated information in terms of like something happening, because it's not like every class is just doing rotational pad stuff that you want to like have a weak aura to understand their rotation to mess it up. There's no, oh, this guy Ray of Frosted me and I'm not targeting him or focusing him, but I want a 0.1 meld it just to like, you know, not take damage. You don't need shit like that in this because it's just like Everything is played more around the CC and the DRs. And the animations are clearer and there's less pets all over the screen. You don't need to like understand every single class's offensive CDs and rotation and be like, okay, the 7th global of this sequence is going to be like the best time to, you know. You don't have to care about people's rotations because you just actually just play the CC game properly and play neutral. Which is much more clean and consistent and less cluttered. Because retail is literally just a war of uptime and knowing how to cuck other people's damage rotations so you win on mana. And you don't really have to do that, so you don't really need weak auras that much. As long as you're just looking at big debuffs or your Gladius or S Arena or Omnibar or something, you can kind of already get a gist of what's happening. It's less cluttered. So all that really matters is your CC and cooldowns and stuff like that. Thank you, Raph, for the prime. Like, you can pretty much have a clean UI with like 80% less clutter than you can on retail, because there's a lot of like a retail UI is just hiding the clutter. I'm ready for it, man. Epic upgrade set? I have. I don't like the set that much. Above the frame is probably big debuffs. Unless you mean me being stunned, then it's probably a lose of control alerter. I think it's my Naj UI scripts, which doesn't exist on like CurseForge or anything. I used to have this on my OneDrive for people in like TBC, but I gotta re-upload it when I re-upload my entire UI. I'm like, so I don't have to re-upload it constantly. I'm trying to get everything in order before I put everything out before the season starts. So I want to get a couple more weak auras kind of going, even though I don't need them. I'm taking it seriously, you know? So talents and glyphs, yeah, we do dance, backstab, emo, and we do 10, 31 with the puncturing wounds. Alright, we're playing with the swab. Yeah, if you want the kind of band-aid I can give you till I upload everything, but honestly, I'm probably not even going to use the Nausea UI scripts that long, because Bodhi is working on putting a lightweight version of Better Blizz frames and plates out kind of soon. Hopefully, maybe rumor has it he's working on it. But if you want basically the class color stuff specifically. Oops, I definitely closed the folder. I was gonna just show you what you can run as a macro until I upload it. Season starts on Tuesday. And they've already announced tournaments and stuff, so I'm gonna go really sweaty with it. But yeah, here is essentially what it is. They're all like things you can just run as a macro. So you would just add /run to this. Yeah, put that in a macro and do that every time you log in or reload UI until I upload it. But yeah, that's pretty much all that's in here. I forgot how much I bare bones pruned it. It's just the tiny friendly nameplates, combat indicator, and this version of class colors. But yeah. Any good hunter playing it in NA? I don't know. I want to play some Thug Cleave though. Hey, what did you link? Just my gear. That's Tosin or Jelly? I don't know if Tosin has time. I think he's pretty, you know. He isn't also, I don't think he's going like that sweaty. Jelly's always been kind of weird to me. I don't know. Could never tell if he like flirts with me or if he's just like being homophobic and like sexually harassing me all the time. I don't know. Even though I'm taken, I got a grill. I would love to play with like robots or SSDS though. The guy in the battleground? I don't know. Is this the real Get Nerded? That's a name I haven't literally seen since season 9. Wasn't he a warrior though? Or no, he was a hunter. They played KFC. They invented KFC. This is the team that invented Warrior Hunter in season 9. If this is the real one. Could just be a fanboy. I always get Nerded and Get Cleaved mixed up, because Get Cleaved is a warrior, the one that played with Mousy. There's always so many like legendary names that I don't know if it's like the real one, you know? Like, is this someone that just passed their history lessons, or is this like fucking real OG right here? We're gonna kick the monkey stun right here. Or he's not gonna press it. And I'll get 1v2'd by a healer DPS. Poisons? That's probably why they're not slowed, huh? Counter Shuffle would go hard. I mean, don't put Shuffle in it. Shuffle is terrible. But it would be cool to have real best of one melee range healer solo queue. I mean, that is a throwback. That's a fake guy in the guild with my name, yeah. This guy's a fake. I will have a second rogue, but it will be Naj-X. Naj-X and Naj-Y. Yeah, someone stole it back when I played Horde Faralina. When I wasn't even on Benediction. People just hate me. Weird. I have like so many like dedicated hate vendetta people. Like a whole community of people. It's not like Grayson silly banter, haha, poke fun at the streamer hate. Like people like actually like trying to harass my IRL and stuff. And like purposely cause drama and shit. A lot of it too is like top end players too, that you think would have matured over the years, but like just hide on burner accounts. They like to watch the world burn. Or they'll just be like, you talked out of your ass, filling airtime on stream. Keep me out of your mouth, you know, like, I'm perfect. How dare you ever critique anything, you know? It's like the mindset of so many people. Where it's just like, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. I'm just annoyed because it's a long dampening game. Sorry, I said, you know, you parried air or something. Or saying, you know, oh, I got this blind and he didn't death it, even though I did a bad blind. Magnus? Nah. It goes way deeper than that. Magnus also has matured a lot. He gave me a really mature apology and we buried our hatchet. Like, I can never really know without throwing blind accusations and then people coming out of the woodwork and then trying to bury the beef. Like, I used to think it was, like, Kearney in them, but I've, like, squished that as well. I think it's just, at this point, it's, I used to think it was also, like, Rylan in them. It might be, like, conspiracy theory at this point. Not like, shifty Rylan, but, like, the Ret Paladin in them. And, like, Cloud in them. Like, that whole circle. And then a lot of it also, I think, was like Stretch and his whole group at one point. But I can never really know for certain. Just like off of like things that people say, other people say about me. But then I never know if people are just drama baiting, you know? But it's definitely weird with just like how much people go out of their way to just harass me with shit. Like at one point, like before Dragonflight came out, like I don't need to ever make things about my personal life. I try to keep my personal life out of streaming as much as I can. But I'm bi, right? And at one point before Dragonflight, I was gonna make an OnlyFans actually. And my girlfriend was helping me with it. So like the people that like linked my Tinder around that they found in my state, like they literally like swiped around in Arizona, found my like alt Tinder that I had made, even though I was like in a relationship, because like my girlfriend helped me set it up. Because it was kind of a thing where like alt Tinder linked to Twitter, which linked to the OnlyFans kind of thing, like while also like posting on Reddits and stuff. So I was like trying to actually get that going. And yeah, I mean, they just kind of, they found my Tinder, leaked it around, and people just still kind of constantly try to, you know, shitpost about it. With the whole femboy, catboy stuff, you know, it's just like, okay. I've heard it a million times. You know, at the end of the day, just type it on a non-burner account. So I know who not to care about interacting with. Because I just try to play the game, I keep my personal life out of everything. I'm happily living with my girlfriend for, you know, almost 3 years now. And, you know, I stick on my own. It's kind of just the usual, you know, oh, sometimes your nails are painted. Oh, your hair is long, you know, like, people, like, just try to make it their mission to, like, insult me about things I don't care about. You know, usually it's just, like, I try to, like, block people's names and just forget they exist. Like I blocked Crusader's name in my Twitch chat because I just don't want to interact with anyone that's like a Crusader head. It's not worth reminding myself that he exists. I mean, there's a lot of people that try to pick drama with me though, because they'll just be like, oh, you know, you have opinions about the game on stream, how dare you? And it's like, oh, sorry, I'm streaming and trying to talk about something. No, it's like weird. People always act like it's like me like trying to like bring down other people's image or something, like it's like tactical or something. And a lot of times the people that think I disrespect them so much, I usually praise them a lot. It's weird. Like a lot of times whenever I'm annoyed at someone, it's always I'm annoyed at the game, not the player usually. Outside of Dino. Because I despise druids with every fiber of my being. Why all in them and play crazy, like just smorking on druids. Too much PTSD of just getting, oh, roar clone through evasion, into a reclone, into a mass entangle. AFK the next 20 seconds. I've been looking at what? Oh, the blue item level. That's a weak aura. Like, I think one of the examples of like people were like relaying to me is like how much Ceralium at one point was like butthurt by me. Because he had the idea that I like scouted him and that he exists because of me or something. When all I've said multiple times over the years is I once upon a time, when he was a no-name, accused him of being a no-lifer pilot because he was so good. And just saying, I recognize when someone's good. And I kind of used like scouting in that way, where it was just like a real recognize real, this guy's gonna go far. Not saying like he got good because he queued into me and I gave him props and that sent him on the trajectory in life where he met, you know, Luminosity and they went and won everything. It's nothing like that at all. It's literally just like I queued into this guy, he faked my ass on CD, and I was like, who the hell is this guy? And then, you know, sure enough, he blew up. You know, people act like me, like telling a story like that is like demeaning their accomplishments or something, you know, where it's just like, what? It's just me talking out of my ass. Because at the end of the day, when you're getting shit on by a male orc on Emerald Dream named Yule Cowards, it gives you PTSD. A male orc mage just fucking faking every single kick. It's like, okay, this has to be like no lifer on a pilot or something. Because he's one of the hardest people to fake. Him, Versace, Mr. Brown, the Pally. He was always really hard. Who else was like Wiz is really, really hard to kick. There's some people that just, you know, fake bots don't exist, but it feels like they have one. Where it's like, what business do you have faking this cast 80% in? Cubsy, yeah, Cubsy is really fucking annoying to kick. The Jape is insanely goated. This guy can 1v1 the node, right? I'm gonna go get Lumber Mill. If he actually loses that, that's too cool. Deepcaster's hard to kick. I honestly, I don't know. I loved when I got to play with Meh in like late Mop, early Wad. When it was him and Leaksy. Leaksy was one of the most chill EU mages of all time. Guy's like actually just a full-on Giga Chad Swedish male model chef, you know. The definition of like the thanks for letting me borrow your Lambo fucking, you know, nicest guy on the actual planet. And he was really, really pumper insane good at the game. Like all the private server kind of people you were. And getting to play with him and Meh was so fun. They carried my ass so hard. But they were also like mad at me every other game because I'd always want to play Shadow Step, and they were like, no, you have to stay burst speed. Because like step kicking is like the most fun part of like mopping a lot. Yeah, but I mean, even at like, if you consider WoD to be my prime, like, which I don't, I think everyone has improved exponentially since then. It was just, WoD was like the last expansion where I got to play pre-Legion sub-rogue. And NA-wise, WoD, the only 3 good rogues were like Roasties, me, and like Pika. But in MoP, there was a lot of competition. It wasn't just like us 3. Like Vase was really good, Foes was okay. Like there was a lot more rogues in MoP than there were in WoD. But almost every player now is better now than they were in WoD, for sure. Yeah. But I mean, you can take an 1800 player, put them back in time in Wrath, and they'll be Hydra. Like everyone is improved at any game. If you throw any like top 100 Smasher back in time, they're the best Smasher. You throw anyone in Brood War behind. I mean, Brood War is a little different for StarCraft because like that's even more mechanics than any other game. But Billy Glide, I don't think so. But yeah, for me, WoD was just MoP with 1 or 2 less toxic things, but less comp variety and more damp, and you didn't have disarm. So like MoP was definitely better than WoD, but like WoD wasn't as bad as we thought. Like in everyone's head, it was just like a WoD is literally hell on earth, negative 10 out of 10 IGN. And in reality, it's like a 5 out of 10. It's pretty mid. It's definitely way better than like BFA and Dragonflight. Like it's still pre-Legion. It's still WoW 1. Okay, never mind. There's with WoW 1 versus WoW 2. There's 2 schools of thought. You either say as like a hardcore arena person, WoW through WoD or till Legion is WoW 1, and then Legion onward is WoW 2. Or you could say WoW till CATA is WoW 1 and WoW 2, and then CATA till Legion is WoW 3. Like you can kind of segment it in that, because CATA is the biggest jump of change in the game from since vanilla, until the jump between WoD and Legion. So like WoW 1 ends at Wrath, WoW 2 ends at Legion coming out. Well, I mean, if you count ending at Wrath, it's up till Legion is WoW 2 and then it's WoW 3. But I usually just say WoW 1 versus WoW 2 because it's like more simplistic, but in terms of just how much it actually changed. But like anyone in general, you could put them back in time and almost everyone has improved, like times 100. Even without improvements in internet and infrastructure and, you know, computer specs and, you know, like having 500 hertz monitors and more weak auras and fiber internet and all that. You know, you could like double the amount of like actual input lag having like an old ass shitty, you know, keyboard. And you know, people would still be massively improved on just like their overall mindset and awareness. But yeah, I honestly kind of It's really refreshing to play pre-Legion again, man, without it just being a PvE fest. Because TBC was just pure RNG. And just blatant Q sniping and dodging and, you know, oh, you played Horde and you queued into Alliance and you just never get an opener and, you know, NG goggles and all that. TBC was very, very, very cheesy. And then Wrath was just cheating and pure PvE gear. And even less comp variety. And then CATA has a lot less of those problems. So I'm like way more excited for it. Because this is like the first like actual playable classic arena expansion for me. Because like you can reforge expertise in the later seasons when you actually can afford it. And you can have like 1 or 2 PvE items instead of like 10. And Sacred Cleansing is gone. And it's much more affordable to get Spell Pen. So there's just way less resists. There's still the stupid 1% Reflect meta that I don't think everyone's gonna play. I don't think everyone will play. And there's stuff you can do to try to mitigate dodges, like with how you use your Shadow Step and stuff, or just like playing around Cheap Shot. But yeah, there are gonna be situations where you might lose the game because Gouge dodges a bunch. But you know, it is what it is. It's nowhere near as bad as like Wrath. Or TBC. My favorite moment of TBC was watching Mirlaw and Avisura. And there was like this clip of Mirlaw where like he opens, gets resisted. Vanishes, gets resisted. Presses Kidney, gets resisted. Goes and gets another re, gets resisted, and then vanishes and gets resisted again, like literally 7 times in a row within like 20 seconds. And on the last one, he's like, resist Geralt, like really loud in like his accent. And it fucking just broke me, man. He's like, resist cheap, resist kidney. Like in TBC, it was just like that because you had the stupid talents and Orc. Because like Orc wasn't duration reduction, it was like percent chance to resist. And then you also had like the Priest and Paladin talents where it was like also increased chance to resist. So you had like almost a 50-50. I think it was like 40% or something. But and then most of Wrath was just Sacred Cleansing of Dispel spam was just making everything resist. Like almost every private server, well not every, but the good ones, they all nerfed Sacred Cleansing. It was one of the few changes the game needed. Hey, that Cleve, I'm down when the season starts. We just gotta find healers, you know? You want to go 7%? Because there's like anti-hit talents. On Classic, no. I never actually pushed an end of a season on any season of Classic. Season 1, Zara ditched me for Avisura. And then everyone that played with Avisura got DQ'd because he did so many boosts. So Zara ended up not getting rank 1 anyway, but we were fighting over getting Q sniped every time because we played Horde Rogue Mage. And we would just lose to Alliance teams with NG goggles every game. And we would like argue with each other and it was kind of toxic. And then he ditched me for Avisura. And then I just didn't play the last 3 weeks of the season because I didn't have anyone else to play with. And then I didn't really play the rest of TBC. And then season 5, I came back, did Nax religiously. Never got Bisc gear even though I had the gold in GDKP. Because it just never dropped. Literally never missing. I only missed 1 week and what I needed dropped the week I wasn't there. And then I just kind of gave up and didn't even play the end of the season because I got annoyed. And then in season 6 and 8, I kind of briefly just did like a 2v2 push for the Tabards. Out of paranoia that they would ever merge retail and classic rewards. So I'm like, I don't actually have Furious Tabard. So I like farmed it. But yeah, there's way less RNG stuff in CATA. And way less PvE gear. Until like the last season. And they added a lot of catch-up mechanics for conquest points. And they made it to where you don't need to do 5s or RBGs. Like there's just a lot of quality of life stuff they've done. So it's a lot more accessible, which is good. It's just the leveling is quicker, but it's still really long. like 15 hours of leveling instead of like double or triple that. But that's still kind of a long. But like you can lower it in other ways, like just waiting for the blue XP, you know, and stuff like that. Yeah, the occasional gouge dodge here and there is not nearly as bad. Especially if you just play really well around like cheap shot and stuff. Got Winter Grasp in 25 minutes. Yeah, I would go 7%, like I said earlier. I'm just re-answering because I'm like I already reread it earlier, but I don't think I got around to finishing it. Is there's anti-hit talents, I think, like Winter's Chill and stuff, and does Heightened Senses still have miss? No, Heightened Senses is just gone. Can't even inspect that anymore. That's gone. Mainly, I think you play it because of Night Elf. I think in the later seasons you can go like soft cap expertise, but you can't really afford it in season 1. I would kind of avoid it in general. Just go for as much crit as you can. TBC was sick, cheap resist, vanish, cheap resist, prep, vanish, cheap resist, literally. That happened to me like every other game, and then Zarya would blame me for it. And it like tilted me so hard. I'd be like, this guy literally step sapped me 30 yards away. Because he's fucking stream sniping with engineering goggles and human, and we're playing Horde Rogue Mage. And Horde is only viable with PV gear playing Rogue Druid and being a dampener. And then we resist everything and my blind misses. And you just expect me to pull a 4th vanish out of my ass to try not to resist again. The NG goggles are not worth it, Fate. They're not even BIS. You're gonna replace them with like a conquest item. Like they're like 20k gold, more than that even. Like if you go 450 to 500 engineering and you stop at 500 just for the glove enchant, it's gonna be 1/4 the price of going for the goggles. Because getting that 500 to 525 is gonna cost you like 16k alone, maybe more. And then getting the goggles themselves are gonna be like 3 to 5k as well. But if you just stop at 500 and get synapse, you're chilling. And like you'll just get a conquest helmet eventually. Tricks this random mage, mouse over tricks, EPM. Who'll be tricksing in battlegrounds like that? Yeah, Sub is a shadow of its former self ever since it got multiple dances and became a fan of knives spamming Mythic plus spec. Whenever backstab and ambush literally hit harder out of 100k HP in Kata than they do out of 1.7 million health in retail. Unironically, backstab hits harder right now than it does on retail. That's hilarious to me. Backstab goes from like an eviscerate level threat, like 30+% of their health, to being 1% of their health. Shadow Strike does like 60k, Backstab does like 20k stars aligned crit. And the only button you have that does anything is Eviscerate, sometimes doing 200k. You just have to play like Outlaw or Asa to actually do real damage. But it's boring playing Outlaw and Asa every single expansion and just PvEing. Like, Sub was kind of fun in Dragonflight in, like, January when it was kind of OP before it got nerfed into the ground. When you can actually solo people in Blades and Duel and stuff, but for the playlist. Honestly, right now, it's on autoplay. I heard a song that I hadn't heard in a while in Grayson's stream, like the dance one or whatever, by Justice. And I just hit play, and it's just been auto-playing off that. It's not even on the playlist right now. On Spotify. I'm looking forward to playing everything. Rogue Boomy, Rogue Shadow Priest, Rogue Hunter, Rogue Mage. All of the things. I don't know about Rogue Rat. You just gotta play a real spec. I don't like melee cleaves that much. It's good, it's just not me. I mean, maybe if it's like some viewer 2's alt rogue shit, but like I just don't enjoy double melee. Not as hype as like playing with an SP or a Boomy or a Mage or a Hunter. Like anything. Yeah, I can't even disarm while bopped. I mean, I have cancel or a bop, I just didn't want to press it. How you doing, Dilbar? I don't really know that many locks. I think Nozon might be playing it, but I didn't know Dodo was playing. That's kind of cool. I don't think I'm going to play with that many locks, to be honest. I know a lot of Shadow Priests, but I don't know that many locks. I don't know. I'm mostly just going to play Rogue Mage, Rogue Hunter, Rogue SP, Rogue Boomy. Relegated to DHPL? Probably. I mean, Red is really good. Well, really good is a stretch, but... yeah, Thug Cleave is good. I don't know if Shaman is going to be good in Season 1, though. I feel like a lot of people are going to play HPL. People are going to get ran at. Not by, like, triple DPS, but... there's going to be a lot of melee cleave stuff, especially with Feral. Like, I think Thug and Jungle and Kitty are going to, like, run over Shamans. Is it Sandy's playing? Honestly, I don't know. I haven't talked to him in, like, years. I was gonna try to play with like robots and like or SSDS or something. Blood Cleave sounds like a lot of fun. At least for Season 1 when there's like less Brazil. What's the name of the green orange gem? Does anyone know? Got like a minute to take this queue. I should just like look at a jewel crafting guide and I'm sure they'll craft an orange gem at one point. Wow, Kata JC. Orange gem. Doesn't look like it's actually in here. No. I was like, there's no way they don't use at least like one orange one. Or no, it's Hessonite. Okay. Got it. You have a bis list? I do not. How you doing, Happy? Nah, it's not gonna be like the Feral DK, Rogue DK stuff, because we're playing Season 11, and DK's already like pre-nerfed. I don't think the instant hungering cold is in the game, right? So it's just like Unholy DK, not Frost. If you want like unrealistic bis lists as like an actual PvE min-maxer, you do like this has like PvE gear in it, but I'm not gonna get any of this. That's like the actual bis for Avizerat. And then this is like his pre-bis list for like before the season starts. But for the most part, just get your full honor gear. NG goggles are a waste of gold. Just get 500 for Synapse Springs. They'll replace these with a Conquest helmet anyway. Unless you're literally rolling in gold and you want to just throw 20k at the wall. But you pretty much, you don't need to get the heroic raid helmet. You don't need to get the PvE ring. You can just wear full Conquest gear. And or full honor gear until you get that. The only thing that's like kind of min-maxy is if you want to do heroics, you can do heroic Blackrock Caverns to get a 346 weapon. Or you can do Halls of Origination to get a throwing weapon, because there's no honor throwing weapon. Or you can do Stone Core, first boss, to try to get this trinket. But you don't even need that. You can just get 2 on-use trinkets and have an on-use for every dance. And then it's engineering and tailoring are the best professions, but it's gonna cost you like more than $100 worth of WoW tokens if you don't wait it like a month. It's not worth it. And it'll be playable without professions. That's just if you're going for like rank 1 or something. Like don't like just pay to win the game. What's tailoring give you? It gives you an attack power proc on your cape, where you get 1,000 attack power. And then engineering is basically another on-use trinket. So if you're playing like double on-use, you basically have on-use for every dance. And then you kind of engineering like a go where you don't have a dance. Like if it's like a vanish or a re-stealth go, you use your engineering. Originally it was like stacking with the on-use trinket, but it was a bug and they already fixed that. But doesn't 60 upgrades have a medallion? I'm not sure. I shouldn't have to need therapy deep. 28k backstab on plate. Big fucking him. I got blitz from him. Lucky. I was like already vanished when he started doing it. Yeah, playing Horde is, you're gonna have a bad time, and like you can get rank 1 if you have like set teammates already that are also scammed into playing Horde. Like if you're just held ransom by your PvE guild. But at the end of the day, you don't really have to do that much PvE. Just find a new guild, honestly. Unless you're like Chan or Snuts and you have like a whole Illuminati support network around you, but you're gonna have less choices and less options and less people to play with if you're Horde. Like Horde is just for PvEers and Alliance is for PvPers. I'm gonna push it very seriously. Well, I haven't heard this song in a minute either. Dude, the autoplay is just pumping right now. Yeah, I tend to play in the tournaments. They announced tournaments for it today. There's gonna be like a CATA AWC. Sick. I think it's actually gonna do better than retail. And I'm not just coping like I did in TBC and Wrath. Like, it's just retail has gotten so much exponentially worse. And I don't really have faith in BG Blitz or hero talents. I just want to play real sub-rogue and play the game around CC. Not play Asa and Outwall every expansion and just look at details and care about damage. There's no reason to play this season, right? Yeah, kind of makes sense for sure. I mean, I'll probably grab rank 1 the last week of the season on retail. But it won't even be on my main because my main doesn't even have 150 wins. But like, with the way inflation works, only the last week of the season really matters on retail anyway. But I would just grab it just to pad the, you know, the resume out a little bit for fun. Yeah, you can. Yeah, Instacast Clone and Instacast Hibernate. Probably work. But you could maybe make Undead work too if you just... Yeah. You're already playing Horde anyway. Yeah, it's okay, like I said. You can get rank 1 as it if you have the friend support network. Like, it itself isn't going to throw you back if you have people to play with. It's just the idea of finding people to play with. Like, your average finding new people LFG experience is going to be terrible as Horde. But yeah, if you have people to play with, it shouldn't... You know, it's not going to be like you lose every single game just because you're not Horde. Unless it's like random battlegrounds or something. Like yours already insane, yeah. We just need to get honor, second honor ring, honor bracers, honor necklace, and we're done. Previous. Song name is right below the webcam. It's right here. Why is crit better mastery? Because crit benefits your builders and your spenders. Mastery only benefits your spenders. And in this version of the game, ambush and backstab actually do damage. So you want to actually modify both it and eviscerate. And then on top of that, you get more energy regen from backstab glyph. And it's more reliable proccing your free combo points from Honor Among Thieves every 2 seconds. So crit is just like more utility. And it benefits builders and spenders. So you should just all in on crit. Eventually you can afford expertise, but probably not at like this level of gear. Like 7% hit and then crit. Dungeons is probably quicker. And you honestly don't even need the rep from questing. Because you don't even need to do Tol Barad anymore to get the commendations, to get the PvP helmet enchant and shoulder enchant, because they made it to where you could just buy it for honor. So like you don't really need any rep at all. If you just want to be pure PvPer, you can just spend the rep or the honor. So yeah, just ignore rep, do dungeons, it'll probably save you a couple hours, to be honest. Yeah, rep is just for PvE. Are we not in queue? Oh, Winter Grasp is in 3 minutes. I thought it was like 15. Like we could fit one more BG in there. Gonna use medallion? No, if you're playing human, you get a medallion for free as your racial. You only play medallion if you're not playing human. That's why human's really good. You get to have 2 damaging trinkets. Yeah, I don't even really need to do the Tol Barad dailies. It's just what else am I gonna do in between queues, I guess. I already did them earlier, but I didn't even get back here to turn them in. Is it worth it to come back? I think so. You don't have to like get pre-bis and shit, you know, like everyone is gonna be super min-max culture, but you could be 3 weeks late to the party and you know, they'll play it at like Glad with bad gear and no professions, and you know, you don't have to level 15 hours straight, get max level day 2, you know. I think Priest and Shaman are by far the best healers. And then Pally is not that bad either. You're only gonna have a bad time if you play Resto Druid. Oh, I didn't even see the 2 wives, honestly. I just they went completely over my head. My brain read that as like 2 jobs. Yeah, another nice thing too is like your conquest cap isn't tied to your rating. So you don't have to do 5s or RBGs or anything like that or fall behind. And on top of that, there's the catch-up conquest, just like retail. Where if you start an alt or you join 4 weeks late, instead of having like, you know, 1,000 conquest a week, you just literally get completely caught up to where I'm at Conquest. And basically get full gear if you just play a little bit and earn the Conquest. So, it's a lot harder to fall behind. So, you know, if your alt is super late, you have catch-up Conquest. Took me like more than 15 hours questing as sub with PvP gear. But that's a fraction of how long it takes in Wrath and PBC. But yeah, it's definitely playable. Oh, they didn't queue for me. I had to like queue manually. Play backstab build? Yeah, I do. Minor glyphs, prep, garrote, and blind. Major glyphs, dance, backstab, Hemo. Yeah, I mean the first couple levels aren't that bad, but 84 to 85 is legitimately over 9 million XP. Like 84 to 85 is a 4 or 5 hour level. It's almost longer than 80 to 83. All good, Bruiser. I'll never forgive you, but it's okay. No. You haven't told me to drink water in so long. Forgot you existed. Yeah, we got a fat raid from Ange, and we've been pumping today. Why Winter Grasp? It gives you way more honor than Battlegrounds. So you should do Winter Grasp on CD. Yeah, just do Winter Grasp every few hours, do occasional Battlegrounds, get your full honor gear. You don't really need to buy the BOEs. NG goggles are kind of a waste of gold. You just want to get 500 engineering for the enchant. And 500 tailoring for the enchant. Like Synapse Springs. But you don't need that to get like Gladiator or Rank 1 also. They're nice, but it's not gonna like be unplayable without it. Especially if you're playing at like lower ratings and stuff. Like if you want to wait an entire month, you're not gonna fall behind on Conquest for it with how they did Conquest changes. Like you'll save a lot of gold if you wait a month. You don't need to, you know, spend 100 like 50k gold on NG goggles and tailoring and everything, you know. You gotta play a lot, man. Yeah, they didn't reset honor. They never do. They didn't do that into going into Wrath either. What's up, Vampsy? Mine says 1 hour. Probably time zones, right? But it should be the same server time. Maybe EU's on a different cycle. It should be every 3 hours. But regardless of your time zone, it should be here. Maybe on EU it's like an hour different of the cycle. I don't know. Not interested in Mop Remix. I've done a lot of remix off stream, but to me it's just playing retail questing for transmog rewards. And I already got the transmogs that I wanted. But I have like 3 months to finish the 1 or 2 I still might want that I've not done. I got to like 66 and then I burnt out. Like I want to finish Dread Waste so I can get the enchant. But really the only thing I wanted was the chicken backpack from Valley of the Four Winds. I got it already. But I mean it's basically still just entirely retail if you play Mop Remix. And there's no PvP content. And I play WoW for PvP. So I don't really care about like just doing questing. Unless I'm like dual boxing it between an arena queue. Just to like farm transmog. To look good in PvP. But yeah. Mop Remix isn't really Mop, right? Because there's dragons, there's demon hunters, it's retail talents, retail animations. It's just redoing quests you've already done before for new rewards. And that's it. And I don't really care about quests. Yeah, Recuperate is really good. Thanks, Mad. How you doing, man? I mean, the Vanish change is a buff. Yeah, you lost Vanish immuning, which is fun, but not getting screwed over by a random dot tick is huge. And just having a couple seconds for your team to like throw a shield on you or something to keep it is nice too. I mean, that my whole perception of Dragonflight was just about, can I play Sub Rogue? And how damp is it? When Sub Rogue was good, and the games were 3 to 5 minutes long, and CC wasn't nerfed into the ground, it wasn't that bad. But that was before the primary stat nerf to everyone, and the stamina buff to everyone, and the 90-second trinket, and the CC nerfs. No one's gonna leave their vehicle for me to shoot it one time. Thank you. No play appetite. Oh, nice, I got it. Shoot it one more, and then I'll drop so someone else can get it. Wait, did I still not get credit? I definitely tagged it. That's kind of annoying. Was it because I left the vehicle? Maybe you can't actually trade tags with people. It's only like 200 extra armor anyway. It's pretty... I'm on Benediction Alliance. How long do you think the Cata hype's gonna last for? I mean, considering they announced AWC tournaments for it, and it's less PvE gear than Wrath, and retail is 10 times worse than it was during Wrath, I think Mop Classic and Cata Classic are just the new norm. I actually think it actually has staying power this time. 3rd time's the charm. Because it's more retail-y, so more people are willing to try it. And it's less PvE, so more PvPers are willing to put up with it. Yeah, only the last season is like a couple pieces of PvE. And who knows, if they're doing good changes with Conquest, maybe they'll disable legendaries, Copium. I mean, Season 1, there's almost none, because we're playing a Season 11 patch. So Unheeded Warning is already nerfed into the ground. Like Season 2, yeah, there'll be Legendary Staff. That'll be stupid. If they don't disable it. And then Season 3, yeah, Legendary Dagger is dumb. Cunning and Vile and stuff is dumb. But that's worth being able to play the game. I mean, honestly, BFA had more PvE gear than that. With Drestigats and, you know, stuff like that. I hate PvE gear ever being viable, but, you know, it is what it is. I would put up with it if it means I get to play a game that CC matters. I'm over playing Asa and Outlaw every single expansion and playing some really long dampening game where I just care about damage. It just doesn't feel like I've gotten to play Rogue for years now at this point. Except for the like 1 month that sub was fun in like December and January. With Dragonflight. But it's definitely less PvE than Kata. Did I say 0? No. Some classes were a 2-piece PvE tier, you know, there's trinkets. Like the last season, it will have a little bit of PvE. But in Wrath, almost every class, except for maybe like Priest, wore like 80% PvE gear. Like you'd have your PvP 4 set, and that's practically it. Maybe a PvP weapon if you were cheap on GDKPs. It was pretty much 80% PvE gear in Wrath. Because it was just higher item level gear, and you just gemmed Brazil to make up for it. Now it's like, if you look at Avizura's Biz list for Season 1, he has a PvE helm that you don't need, that you can easily get rank 1 without, and a PvE ring that you don't need. And that's it. Go down to show CC in the middle of your screen. I use a lose of control alerter. It might also be abbreviated to LOCA, L-O-C-A on CurseForge. The honor gear is quite expensive. Pieces are 1,200 to 2,200 each out of a 4K cap. So it's a lot of honor caps to get full honor gear. But Winter Grasp gives you a boatload of honor. You just do Winter Grasp every couple hours. Like, you almost get a piece every Winter Grasp, even if you win or lose almost. And that's without even doing the weekly Winter Grasp quests and stuff. I mean, both are good choices. A lot of people consider Feral to even be better than Rogue now, almost. But I think Rogue will still be, like, more flexible. But, Jungle and Thug will be probably the best comps in Season 1. But, Feral is very fun with the instant clones and everything. And instant hibernates and, like, avoiding other people's hibernates. Very, very fast-paced. If you already played Rogue the first time around, maybe Feral will just be a fresh take for you, though, you know? It just won't have as much comp flexibility, I don't think. Deleted by Girthlag, I mean. Just gotta delete him first. I slants him down with 2 fucking tank mastery trinkets, you know? When the gear gets that crazy. Backstab build? Always, yeah. I don't like hemo spam. Could Rogue play with DK? Probably. It wouldn't be that good though compared to RMP, I think. It was good back in the day. But that was like, because every patch of actual Kata was different. Right now we're playing the Season 11 patch in Season 9. But Feral DK and Rogue DK were very good in actual Season 9. Because Frost DK was really broken. But then they nerfed it into the ground. So like, that version of Frost DK doesn't even exist on here. There's no instant hungering cold. Like AoE stun people on people. And it was also like a sheep kinda. There is instant hungering cold? Okay, I don't know. I thought they already like gutted that into Season 10 or 11. Because we're playing the version where everyone plays Unholy. I have yet to see a Frost Death Knight. Well, there's Wealthy Man. Someone was targeting him. Holy, what, even one shot there? 58k Mind Blast into Mortal Strike. Died in like 0.4 from like 80 through cheat. Power of low Brazil. The cast and kickable? Okay, that's what I thought. I was like, people would be playing it if it existed, man. Almost never in Venom on retail. Unless your slice and dice is falling off and you're only hitting one target. And you already have ruptures on everyone. Like if you're just flooded with Fan and Knives combo points and they all started to spread out and you already have rupture on everyone that you want to rupture. And you're only in range to Crimson Tempest one guy. And your slice is falling off. It's like 4 layers. Then you'd be like, okay, I could throw an Envenom here. But you don't do that many Envenoms, to be honest. That's why you never play 4-set. Because there's no situation you ever do 2 Envenoms in a short window of time. Just Crimson Tempest if you can hit more than 2 people, and then focus on refreshing your ruptures if they're ever below 6 seconds. And just really tunnel keeping your ruptures on thing. I don't have crippling poison on. Yeah, you can't spam resummon your pet. It's a massive nerf to Hunter in Classic. But it's still one of the best classes even with that. Like Thug Cleave and Jungler are some of the best comps this season because Brazil is so low that the damage is like unhealable. Later seasons is when RMP and RLS and Rogue Shadow Priest and stuff will get good. And a lot of other Fire Mage comps without a Rogue. Our day's been going great. We got a big raid and viewership has actually stayed solid through it. A couple dips, but we've just been chilling. Jamming to music. Finishing the honor grind. We're almost bis. Yeah, I'm so excited for Arena to actually start. It starts next week on Tuesday. And that's also when 85 heirlooms will come out. So it's good to like log on your ult so it starts getting the blue XP for being logged out in the city. And then just do your ults next week. Most hated class to play against? Usually whenever Resto Druid is good. Because it's just like some un-CCable, immune to CC, Ferrari, mount speed tank. That just sits at the pillar. And you pretty much have to go with them, you know? Or just play the game without CC. Like, whenever it's an R-Druid meta, the game is, like, unplayably bad. And that's another good thing about CATA. R-Druid sucks ass in this expansion. Like, the only healer that's not good. Whereas Wrath is, like, all Holy Paladins. And then maybe, like, RMP, and it's, like, occasionally it. But, in this expansion, there's a lot of Shamans. A lot of Holy Pally, a lot of Priest. That's just my weak auras. I have most of my retail weak auras in here. Asa better than Outlaw and Retail? I think Asa has surpassed it, yeah. Sub has not been viable since January. And Asa is like kind of more common, yeah. Because Asa got a much smaller nerf than Outlaw did, even though neither of them were even remotely close to DH, Ret, or DK. But yeah, you just play like Asa Melee Cleave, or Asa Affliction, or Asa Fire, and just try to AoE people, and that's it. The only way to like only be a couple million behind on damage instead of getting doubled in damage. Like Outlaw's kit is still really good with CC and being like, you know, immortal and all that. Like you could still get rank 1 on Outlaw if you're like a really sweaty Outlaw Boomy, even though it's a worse version of Rogue Boom or DH Boomy. Think RMS will be decent? I don't think so. I think Shamans will kind of get ran at it if they don't have like a specific comp enabling them. At least in the early seasons. I think we're going to see a lot of H-Pals. Because they'll be better at dealing with Thug and Jungle. And then a lot of Priests, because they go well with Ferals and Rogues and Hunters. But yeah. And then in the later seasons when there's way more Resil, then we'll start seeing more Shaman for like RPS and RLS and RMP. You don't play Asa in Kata. But in retail, because he was asking me about retail Asa, Vendetta doesn't even exist. It's a button called Death Mark. And it just duplicates your bleeds to have like a second set of bleeds. And majority of the time, you'd never press it the entire game. Because it just gives the enemy team like an excuse to remove all your dots. If they're a dragon or a paladin or a dwarf or a survival hunter. Like there's so many things that just have bleed removals. And you're just gonna energy starve yourself and lose out on uptime. If you just give them a reason to like bop your dots off. Or like cauterizing flame your dots off. You pretty much just do a Dance Kingsbane with T and Shiv. And then if they have no bleed removals in their comp, then you can just shove a Death Mark in there after. But yeah, don't think too much about Death Mark. Either it's the enemy comp makes it to where you hold on to it the entire game. Unless they waste their bleed purge on air. And even then, it's not really your win condition. Like, Death Mark doesn't do that much. All of the damage is Kingsbane. Wait, what weak war are you looking for? It should be the one that says Nodge, CDs, and CCs. It's like a bundle of like a lot. Oh, there's... I forgot there's actually gear from this. I wonder if there's a throwing weapon. That's just the mounts. I need to find a throwing weapon that's not tied to a BUE or a dungeon. I have a green, but there's like no honor throwing weapon. I just don't want to spam do a dungeon for it. Season starts on Tuesday. Does Deathmark count toward the threshold? I think it does, yeah. So it's good for that. And Kingsbane does way more damage, like the dot portion of Kingsbane, when you have Deathmark up. Because Kingsbane does more damage based on how many bleeds are ticking during the poison. So like it synergizes well to like Deathmark after the Kingsbane one shot, if they don't have bleed removal in their comp. And you just kind of have Deathmark for every other Kingsbane, but the Kingsbane is the more important part, despite being the shorter CD. Like, doing a Kingsbane without a Deathmark is almost as scary as doing the Deathmark. Like, obviously it buffs the sustain damage of the dot, but like it's about having the one shot with your dance. Because you could still get like a 300 to 500k insta Kingsbane. The only way you see like the 500k ones though is if they're like below 35%. Then you get like another modifier. Yeah, you just dance so that you get the crit chance from Master Assassin, and then you just make sure you have T, like Thistle T, and Shiv up. So you have all the modifiers. But yeah, I am not an Asa expert. I am a sub-rogue, and that's why I love playing Kata. Because I have not gotten to play that much sub-rogue on retail in so long. Because the devs just have a massive hate boner for sub. I despise Asa with every fiber of my being. So I honestly feel guilty helping Asa. It's like a net negative to the world, you know? Creating more Nespers, you know? For your talents? Yeah, we go Dance Glyph, Backstab Glyph, Emo Glyph, 1031 with the... Yeah. Sub-rogue the hardest? In some expansions, yes. Modern sub is just shitty. It's not hard. It's just not good. People always conflate shittiness of a spec with difficulty of a spec. Because they're like, well, I got high rated and it's not S tier, then it's hard. But it's not. It's like, no, mechanically it's still easy. It's just shitty. But people always confuse that. Like, you're just way better off playing Asa and Outlaw. And just PvEing. The agility enchant I need. It should just be called Bracer Agility. Maybe there's a minor one. I won. That's not. I mean, it's... What's the ghetto version of it called, since no one has the good one? Maybe lesser agility will come up? I guess I have to just scroll forever till I see it. I don't think you can get 35 agility, but there has to be like a 21 or something, right? Called agility? Yeah, that's the best in slot one, though. But what's like the second best? Like, I had to get powerful stats instead of peerless stats, you know? Flash your talents and glyphs one more time? Sure. $31.10. No waylay, no initiative. Dance Hemo back then. Third slasher? Yeah, that's the it's easy to get the offhand. Why don't you use Brazil instead? On what? Powerful stats? I mean, I guess I could do Brazil. I just like having more damage. Damage is damage. I get enough Brazil on the PvP gear. It's not PvE gear, you know? I mean, if you don't lose, you win. So, like, especially in the first season when everyone's squishy and everyone's paranoid and freaking out about Thug and Jungle, like, it probably couldn't hurt. But yeah, if people already have 40 Brazil, it's definitely better than 15 stats. Especially when you don't have Conquest gear. I just didn't know people even had the 40 Brazil. I thought it was kind of like the same territory as like 20 stats. By the way, what weapon enchant are people doing? Since there's like no landslide. Is it just wearing Berserking? That's what I threw on, but I'm not sure. Ain't you nuts? I mean, I've been playing a lot, yeah. I've been addicted. I've been having so much fun. At one point, I literally woke up at like 5 a.m. because I had to go to the bathroom. And then I just like, you know what? I'm just going to log on and start my day early. And I did like 6 hours of prep off stream. That's the weapon chain and the offhand. Alright, I should probably buy the Pyrium one instead of the Thorium one anyway. I mean, it's still like 12 hit. I can hit. Yeah, we just need honor necklace, honor ring, and then another 2,000 honor for the shoulder enchant. I need to change this gem too. Was that a stone core 10 times? Dude, I literally went from honored to revered. Of just the first boss. I lost the role to 5 different hunters. And then you freed me, thank God. Thank you for taking my curse. Water? I got you. Thank you, Aaron. Stealing my IRL name, huh? And almost my birth year. You weren't 1 year older. That's a good start. Dodge my gouge. It has vanished at least. On global to disarm it. Shiv him through the evasion because Shiv is undodgeable. It didn't actually 1% him, unlucky. Step ambush for the kill. Prep smoke bomb to not get die to the elite. Die to this, I think. Live. Hydration is important. You can weapon swap in Kata, yeah. So, I mean, late game, if you have like full gear and you buy a second offhand, you can definitely like swap to like double damage enchant if you're like fighting a team that doesn't have disarm. Could have shadow stepped this ambush just to do more damage. I could have pre-walled this too. Well now, but it's too late. Spam evasion through the spam shiv through the evasion. I don't have step to go behind it. 10 to 0 him with shiv spam. Guy tries to pre-block my ambush. I respect it. I don't have bombs, so he's gonna come out and ice lance me to death. It's a good lay on hands on me. I'm gonna save this pally now for saving me. You pick that heal. Hunter stopped him before me. God, it's so satisfying just playing sub. I missed it, man. It's been months. And pre-Legion sub, it's been like decades. Trying to play sub in Wrath wasn't cutting it for me. In terms of just like how laggy it felt with it being different than real Wrath and like private server Wrath with like out spell batching. Like you'd be running away and just get consecrated out of vanish like 40 yards away. Because you were like sprinting in a straight line. It just felt so buggy. And I just did not want to get all the PV gear. And then without the PV gear, it felt like I did no damage. It's just so satisfying to do damage. Just love one-shotting people. It's so satisfying. Yeah, I think I'm definitely going to main Kata. They announced tournaments for Kata. So hopefully I could find a team and compete. I got 15 days to sign up and find a team. And then the tournament's in 20 days. Thank you, Noah. I think I'm already in a pre-made with people in the guild I'm in. Yeah, redirect is also satisfying. I don't mind combo points on the rogue, honestly. It's very satisfying to just like slice your points off or recrypt your points off while you're swapping around. Like watching that old Rectful video of like him peeling vanguards, like playing Ret DK, when he was like explaining like how to peel back in like Kata. He's like, I gouged this guy, you know, slice and dice my points off, go shiv this guy into like a stun go, into redirect kidney this guy, into come back gouge the other guy. You know, you're just like non-stop peeling both of them the whole game. Prep disarm this guy again. Like there's something just kind of satisfying about like trying to like play around your combo points instead of them just being glued to you. Sometimes quality of life is boring. But at the same time, you can't just only punish rogues. Like more classes need shit like that. Because at a certain point, they just started giving every class combo points. So like, okay, you get holy power. Okay, you know. And at a certain point, if you're the only one paying that I get punished for swapping tax, your class just can't compete. But I think if they just kind of left it all fluid, you know, then we would be allowed to do more damage. Especially if they got rid of things like duel. Okay, once the thunderstorm me off, I'll shadow step it. Oh, he's arrested. Never mind. Didn't even have thunder. Thought he was Ellie. Watered down the value of a global is now? I mean, yeah. I mean, there's like offensive CDs. Like defense winning out by default is always terrible game design. The dampeners always win, man. kidney, go kidney. You're not gonna get there for the kidney? I get a re and cheap shot of him now. We're not gonna cap this tower back though. At least I kind of stalled him away. The mage kills him too, I think. I'll pop my synapse here because it's a fine weakness window. Free wall here. Shadow step to knock. That's kind of the biggest turnoff about War Within for me with hero talents, is they're all just passive rotation bloat. That just makes a setup clunkier. And like playing around CC clunkier. It's just like, okay, this is a every third eviscerate, you know, you randomly do, you know, like, oh, now I gotta track, you know, all of my stacks of this and then all of my stacks of that, and it's just like unneeded complexity that ruins the point of CC. There's just too many fucking passives and too many random procs. What's the name of the Greater Brazil one? Greater. I don't think it's about the amount of buttons, because Mop has a crazy amount of buttons. For major glyphs, it should be Shadow Dance, Key Mirage, or Hemorrhage, however you want to say it, and Backstep. And then for minor, it should be Rep, Disarm, and Garrote. And that is a good call out there. Rogue or not. Because it's like a higher item level enchant than the other one. Because no one has 20 stats yet. And then in general, if you're terrified of Thug and Jungle, if you don't lose, you win. Still gotta switch the better weapon chain here. Switch this gem. I think there's a couple pieces I need to reforge too. And then I need to get 2 more honor pieces. And then all I would really need after that is the throwing weapon, I guess. Crazy. You spy glyphs from the auction house? Yeah. And then you learn them perma. I think there's a difference between button bloat and passive bloat. And when you have passive bloat, it makes your buttons feel like they don't matter because you're just pressing your buttons to get procs. And like, you know, random debuffs and stuff. And just doing a sequence. Like a fighting game combo. Of like, okay, I got a pre-Zwen, and then I got a you know, Phaline Stomp for the damage modifier, and then I proc my Kiefers, and then I stun, and then I pop my Serenity and all my buttons. And it's like, okay, the guy was mentally AFK for 4 globals of that setup? Or like a sub-rogue, I'm gonna pre-build kidney, pre-flag, pre-kidney. You know, like, I don't know. Yeah, it seems like Windwalker is getting a lot of healthy changes. But in general, there's like too much pad button like that, you know? In general, like just pad procs and pad buttons. That are just like damage modifiers for the sake of being damage modifiers. I think Acrobatic Strikes was kind of toxic. Did they get all the other ones? I know they were saying they were trying to get rid of all the melee range things. I mean, they're gonna leave Red still being a wizard, but... Like, did they remove the druid one, I guess? They got rid of all of them? That's good then still. Free wall, I guess. Actually, I have an idea. Need to add it to my notes of things I kind of would want a weak aura of. If I go like full sweaty, which I think weak auras do lower skill, but it's a fight fire with fire, steroids and baseball kind of thing. If you don't do it, someone else is gonna do it. But I'm making like good weak aura ideas of things that would be clean. And I think a good idea is I make a tracker of vanish, so I know when I actually can fan them out. Of just like okay, they vanished. 3-second timer. So I don't like try to fan them out too early. I want to get like a sound effect for monkey stun, so I know when to like step kick it, or not step kick it, but just like kick it in general. Yeah, I love actually doing damage with backstab. Backstab actually hits harder in this expansion than it actually does with 1.7 million health pools. Like backstab can be like 30 to 50% of someone's health instead of literally 1%. Tried to kick his port, but I didn't get it. 18k backstab right there. That's a low one. I've seen some 30ks even with procs. I didn't have on use up there. I could have synapsed there, but because I had tailoring and proc trinket. But I want to also get an ICD of Honor Among Thieves, so I don't like pre-med at like 4 combo points when I'm about to get a passive combo point. So like I kind of just want to have a reminder like of when my ICD for Honor Among Thieves is ready. I think that would be a good one too. If I'm going full sweaty, you know. Expose armor exists, but you almost never press it. Because Find Weakness does the job already. It's more of a you're raiding and somehow there's like not Fairy Fire or Expose armor or something up. Dagger should be 1.8 in main hand, 1.4 in offhand. But yeah, if it's like a healer DPS versus healer DPS really long game and you're just trying to like set up future damage, maybe. But in that situation, usually you're like just refreshing a recoup, building a kidney, putting up a slice and dice because you're swapping targets around, or like putting up a rupture randomly because rupture just ignores armor anyway. Like 70% Find Weakness isn't enough. Like you don't really feel plate that much in Kata or mop because like you actually have real armor pen on your ghost. Yeah, no one's 4 sets are working right now at all. But it should be 10 more max energy. Feral is really good. It's actually almost even on par with Rogue. Some people even consider it better than Rogue. Feral is really good and really fun. Because you have instant cast Clone, instant cast Hibernate, and you kind of can outplay other druids by like coming out of form and immuning their Hibernate or like hibernating them. There's like a lot of mind games you have to do in Druid versus Druid. Very satisfying. I'd say like Mop and Kata Feral are probably the most fun version of Feral, except for maybe the Legion Feral rotation was kind of satisfying. Legion Feral was like the only well-designed class in Legion, but most Ferals considered it too hard because the rotation was kind of crazy. You were like pre-healing for blood talents and like having to like use your rotation perfectly and then like perma snapshot and everything. Yeah, everyone on private server says Feral is the best melee, like even better than Rogue. And like Avizura is gonna have an alt Feral. I was gonna have an alt Feral. Throw dagger kick and Kata. You're thinking of like Fan and Ives interrupt and like early Wrath maybe, but throw never. Oh, maybe. Oh, you're thinking of the deadly throw set bonus. That was WAD and actual like TBC, I think. They've brought it in and out multiple times. I know one of them was like early WAD. Because me and Jamili were playing double rogue and just interrupting people 500 times in a row and laughing because the game was shit. Yeah, it was TBC and WAD. Can you see how many kills you have without inspecting yourself? Oh, you can just slash inspect yourself. A casual 2v2 tabard push last second. Not that many kills. Wait, does Melon actually have the fucking pay to win trinket? No, he doesn't. We have literally 4 H-Pals. You guys are ready for a plug slash jungle. Nine minutes for Tolbrad. Tolbrad honestly isn't that worth it compared to Wintergrass. The main reason everyone was doing Tolbrad dailies in Tolbrad was because you needed these to get the helm and shoulder enchant. But they have since added those to the honor vendor. So the helm enchant is 1k honor and the shoulder enchant is 2k honor. So yeah, you don't really need to do Tolbrad at all. So that's like half or a third the amount of Wintergrass. I mean, it's probably still better to do Tolbarad than do a BG, but a BG is more fun at this point. But Winter Grasp is always worth doing. It's almost like a piece of gear every Winter Grasp. Like, it's literally worth to, like, set a phone alarm for Winter Grasp and just AFK it a couple times a day. Especially on alts. The enchant's 1950? Yeah, I saw that. In case you need a raid, I'm not gonna really raid. I don't want to. I have no interest in raiding. They banned GDKPs though, right? That'd be the only way I like justify doing a little bit of raid. Or it's just like I go in and get the guaranteed piece that I want. And they only do that for SOD? I don't know, that's why I'm asking. I'm kind of out of the loop on that. Works for the side. Free wall is dance. He didn't do it. I mean, if there's gonna be CATA GDKPs, obviously 40k is not enough to win anything, because everyone just has hundreds of thousands of fucking Wrath gold. But yeah. At least I saved like 70k from Wrath. That's gonna help me with getting my second Rogue and Feral going. But I'm gonna wait for prices to go down on those. I thought you used to be able to shiv while disarmed. Didn't realize I couldn't. That was a stealth change, or maybe I'm just Mandela affecting on that one. Getting a re in their face instead of attacking this guy. Oh, he kind of holds me on accident. I was like half a second from getting a re. Oh yeah, it is depending on the type of disarm, I guess. Yeah, you're right on that. I think that's how it was in TBC Classic too, right? But I think you could do stuff in Warrior Disarm. I don't know if you can in Rogue Disarm. Or is it the other way around? Yeah, because Disarm is removing all weapon, shield, or other equipment. I think Dismantle is a better version of Warrior Disarm. I think Warrior Disarm is just the main hand, right? That makes more sense in my head. I was like, why can't I shift this guy? That's a good way to like farm combo points sometimes when you're disarmed. Or just spam shiv to like hit through evasion if you can't like shadow step behind it. We're gonna cap this turn time. I pre-made the pally, but then I had to still open the road. So I backstab 33k. So I had both procs. I almost killed him with just a backstab, man. It's crazy how much more popular HPAL is than how it was back in the day. Back in the day, every HPAL complained they weren't viable. I don't know if it's like a symptom of everyone just has an HPAL with all their rank 1s from how broken it was in Wrath. And they just want to continue their titles and stuff. Or if it's a... People are really terrified of Thug Cleave and Jungle Cleave. And the HPAL is like the only healer that can handle it. And they're multi-classing healers anyway. I mean, Priest can handle it kinda, but yeah. I think it's a combination of both, but... I feel like HPAL is like the most popular healer. And I thought it was going to be like the third most. Like, I knew Shamans were going to struggle Season 1 until it slowed down a little bit. But, yeah, I don't see that many Shamans. Just like all Priest Paladin kind of. I thought I was going to be like Priest Shaman then Pally, not like Priest Pally and then Shaman. Well, no, I see more Pally than Priest even. But, obviously this isn't unranked, but like just doing lots and lots of BGs. Guy still has his Shadow Morn on. And DBW on, poor guy. Oh yeah, they're also Bisson raids, that's true. Yeah, that's kind of like a triple thing, like inflating them, huh? Triple threat. Guild spam? I mean... Dude, I'm so excited for Arena to come out, man. I need it. I haven't been this addicted in fucking... since January. Since around that Shuffle tournament. That was kind of a blip, though. 1 month of fun. Because before that, January, of what, like, I guess ago, like... 4 months ago? It was multiple years. I'm so hyped right now, man. I think it'll actually last. Honestly, Copium. Maybe I'm kind of a little more optimistic than I normally am, but... I'm excited to play my Feral, too. And for the tournaments. I actually did not think they were going to announce a CATA AWC. I wouldn't go as sweaty as I'm going right now if I wasn't, like, fueled by wanting to find a team. Not really, no. Played a little bit of like the beta, but I was like too busy with AWC. Probably like a good Thug Cleaver or a good RMP, even though RMP won't be that good. Like Thug Cleaver jungle will win probably, but... Top, oh, I thought it was top damage for a second. They're both double still, unlucky. I should have throwed it instead of ambushing. 34k backstab with procs. Guy's just taking it. Group paints up. That's Wrath, but yeah. Long is accurate to being able to play sub rogue. Do you think playing classic will make you worse at retail? I think I'm not really caring about retail right now. I'll like grab rank 1 accidentally at the end of the last week of the season or something. But I don't really care about playing 10-minute Asa Outlaw PvE games. I like playing around CC and I like playing sub rogue, you know. That's not how you get rank 1. Or have fun or do anything. Like if you care about winning, you just play Outlaw Boomy. And you just accept you're a worse version of DH Boomy, but you still just do rogue Boomy things, and you win on accident. Against, like, non-tournament teams. Until you get, like, top 100. And then you log off and you regret not playing a DH or a Ret. Like, if you can get rank 1 a couple times, you can get it infinity times. I don't worry about getting rusty. There's not much you can get rusty at. You just, you respond to whatever weak where air horns are going off, and you peel their burst, and, you know, you let them do double your damage even if you play well, and eventually you win even though you did no damage, because you have good CC, and you're immortal. But you do have to have a good Boomy that is good at fake casting clone. But I know a couple good Boomies, so. Like, if I just play with, like, Dippy or Shifter or, like, a few different people, it's easy, accidental, couple hundred rating in, like, an hour. Maybe not an hour. Like, let's say they randomly came out with the 2-week warning, right? It'd probably be, like, 6 hours, you know, like, a couple 2-hour sessions where it's just, like, hoping we get good queues, you know, and then just sit for, like, the last week and you're done. You want Hemo before any damage? Generally, yeah. It's also a cheaper combo point than Backstab. It's less than 30 energy instead of 40. High level on the character paint. It's a weak aura. I'll link it to you if you want. Okay, how you doing, Sin? Oh, we had a great stream. We had a big raid from Ange. And we've been pretty much pre-made winning every bit of PvP. And we're almost bis. What's the weak aura? It should be in my retail weak auras. And it works on classic. But it should just be the one that says kicks. But you do have to change it randomly. I'll re-upload everything by the end of the week. With like an actual classic, you know, pack of things. But if you import the one from retail, it's gonna randomly be loaded as Ellie Shaman, and you're just gonna need to change it to these. Because for whatever reason, the loads don't carry over, right? It's recoup, it's a self-heal, and it's also your energy regen. You wanna always use it. But you don't usually pre-med recoup. And like, sometimes you just do your stun with like pre-med, cheap shot, hemo, AFK, multiple globals, half kidney, send your back steps, and then like after they go, you can like go pick up the recoup. But sometimes you do pre-med recoup. It's kind of situational. What does the kick weak aura do? It just tracks your kick cooldown right by their cast bar. If you have kick and it's a spell that's like kickable. So it kind of just reminds you what your kick CD is while you're watching their cast bar. Yeah, Vodify helped me make that going into like the last AWC. But it's in my retail weak aura list. And like I said, you can just shove it into classic and it'll work. It's really, really lightweight. Like the only thing you'll have to change is go to load and switch it from Ellie Shaman to like all 3 rogue specs. But yeah, it should just be kicks in here. Where's the energy regen? It's tied to recuperate your heal. Tempted to just prep step if this guy, but I'm not doing it. 40k step ambush with tailoring and proc trinket. Oh, I mean that guy has low result, but holy shit! Boom, headshot right there. Yeah, the tier set or the PvP set bonuses don't work at all. So I'm missing a couple hundred attack power. Didn't work. I'll re-upload it for you. Like I said, you have to change the load. But I'll re-upload it now, I guess, if you really can't wait. I should have to do a captcha. This is the weirdest captcha I've ever seen. I need to screen share this. I think I'm turning into AI. Click the object that doesn't fit. It's just a light bulb and 4 horses. Dude, this is like a drug trip captcha. What the fuck? I don't even know on this one. I think I'm an AI. This is literally just... Oh no, I'm an AI. This is just 4 horses. Is it the eggplant emoji? Kind of? Which is the whole border? Babe, you have to look at my stream real quick. You have to actually look at this. Pick the odd one out, but it says pick the object that doesn't fit. They're all horses. I'm guessing it's this right here. It's the zebra. Oh, is it a zebra? How is this a captcha?
It's the horse head.
This one?
The head. Go up.
Oh, this?
Yeah,
The one that doesn't have a body?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm an AI, I guess. Okay. I just don't think like saying a horse head versus a horse is enough of a difference, okay?
Yeah,
it's still a horse.
Body.
Yeah, but like you don't have to go Sopranos and just chop one of their heads off and say that's different.
But it is.
For real.
Oh, what?
Now I'm like distracted on even uploading it. The recoup one, I don't have it uploaded anywhere. That one's really easy to make though. It just tells me I don't have recoup up. What's up? Sure. I gotta focus up though and win this BG and then I'll upload it for you though. Should not be fighting on the roads while we're losing. But yeah, it is what it is. I just have so many tabs of Firefox open. I gotta like close some things. No, I do wound, crippling. But you can have multiple throwing weapons and switch for like mind numbing. Or like on your throwing weapon sometimes. You can like fan and eyes mind numbing or like deadly throw it. Because deadly throw already slows anyway. But sometimes it's just convenient to like throw and proc a crippling while you're getting kited. I mean, you already proc wound on your main hand. But I guess if you're trying to like rot a team, it could be okay, maybe, yeah. Especially if everyone's getting slowed by everyone else. Like, I don't really theory craft RBGs, so I don't know. Like the quality of life of like you defending a node and like, you know, hiding someone well to like not die while you stall on someone to float kind of thing. Alright. See if this works for you instead, Sin. Yeah, setting up dance bar is annoying. Because it's different than your actual stealth bar, so you have to like dance change an ability at a time. You can kind of try to pre-line up your abilities above the dance bar so that you can kind of rapid fire them all down at the same time. But yeah. Like kind of organize what you want to drag to your dance bar before you dance. I haven't heard this song in a hot minute either. Thank you. And some more left over with that peach cobbler. Hell yeah. I don't know if me not eating for a while, for like 6 hours and then having sugar is the best idea, but if it's too good, then not have it. My dance bar is identical to my stealth bar. I don't like having bar lag. Body res, so I can make sure I spin the flag. I have fairy fire, so I can't vanish to stall. They're gonna get the cap if people don't res now. Hopefully this guy makes it in time. He's got like 5 seconds. Hopefully he prioritizes getting the feral. Nope. Water, that's true. Got a water next to me. But you want tailoring? Because it gives you an attack power proc. It's really, really good. I just did Hyjal, Deep Home, Oldham, and a little bit of Twilight Highlands, not much at all. So I did maybe like 6 or 10 dungeons, maybe. But I think dungeons is the quickest. You actually don't need to quest or do the rep. Because you can, you don't even need to do Toll Brad. Because you can just get the PvP helm enchant and shoulder enchant with honor. You only need rep if you're going to be a PvEer. It works on retail, yeah. But it should also just be in my normal weak war pack. Because you might need to change how it loads. Because for some reason, trying to take it across retail to classic lines, it fucks up what specs it loads on. So if it's not working, just go to the load tab and make sure like rogue is selected. Really easy. Dance is one. How are we losing this BG? This is hilarious. I don't think I've even seen Horde ever get close to winning a BG. I don't know if our just non-premades are just... This is the only game we've lost today. We're just like completely AFK. Is this like 5v15 or something? Cap so I can peel whoever tries to stop you. Ban the rogue out. Blind the rogue, keep capping. Mog. Honestly, Bloodthirsty looks better than most of the Mogs I have. I could wear Deadly or try to do like a or Wrathful or... I don't have Sunwell gear, I don't have Cursed Vision. I have some of the Karazhan gear, I guess. The Epic upgrade, I don't like chop sets unless I like use 1 or 2 pieces as like an accent. I don't like full sets. I actually think Bloodthirsty looks better. Didn't have energy to half kidney. Free wall in case I get stunned here. Running ahead in case they res. Stop them from getting the node. I guess that, but I have dots on me. Good cap. I'm gonna dance the one that's not an orc. Yeah, my damage is insane. We're almost pre-bis. Especially if I get proc trinket and tailoring. My highest I've seen is a 40k ambush, which was insane. It was like a step ambush with proc trinket and tailoring on a mage, and he just exploded, ambushing for half of someone's health. Yeah, Feral is actually considered to be better than Rogue by a lot of the private server people right now. Feral is really, really good. Very different than how actual Kata was. It died of hemo dot, I think. That's how he gets it away. Yeah, Feral is really, really good. You only really can go wrong if you try to play Resto Druid. Warrior's not as bad as it used to be. Like Turbo, Thug Cleave, and Ret Warrior, or not Thug Cleave. Turbo, Ret Warrior, and Kitty Cleave can work. Do you use energy regen? Yeah. I would use a 1.8 in the main hand. You're gonna lose a lot of damage doing two 1.4s. Well, I haven't really seen many Ellie's. Yeah. Maybe that's up there too. I'm not sure. I don't know how I feel about Ellie yet. Judging from the fact that I never see it or never see anyone talk about it, it's probably not that great. There's only like a couple specs like that though in the entire game. Literally, this is a wasteful vanish. I literally vanished just to remove crippling poison, so I could start capping like half a second sooner. But I still didn't get the node anyway. That's great. I could have just cloaked the crippling too. I think the vanish is more useful. Never grown out of that. Pre-combat readiness. Probably should have waited till after my evasion ended, but should get this. I didn't realize dots would stop my cap. Or no. I don't think it was dots. I don't know what was stopping me there. I have the 346 from Heroic Blackrock Caverns or whatever. And then the Justice Point offhand. Slow in the main, fast in the offhand, yeah. Do you get locked into Heroics? Still? I thought they were never locked. Oh, that's crazy. Yeah, I spammed really hard to get the trinket and the weapon. I got the dagger within 3. The weapon, legitimately, I went from, or the trinket, I went from honored to revered. Because I literally, it would drop like every 3 or 4 runs, like to the first boss. And I lost to literally 5 different hunters. 5. And 1 warrior. So it was a dick. Call her, say hi, what do you mean? Oh, my cat? Sorry, talking about my girlfriend because she's on the couch. Apparently you can't anymore, but you could before. I would just queue the first boss and then leave. Should have recouped here instead of rupture. Oh, I didn't get this auto attack on DK. He's gonna get the cap. But I got the auto attack off before I died. Could've maybe made it back in time. I'll probably just the unused trinket. Pretty important to have for dance. Also improved recuperate. That's only if you're playing the Hemo spam build without backstep. In which case you also get a 3rd point in Coup de Grace. But I like backstep build more. It's more fun. Like I'm gonna smork, not care about my positioning or my energy management, and I just want to mash Hemo 5 times in a row. It's not gonna be the best in slot way to play. It's only maybe better if you're bad or if you have like a BOE sword. Like if you have like a slow weapon that's like higher item level than a dagger you can get, you can go for it. But like if you want to, if it's like a 346 slow weapon versus like a lower item level, yeah, or like the Kroll Blade, yeah. But for the most part, yeah. Trying to make a macro for backstab at 35. That would be hacking. You can't do conditional macros based off of health. I mean, can't you just throw it on a cozy bind since you lose step and prep and dance? Like my bars are so empty on Asa. When I play it for PV. Even though I don't really want to do any PV. I think this is still a bleed. And I have Hunter's Mark on me. I probably shouldn't have banned, but... We're actually still gonna lose this BG, man. That's crazy. I've never lost a pre-made before. We're like undefeated for like 10 hours today, practically. Yeah, we lost forever ago. It's just crazy. Ran around, won a bunch of like 2v3s. Didn't matter. Well, that Hunter's Mark doesn't actually give him vision. That's good to know. Don't need to do any dailies? No. If you're in a PvE, yeah, you might want to get the Therazane quest done so that you can get revered and then work towards Exalted. Then you might want to get revered with Ramalkin. Just for the helm and shoulder enchants if you're going to PvE. But for the most part, you don't even need to do Tolbarad anymore, because you can buy the helm and shoulder enchants with honor. Shoulder enchant is 2k honor, and the helm enchant is 1k honor. So you don't even need to do Tolbarad. And there's really friendly conquest catch-up changes, and not even needing to get your rating up to get a higher conquest cap. So there's a million different catch-up mechanics, really quality of life. Nah, I would not play Asa for Kata PvP at all. And honestly, sub is like not as intimidating as it used to be. Because it's like, it makes more sense. You're not like just outclassed by PV. You're playing a real CC game. Like you can be a degenerate PV'er on sub too, if you wanted to. It's just sub has the utility. Asa has like no mobility at all. Well, I guess that's what happens. You lose a BG and then the group just disintegrates because everyone's ego is like, how did we lose with a pre-made? I don't know how we lost though. I mean, I guess I was kind of spaced out a little bit with the Kapshka and stuff, but like, I don't know. I was running around one shot and everything. I got a lot of ninjas. Yeah, I mean, I've been tweaking my action bars a lot. This is like the iteration 7 of trying to get it cozy, but I think that this is pretty much the final product. But I can put it down. Wrong bind. Put it in the binds and add-ons panel for you. Isn't initiative really better? It is not. Not even close. I think I missed a winter grasp. Oops. So we just need one more ring. And then necklace. And then shoulder enchant. What's the M mean? I think it means mastery, yeah. I don't know why the weak aura needs to differentiate that. But I am trying to go crit. I don't want mastery, so. So if people don't have 35 agility yet, what is the next best enchant? The Avisura one? It's a little unrealistic of expecting people to get like BUEs that are like hundreds of dollars worth of gold. But yeah, just get honor gear. You don't need NG goggles. You'll replace it with a conquest helmet anyway. If you can get 500 engineering and 500 tailoring, you're golden. But like, you also can wait a month for the prices to go down, and it's gonna be a couple percent optimization. It's not gonna be like unplayable to not have it. But just try to get your honor gear. Unless you're like trying to get crazy gear to like go for like rank 1, you know, immediately or something, but I'd imagine 50 crit is probably better then, because it's a 300 item level enchant. Since no one has 35 agility yet. Forging anything? Yeah, I'm getting rid of a lot of haste and mastery for more crit. Yeah, really, the only way we can improve our character more is we get 2,000 honor for the shoulder enchant. And we get honor necklace, 1,200 more honor. And we do dungeons for the throwing weapon. Alright, we got another BG group though. You gonna raid? Probably not. Unless it's like a PvP boss. For like the PvP gear early game. Like that everyone one-shots and pugs. Or it's like some kind of quid pro quo of me helping someone. And they just get me in for the exact boss I need. And funnel me or something, but I'd very rarely get streamer bennies like that. So. But at the end of the day, I don't need it. Like, I could get a heroic raid helmet, I could get a heroic ring or something, but I'm just gonna play with full conquest gear. I dot verse every holy priest because they pair mending. Pretty much always just multi-dot his asset, doesn't really matter. Then we got Captain Gifted 5 waking me up. Man, I call hours, man. Hell yeah. Thank you so much for the 5. What is that? 28 for the day. We're so close to actually finishing BIS today. No problem, man. That's what I'm here for. I try to get more of my UI stuff set up for people with like links and stuff, but I gotta make my own 80 upgrades of like what I'm gonna be doing with PvP gear wise without PvE gear, and I gotta finish my UI and have all my weak auras actually posted somewhere. They're just like my retail ones, but. I think a lot of retail players will move to CATA. I think so, yeah. More familiar with having less PvE to do until the last season, and having transmog, and I think also retail has just gotten significantly worse, and it's kind of just a good stopping point for a lot of people, because I don't really know anyone that's hyped for hero talents. They're just passive proc bloat that you need more weak auras for, and more random pets all over the screen. And they already announced the CATA AWC, so it's not like people are just gonna like, you know, not be sweaty. Dramatically geared, yeah. We're almost bis. We are flash played 20 hours at max level. We're almost at the do transmog run stage. Gotta start soloing Karazhan and Sunwell and Black Temple. I need the transmog. Because really all we can do is do dungeons for the throwing weapon. And get our honor necklace, and then get our another 2000 honor for our shoulder enchant. And then we are like bis. Outside of BOE gear. If I wanted to just chop off my arm and sell my kidney to get a fucking BOE cape and throwing weapon and sword that I'm just gonna replace in 2 weeks. You have step 1, 2, 3? I actually don't yet. I used to. I have binds for it. I just haven't set it up yet. I just have a clean focus and target 1, 2, 3 and step. I just do alt of my focus key, so it'd be like alt ZXC, which is my ping 1, 2, 3 on retail. But I just don't have action bar room for it. Unless I modify or macro it into my normal focus 1, 2, 3, I guess. The only way I fit it is if I get bartender, just to have more bar slots. But I was kind of debating if I want to use bartender or not, because I kind of like using the old school UI again. More nostalgic, and then on top of that, it's just like, if there's a gun to my head that I ever do have to play War Within again, I'd rather them have different UIs. Yeah, I'd also say that classic bartender looks different. I played around with it a lot in Wrath, and I could never get it to truly look how I wanted. I have a redirect macro. Just a focus redirect that also switches my target to my focus. I don't really want the Dragonflight UI though. I kind of already have gotten used to this. I'm enjoying it. Check out Bind Pad. I'm sure there's a way I could make it work with this. I don't really need that many more add-ons. I just gotta modify a few macros to like combine them into each other. Like I could probably trim throw and just macro it into my 2 over here. I could probably put focus cheap shot into my Vis. My ZXC is focus 1, 2, 3. It's also sap 1, 2, 3 for just spam looking for stealthies. But it's just I need a I can just modify the step sap version into this and then just do alt if I want to step with it. Like rogues and ferals are just healers in general. Healers always have like the most carry potential kind of. Do you have spacebar as a keybind? No. Sometimes I'm using shift while I'm jumping, or like a different modifier. Like, nah, I don't like it. I've tried it. I can still Shiv while warrior disarmed or SP disarmed, just not rogue disarmed. It's because rogue disarm is all weapons and stuff. The other two are just the main hand, I guess. I had to double check there because I was still able to Shiv the demo while disarmed. Pop synapse here with the vanish go. The razor synapse. Normally that'd only be good if I had like double on use though. But since I'm playing proc trinket, I only have on use for every other dance. Whereas if you're double on use, you have it for every dance. So it's still good to have synapse be on the dance where I don't have on use. If I'm gonna play a proc trinket. You'd only like shove synapse into a random vanish go like that if it's like you had double on use on. Otherwise I could fit that better on dance probably. But I mean dance itself isn't a damage modifier. So outside of how much you can spam ambush, generally a vanish go is almost as much damage as a dance go anyway, or a re-stealth. Mouse wheel up is disarm. Mouse wheel down is gouge. And then clicking in the middle mouse wheel is cloak. And then step is a mouse button, dance is a mouse button on a 2-button mouse. Like the side buttons. Or step and dance things. Guy tries to meld my kidney. I think you can only do 5-man pre-made. Human is better, yeah. Meld is fun though, but I would play human. Horde bad? Yeah, I wouldn't play Horde unless you're like tied down to a raiding guild. You could still get Gladder rank 1 as it, but it's gonna be really hard to find people to play with. Unless you already have like a set group of friends that are also Horde. Literally no one went for the for mid. And that's the way you're supposed to do it, honestly. Kind of dumb me to go for that. At least I get the 4 cap because I kept them there and spun the flag for a bit. Like the more I delay them getting the flag, it's not that bad actually. I thought we would still just run in and like 3v5 them though, and take mid and 4 cap, but only so much me and a rep pally can do. We still got the 4 cap. I gotta catch up on damage though. Been dead this whole BG. Got Walmart Wi-Fi all over the place. Oh, I'm just lagging randomly, okay. I dropped in frames? That's really nice. I was wondering why it felt so weird hitting anything. Felt pretty bad. Guess I'll just turn exit lag off real quick. Maybe it's not having fun. Yeah, it's on exit lag's end because it says like 600 ping on exit lag. Unless exit lag's helping. Yeah, I'm using S Arena. Because even Gladi I don't think was updated, so I had to use S Arena. Better. Gotta reinstall this arena actually. Gladi better. If you like Gladius, I generally prefer S Arena anyway. The Zarya profile? I mean, you can set it up. Okay. Yeah, I don't know what's going on right now with my thing. Worrisome. I haven't lagged at all since launch. I think exit lag is just taking it and I need to turn it off. Actually, it's starting to go back down. Big's gear is slacking. Maybe that's his ult. And the cast orbs cancer, yeah. I'm gonna Alt F4. Hope it doesn't kick me from the BG. We're gonna turn exit lag off. And we're gonna pray that that fixes my ping. Because I playing with 400 ping is miserable. At the same time, exit lag might have been keeping it from being too miserable. But it also could be what's causing it. We're gonna rule that out. At least it didn't kick us from the BG, that's good. Our ping looking like should be back at 50 if it's fine. Okay, yeah. It was exit lag. Oh, my buttons work. At least you get an achievement for dying. But reckless, you know? Great. Just get Earth grabbed out. Fine. Should be right below the webcam. Rogue rotation in Kata. Have a bleed up. Get some good ambushes and eviscerates off. It's not just like a mindless PvE rotation. It's just all about how you use your CC. And your DRs and your positioning. Do your stuns, do a garrote. Like a couple different types of openers, but for the most part, yeah. Just do good stuns. Make sure you have a bleed up from your hemo. And make sure you CC everything with your dance so you don't get CC'd on it, and get a couple ambushes and eviscerates off. How long does the fire last? I have no idea. $25K backstab on plate without tailoring up. Try to get a re on this guy's face. Oh, the priest dots me with Shadow Word Pain and stops it. Gouge this guy for free. Dance. Oh, he got MC bugged. I didn't even realize that guy was on our team. They were doing that to one of my healers in a Warsong Gulch too. There's like an MC bug that's really weird. Guy's now a traitor. Even if he dies, he's still gonna be on the enemy team. This is just permanently MC'd. Multi-dollar company. I want to kill him so bad because he's like low HP lightning, but he's actually on my team. He can still attack the enemies though, which is good. Should have deadly throw it to re-slow him through cloak instead of doing the rupture. He already had a hemo bleed on him. So I do it 85. BGs, get your honor gear. Work on your professions if you have the gold for it. Subset bonus is just 10 more max energy, which actually does play a big role. It sounds like nothing, but it makes certain openers less energy starvy. Pretty big deal. Bomb this guy. I have a set bonus because the multi-dollar company. The PvP set just doesn't have the set bonus properly for anyone. They just forgot to attach the set bonus to the honor gear. It just says varies based on your specialization for every spec. But they'll fix it in hopefully later. Don't know what happened to my kidney there. I'm over hit cap. Casters don't have that much dodge. Sure. A little early on trying to evasion kid later. When the evasion ends, I'm gonna pre-wall the stun. Wait, actually, does a DR cheap shot he's throwing. The pre-wall. Probably should have just saved it for cloak, honestly. They're just watching the 1v1. Respectful. He does his wall now. So we'll just blind it. And then we just kill him out of this because he has no wall. My cheap shot randomly didn't go well. Good. Might actually die because of that. That's awkward. I actually lose this one. Unless he DRs his stun on accident. Which he might. No, he did that. Follow him out of stealth. Gouge. Way too close. I don't know what happened to one of my stuns though, it just disappeared. And he was on stun DR and he didn't trinket it and it didn't dodge. I don't know what happened to it. He would have died in that one. Unless he like pre-triggered that shit, 0.1, I don't know. Cool that they let me 1v1 though and didn't just come kill me. He made some poisons? That's true. Yeah, it was the stun after the blind on his wall. That's the one I don't know what happened to it. Got gripped away on my big abyss that would have killed him. Big change? I mean, it is. This is just how I used to be when I played Kata, Mop, and WAD. Because that's what pre-Legion Subrog is. It's not just caring about your PvE rotation and procs and being forced to play Asa and combat every other expansion. You get to play sub and your CC matters. And that's the whole point of the game I like is CC. I generally always prefer playing Subrog. And lately, the few times that Subrog is good, it's just because it has like a cheesy one-shot and that's it. Hey, this guy's on my team, he's just MC bug. I need to go for this guy instead. see, I was already on stun deer. My half kidney though. Guy just doesn't want to die. Wall is a cooldown, I guess. It's like over 20k. It's multiple honor caps. His pieces are 1200 to 2200 each. Honor cap is 4k. Pretty slow in BGs, but if you just do Winter Grasp every couple hours, like even just make like a phone alert for it or something, you could just kind of do a Winter Grasp every couple hours and just AFK, and a couple days you'll have it. Because Winter Grasp gives you more than multiple BGs. Winter Grasp is almost like an entire piece of gear, especially if you do the weekly quests. Pulverad actually doesn't give that much, and you don't even need the currency anymore, because you can buy the shoulder and helmet enchant with honor. Three druids on me, dude. Vanish ambush. Oh, nice, it did. Free wall. Oh, there's like a whole raid of people. I don't think I'm getting out of this one. Depends how aggro you're playing. You could just do like pre-med Garrote, Hemo, Energy Pool, Kidney. You can do pre-med, Cheap Shot, Hemo, Pool, half Kidney into backstabs. You can send pre-med Recoup into like Cheap Shot, Hemo. But yeah, you kind of Energy Pool. You don't always press every global. You kind of have to manage your energy a little bit. You grow a beard? No, I literally shave constantly. My girlfriend prefers me clean shaven. She doesn't like stubble. And literally it would grow back the day I shave. So I even went a step above, and I do laser hair removal every month. Just so I don't have to shave every day. But yeah. In general, I just don't look good with a beard anyway. Like, I can get a really thick mustache, I can get a really good goatee, and I can get kind of a neck beard, but I just can't really get like a full 5 o'clock shadow. Like, I don't get sideburns. So it just looks white trashy anyway. Gonna actually run with the gouge and recoup. I mean, it's actually pretty affordable. Because literally, I would regrow it back within like 6 hours. And it's like less than like 200 for the entire year of like one visit a month. It's not that bad actually. Like 20 bucks a month or something. Yeah. So literally have to shave once every week and a half instead of daily. That's worth 20 bucks a month, man. Figured it was thousands? Nah, it's not that bad. Like, I wouldn't afford it otherwise. If it was like any more than what it is right now, I wouldn't be able to justify it, but practically my WoW sub, man. Less than my WoW sub, because I have 3 WoWs. Happy relationship, happy life, dude. You do things for them, they do things for you. My life's in a much better place. But yeah. I prefer doing it myself anyway. So. Don't be, you know, a selfish prick just because you don't want to do what other people tell you, you know? It goes both ways. At the end of the day, it's not like a gun to my head order. It's just, oh, I like that. And it's like, okay. It's a two-way street. Other name for Cloak of Shadows? What do you mean by other name? You mean like the ability that shares a CD with it? Combat Readiness? Like the shield wall? That shares a CD with Cloak? Or what are you asking? Or are you talking about the talent on retail that gives you the, well, it used to give you the dodge, but now removes just physical debuffs. Because that's called Veil of Midnight. We're talking about the honor talent. Then we got Zap, Gift, and Dead. Saw you in the BG earlier. Thank you so much, man. Keeping us going. I don't know what you mean by other cloak. I don't know if you're talking about the retail honor talent. I don't know if you're talking about combat readiness. Cloak of skills. I can see that one. Thought it was a real question. Then we got Captain firing back with another 5. Thank you so much, man. Almost back in the 300s overall. 43 for the day as we win another BG. Only one loss all day today. We're almost bis. We get our last honor piece next game. But I mean, we still need 2,000 for the shoulder enchant. Seem like we're in a good mood. I've just been enjoying playing Kata, man. I miss pre-Legion Sub-Rogue so much. Lost 300 gambling on basketball. I don't follow any sports ball at all. Outside of occasionally just seeing Robin be like unhinged on Twitter about some stupid sports bet. Yeah, Horde is miserable. But even on Alliance, you're going to have a really low win rate. Because it's going to keep making you Horde as Alliance, unless you're like in a pre-made. Like in general, there's no pre-mates fight other pre-mates. So, you're going to be fighting pre-mates almost every game. So yeah, you should probably try to pre-mate up if you can. Is Horde even PvP? Not really. Almost every time it's Alliance versus Alliance, with one Alliance team being a Horde team. Horde is just for a couple of people to raid, if you care about PV. Alliance just looks better and plays better. Arena gear available on Kata? Honor gear is, yeah. The arena gear and conquest gear in general starts next week when the season starts on Tuesday. But yeah, we are almost bis. All we need is a throwing weapon from a dungeon that I don't think I'm gonna farm. I mean, maybe I will if it's like off stream and it's just like a watching YouTube or something while I mindlessly queue it. If I get it to drop within like 1 or 2 attempts, but. We just need a little over 2,000 more honor. So we can get our last piece and then the shoulder enchant. Honor takes quite a while. Like more than 10 hours probably, even with a pre-made group. The best thing you could do is just do Winter Grasp every couple hours, because that's worth like multiple battlegrounds. D&D hits me, unlucky. Could have maybe spam shift through his evasion there, so I didn't have steps to go behind him. It's not good for us because our team is really split up, and I don't know where their FC is, and no one is going for the other flag. Not yet, no. I'm kind of waiting to like upload all of my UI stuff at the same time after I like polish up 1 or 2 more weak wars. And figure out one or two more things, and also see if Bodhi is making better Blizz plates and frames for Kata or not. And then I'm just gonna have it all uploaded at once. That way I don't have to re-upload it multiple times every time I change a setting. Because everything's kind of just moving around a couple times a day. But I think the action bars and the binds are at their final resting place. I just need to polish up like one or two more little weak auras and stuff. I have no idea yet. I have 15 days to try a couple people out, see who's actually serious about Kata, see what comp I actually enjoy, if maybe I actually do still prefer RNP over Thug. Also, it's 4-man rosters. But yeah, I gotta feel a couple people out, see where they're at. See how serious in general people are taking it. If it's just people just taking their AWC team over to Kata AWC or not, you know. If there's any like potentials to sneak on someone else's team or get my old team to fucking play, or you know, there's a lot of variables. I'm gonna need like at least 10 more days to fucking even have an idea of brainstorming who I'm gonna ask at the last minute. Unless someone good is just like, yo, I'm locking you in on Tuesday, and we're like, okay. Right now it's Joxy, who's really, really good at Classic. He's a really good healer, but he probably already has options. And then Nozom, who's a Warlock, who's really good. And then the lagger known as Dopamine, who doesn't, you know. I don't know if Dopamine Boomy was ready, but maybe Dopamine Shadow Priest and Hunter are ready because he's not playing Mage. He hasn't been enjoying Retail Mage either. But you know, if Dopamine was taking it super seriously and he wasn't lagging and shit and he wanted to play it, and I didn't have like another really, really crazy offer or something at the same time, like I'd probably still pick him again, yeah. Because he's fun to play with. He's really funny. And he's really good on the like a 4th man shot caller on the bench. And he's just really good at doing his research about like what teams like and all that. Like, he's actually a really, it's always good to kind of have like a coach on your team. And he doesn't like play like a coach, he actually can still play the game. And he does really good like political networking with people for like, you know, quid pro quo organizing practice against teams and stuff. He's just like a, you know, he's a good like social connect to like make teams want to practice with you, which is also really valuable. But you know, I would want a mage, you know, I don't want his Shadow Priest kind of. Especially because season 1 Rogue Shadow Priest is not that great for like freeze. Like later seasons, sure, RPS will be fine. Not Shin, Cubsy. That's a power team right there. I didn't know they were already together. That's insane. So Cubsy's healing then, or again? I mean, Ardred's not viable. I guess he's gonna play Priest or Paladin or something. Common. If he plays Ardred, that's unfortunate, but maybe MLD would still be fun for them. I don't know. They'd be like the only people making it work. Can't really count Cubsy out, but that is a power team right there. Not to Enchan, like they're both the most classic winningest people of Classic. But Warlock isn't going to be as dominant in season 1 as it would be in season 2 and season 3. So, I mean, it's very possible that like a Thug Cleave or a Jungle Cleave runs away with it. But I mean, Snuts could always play Rogue too, though. Might have Bizarre. I'm sure he's gonna like ask Pika or something, right? Or he's just gonna not compete in general. That's fine, right? That's what I figured. I'm actually gonna lose this war song because our flag carrier had like the MC bug or something. Or like robots has it randomly. But every BG people are just getting this MC bug, it's crazy. Or you actually are just, you get converted to the enemy's team permanently and you even res at the enemy team's graveyard. But you can still like attack the enemy and be attacked by the enemy. But you just can't get healed by your healers. You're an enemy. That was... Need the freedom. I don't know where their FC is. Looks like they have them though. They just... Why'd they make tourney so soon? I mean, I'm okay with it. They gotta capitalize on the hype while it's fresh, you know? Give people a reason to actually take it seriously and start gearing week 1. Even though there's really good catch-up mechanics. Your rating doesn't actually affect your conquest point cap. And there's like infinite conquest catch-up. So if I like start like 4 weeks late, I can just get caught up to where my main is on my ult. Which is really good. And you don't have to do 5s or RBGs or anything. Ret bad? No. It's not like the greatest. I'd say Feral and Rogue are definitely better. But you could definitely get rank 1 on Ret. It's really good on retail and on classic. Ret's actually a top 3 melee on retail. DH is the best by like a mile times double everyone else. Then Ret is second place. Then DK. After all the Rogue nerfs and stuff. But on here, Ret's still like a top 3, top 4 melee. Like you can definitely get rank 1 as Ret Warrior. Even though Warriors aren't that great. I think Ret Hunter is probably going to be decent too. I'm sure you could cheese as triple DPS or Ret Rogue as well. I don't think Ret DK would be that terrible either. Why is DH so overpowered? It just does the most damage. In a PvE meta. Yeah, you just zug and do good damn and like hold W. Sucks that we lost this just because we have multiple people with the MC bug. Where they just join the enemy team permanently. And they actually have like a designated flag carrier. Get tricked. I was gonna death him that global. I thought I was lining him. Okay, Red DK is good. The thing is, you can't really think about things in terms of seasonal strength. Because we're playing the Season 11 patch in Season 9. So that changes a lot. Like, that skips the Rogue DK meta, the Feral DK meta. Like, in general, like, Frost DK is just dead on arrival, and Unholy DK is the way to play Death Knight. gonna kill robots even though he's on my team because he's bugged. Get shit on. Teammate. Air quotes. What a dumb bug. Where you just get like... He's a traitor to our team. Final Rec Room? Yeah, he's pretty OG. Yeah, sometimes people just get like perma MC'd onto the enemy team. And you even spawn in the enemy's graveyard. But you can still attack enemies. And the enemies can still attack you. But you also just can't get healed by your healers. We kind of lost team fights because we have like multiple people like that, I think. Actually, I think he's the only one on our team that's a traitor, but yeah. I've seen it almost every other battleground. To at least one person. That's how they got the first flag cap, is he kind of got messed up. I'm already in a group, but I'm done sometime, McConnell. This isn't my group. This is Burns' group. But I can get you in. Or, not to this group, but like in general. But I'm probably almost done with Honor. It's just I don't want to do my alt character until Heirlooms and Rested XP. But I'm literally 2,000 Honor from Biss. All I need is the shoulder enchant and the necklace. Let me go to the bathroom real quick while we wait on the game to start. Spicy Chicken is insanely good, yeah. Fire Mage has a lot of comps, but I think with Rogue Mage 2s and RMP, you probably still play Frost. But I'm sure you can make Fire RMP work too if you wanted to. For like a Fire 1 trick or something. Gilneas doesn't exist until different expansion. When did Gilneas come out? Like WoD or was it Mob? Professions are fairly important, but you can definitely get like Glad without them. They're nice to have, but you can definitely play without them. Don't think you need to pay like $100 of WoW tokens to play the game. It's not that pay to win. It's really nice, but it's not gonna be like the difference in like being stuck 1600 and being rank 1. It's nice to have, but you can wait a month and buy it when it's cheaper. I think it's just bugged that says you can queue it. Probably why it never pops. Maybe it did come out. Let me see. Battle for Gilneas. Wow. Release. Actually, I think it did come out in CATA. Maybe it's just bugged. I thought it was a way later expansion. This is for players level 85 and above. I googled the release date for it. Good way to check. Is there achievements for it? PvP, Battle for Gilneas. There is. I guess it was the start of RBGs that it existed. I remember doing RBGs for it, kind of. Early CATA RBGs blur together for me because I remember when they were like 15 versus 15 and you actually could still get like Strand of the Ancients in an RBG. It was so weird. Oh, you should go engineering and tailoring if you want like the most burst windows and burst possible. Yeah, the 15 versus 15 RBGs were very different. Back when there wasn't an ABN versus Balamos, and it was just randoms doing it for a higher conquest cap. Alright, first person to know what montage this song is in gets a free internet point. AKA nothing. Go. There you go, there you go. Saturday Eaters first, okay. I just gotta pop quiz people a little bit, you know? You can smoke bomb while hex. Why not? 8 PM. Jump down, step up as he goes down. Waiting for him to jump. Oh, he actually baited it. Neoris is a legend. Oh, the charge from downtown. Rewall all this. Should have waited. Full DRs. Gonna get the link off now. JK parries. Or no, it didn't go off. PvP stat weighting. I would say 7% hit, and then as much crit as you can get. Happy Minty? I don't believe so. Cause he's more of just like pure wrath, right? Or at least he wasn't on my BG and Kata. The main people that were on my BG and Kata were like Jamili and like Dillypoo and a few other people. Cause I was on Sargeras for season 9 and 10 on Shadowburn. But Shadowburn also spam queued into Illidan on Rampage, which was the most popular BG for the first 2 seasons of Kata. Everyone only followed Snuts to Kel'Thuzad the last season of Kata, but Illidan was the most popular server, and Sargeras was basically just the Alliance version of Illidan. And then everyone went Alliance. BG9 was the most competitive in Mop and Wrath, but in Kata, everyone played Central early because of Filovirus and a few other people. And then late Kata, everyone went KT, which was Nightfall, not BG9, because everyone followed Snuts. Yeah, and AO and everything, yeah. And Mitch and everyone. But then everyone went back to BG9 after Mop. Because everyone went Blackrock Horde and Tyke Horde. That's kind of when it started to switch back from Tyke Alliance to Tyke Horde. How you doing, Casca? The God King Casca. Are you gonna play any Priest or just Shaman? I gotta get the Casca Mage Bro RMP going. Are you gonna play in the tournament also? I want to find a Thug Cleave for it really bad. If I can get like SSDS or robots or something. Yeah, they announced the Kata AWC. Signups close in 15 days and it starts in 20 days. Good luck. 50k prize pool total for everyone, not like first place or anything. Yeah. You're behind on the news. Everyone was losing their minds about that yesterday. Naj and Jelly? I mean, that could be fun. I don't know if Jelly respects me that much, though. What was back then? RLS and RPS in the later seasons. Early seasons, it's Thug Cleave, Jungle, and a few other things. Yeah, Shaman is gonna kind of get ran at season 1, I think. It is one of the top 2 healers overall, though. Wanna play my rogue? I mean, you just gotta get some gear. Paladin is a lot more popular now than it was in actual Kata. Same with Fire Mage, and Feral is actually considered to be better than Rogue by all the private server people. Feral is like God mode. Tailoring does not share a CD with anything. It's a 1 minute ICD. Yeah, overall Shaman will be really good late, but season 1 it'll be like Paladins and Priests, I think. But yeah, Kata Priest is really good, like the most flexible, especially if you're gonna do like Thug Cleave and RMP and stuff, and Jungle. Yeah, NG shares now, they fixed it. It was like a bug. But you just can't have both buffs at the same time. So if you use NG first, on use will go on CD for 10. And then if you do on use first, NG will go on CD for 20. You just can't have the buffs together. Warrior is not that great. Like you can get rank 1 as like Thug, or almost said Thug Cleave, as like Ret Warrior or like Kitty Cleave. But yeah. Rogue and Feral are like the best melee. And then Paladin, Priest, and Shaman are like the best healers. And then Locke and SP are probably waiting for more Rezil in season 2 and 3. But Boomy's also not terrible. And Fire Mage and Frost Mage are both really good. But even Mage kind of dies to Jungle and Thug too. Yeah, DKs are not bad. There's a lot of comps they can play. I'd say Rogue and Feral are the best melee though. Yeah, I haven't heard of Facades in so long, man. Or GD. They're quite the throwback. Well, Shane went on to be like an Overwatch pro for a while. He actually got like Omega famous at like peak FPS games. Marcus was doing really well for a while. When Overwatch wasn't a dead game. I wonder if he's gonna play Kata. That'd be a cool name to see come back. Yeah, that plays Valorant. Yeah, he used to be multi-rank 1. And like I didn't know he plays pro Valorant though. I know he used to be Overwatch. I get out without dying. Flowers playing? Probably. I mean, he played a lot of Wrath at TBC, I think. Someone said for the tournament, Cubsy Chan and Snuts are gonna be a team. That is a super team right there. Honestly, Feral is like, actually the best melee in Kata, and Soda Poppin actually was pretty sweaty at the game rank 1 level in Kata. If it wasn't for server politics. I actually raided with Soda back in like Firelance. But yeah, if it was like the actual non-server based rank 1 titles, I think Soda Poppin could have gotten rank 1. I'm surprised he's just playing like gold League of Legends and raging. Like he should be like owning people up. Yeah, he's been playing a lot of League and just being down bad. I've seen like some clips of him raging really bad. Now's his time to share. Who, Soda Poppin? Soda Poppin's he's from WoW. He was literally the whole WoW section. Yeah, I think he's kind of classiced out probably. Even though this is like the one time he can ever have fun on Feral for 1 year. Any good KFC fought against the Kata? I mean, it was pretty much just getting nerded in them, pioneering the comp. And with like Mousy and Get Cleaved and stuff. Kata seems dead. It is far from him, man. There's tournaments announced. Queues are instant. It's just most people are kind of just waiting for Arena. Jungle is one of the best comps in the entire game. Jungle and Thug are like the best 2 comps. NG goggles, if you go 450 to 500, it's like 5k. If you go 500 to 525, it's like 17k. And then the goggles themselves are like 3 to 5k. So save yourself and just get a Conquest helmet and save like 20k gold. Not worth it. Just stop at 500 unless you're rolling in it. Man, that was the prices for me yesterday. Maybe Benediction is worse than other servers. Better now, that's good. Double healer fire mage. I don't know if you can still queue double healer. Didn't they like restrict that now? I don't know if that was like one of the Wrath changes or not. Or were people still playing Double Healer Shadowmourne? I don't remember. Sunk cost fallacy, yeah. Those hardened obsidian bars or whatever were like 700 gold each. The normal ones weren't that bad, but yeah. Yeah, the hardened elementium. These things. Things are brutal. How so? I mean, I'm just having fun, right? I've been playing longer off stream. I played like 5 or 6 hours before I streamed, just doing like autopilot PV stuff while watching YouTube. I just didn't want to like stream sitting stone core dungeon queue over and over again until I got my trinket in between winter grasps, in between tailoring. Like I started at like 1 p.m. but I got up at like 5 a.m. So I had to go to the bathroom and then I was like, you know what? I kind of just want to keep playing. Like I'm really, really addicted. I just want Arena to start. I'm so excited. Maybe I do start the alts. I wanted to wait till heirlooms and everything were out, but because we are pretty close to being done. We just need the shoulder enchant and the necklace. I'm loving CATA again, man. Even if it's a little different than how it actually was, you know? There's a lot of improvements, actually. I mean, I miss spell batching. I think that was a core part of the flavor of WoW. And it'll never be the same without that, mechanically. No, there's not scrims. Spell batching was the biggest change they made to Classic. But I think they didn't really do that until WoD. But they, like, even refused to do that in Vanilla. But they got rid of that. But that was, like, when multiple spells were able to hit at the same time. Where the game was, like, intentionally laggy. And it was, like, part of the outplaying. Of, like, oh, I Shadow Step to charge because I predicted it. You can't do stuff like that on any version of Classic. Even though that's how it was back in the day. And then there's also just a couple of class differences. Because hunters aren't able to spam abuse their pets for like infinite crit immunity. And also we're playing basically the Season 11 patch. The entire expansion. Rather than the meta changing every season. So a lot of things are already pre-nerfed. And then, what else is different? Obviously, there's just a lot of weird bugs of, like, mechanics being different than how they actually were. 25% wound in Season 9 compared to 10 in OG Season 9, yeah. But, I mean, it's just not incremental patches, right? So there's, like, no Rogue DK meta and Feral DK meta. Like, no Frost DK. And, oh yeah, there's also a lot of quality of life things with Conquest points. You don't need to do 5s or RBGs. Your Conquest gains are not attached to your rating anymore. So you don't have to do 5s and RBGs. And on top of that, there's going to be catch-up Conquest points. So if you're behind, you can just get completely caught up on Conquest, which is insane. Why'd you craft the NG helm? It is, It is not BIS. You will replace it. It is a waste of gold. I regret it. But at the same time, I'm also, I'm just so hyped to be playing the game. I'm okay with having it. I'm okay with wasting 15k gold. More than I needed to if I just stopped at 500 NG. We not make it now? What do you mean? Like the NG goggles? And you're just gonna replace it in like 2 or 3 weeks with a conquest item? Just stop at 500 and save yourself like 10, 15k gold. Depending on where the prices are now. Are glyphs supposed to be 100 to 400? No. A lot of them are like under 50 to 100. Unless you're like trying to snowball week 1 and you're like trying to be like rank 1 range, you don't need NG goggles. Even then you don't need it. Like an honor helmet is good enough. An honor helmet is like 7 item level worse. I mean, I guess, and yeah. Like what's the stat difference? I guess you get to avoid mastery because crit and Rezil are... Crit is way better. You're just trading mastery for Rezil. And this does have more agility. Yeah, this is definitely better than Honor Helmet by a lot, actually. Like, if you just get a Conquest Helmet, it's fine. And honestly, the BIS, if you're a PvE nerd, is the Heroic Raid Helmet. But I'm not gonna go for that at all. How do you get the helmet chant? You buy it with Honor now. You don't even need to do a Tolbrad. You know, Mythic Plus, it ruined class design of every expansion since Legion. Because they had to give everyone Diablo AoE baked into your rotation and infinite mobility. And it ruined all the classes. And the only way they could fix retail is if they give you a full-on PvP talent tree that is completely separated from PvE. So that Mythic Plus doesn't bleed into PvP. Because that's when it all went downhill as Legion. The art team did amazing in Legion. The Glad Mounts are great, the Elite sets are great, Demonic Tyranny is cool. How much did tailoring cost you? Too much. Ember Silk gave me PTSD of how expensive it was. It was very cheap to get to 450. Like under 5 or 6k or 5 or 7k. But yeah, I spent a lot on 450 to 500. Cuz it was like 1,000 Ember Silk. And Ember Silk was a lot. Yeah, you need 500. The Spotify went from such a 180 on autoplay. I don't think you could really afford expertise in season 1. Maybe you can go up to like 5 or something low. But just go to like 7% hit and then go for as much crit as you can, I think. I don't know yet. I'm still doing a lot of research myself. But it seems to be the trend I'm seeing on multiple people. I might go a little heavier on Rezil and expertise than most people. But I'm gonna intend to have really high crit. Honestly, I wasn't watching my gold that much. I was just excited to get it. But I was close to 80k at one point. But I spent way more on engineering than I did taming. And I think the leg enchant was like 1,000 gold. And then, the gems weren't that bad. Most people don't have the recipes for the better gems. And they're way overpriced for your honor gear. Cata feels great. I'm just excited for Arena to come out. You can cross realm Q Arena, yeah. Just not cross faction. They added that in late Wrath. Classic, obviously, not like actual. But yeah. I think they didn't put it in retail until what, Shadowlands? But yeah, you can cross realm. I was gonna redirect kidney, but fairy fire. Doing fairy fire things to me. Does Outlaw feel good in threes? It doesn't even feel good in threes. It only feels like okay in tournaments if you're not fighting another top 4 tournament team that properly has DH. But, you know, you're usually just beating other rogues that haven't rerolled yet. I don't think Rogue is comparable to DH, Ret, or DK. Like, Rogue Boomy is just an inferior version of DH Boomy. And almost every class in the game's best comp is with a Boomy. You can play Hunter Boomy, Warrior Boomy, DH Boomy, Rogue Boomy. It's just like the best class in the game. On retail. But it's just everyone knows how to play against a rogue in solo queue, and no one knows how to play with a rogue. And you just have no burst, so you have like no win condition. And everyone just breaks all your micro CC and wastes all your DRs. And it just the specs that do well in shuffle are the specs that do top damage and also have like accidental burst solos. And Outlaw doesn't really do that. Everyone does double your dam, and you don't really have like a win con. Like, you're better off just playing Asa and then praying you don't queue into Paladins and Dragons and just try to get a big Kingsbane one-shot off. I think I'm still like almost 2-8 MMR right now in Shuffle on Outlaw. Or it's like 27 something. They didn't like fully reset MMR. There is Sun meta gem, and there is a Reflect meta gem, yeah. Almost everyone has Alliance though. So just play Alliance Shaman. Then you can have an Alliance Lock and an Alliance Rogue. How'd you make all your gold? GDKPs in Wrath. And also just trading retail gold for classic gold after doing gold boosts. Does metagem stack? I don't remember. I don't think so. I mean, it's mostly just my MMR from last season. My win rate is not great at all. Like if I played like another 100 games, I would tank. Probably like 300 MMR. It's just like I started the season at like 2.5 MMR and I won like 2 lobbies. There used to be a Discord for it. It was like a WoW market Discord, and people would just trade. It'd be like looking for gold on the server for this server. But I don't know if people still do that. That was just what people did in like early Wrath, like I traded millions of retail gold for, so I was doing like 2 WoW tokens of gold an hour for like 2 boosts. Because boosting for gold is completely okay in Blizzard's eyes. Oh, this guy's on my team. That's why I could see him 500 million yards away. I was like, why is this bugged and I can see this guy? It's just because he's got the MC bug. He's an enemy even though he's on my team. Why is he attacking me, man? He's on my team. He doesn't even know. Based off your last season MMR. But yeah, they didn't do like a full MMR reset from season 3 to season 4. So Orksheim's best? No, almost 99% of people are Alliance. Wish they didn't break all my CC. We could have had a ninja there before the DK rest. They did a soft MMR reset, is what I was trying to say. So if you were like 2.8, 2.9, you went to like 2.4 or 2.5. I don't think I make it. The guy does not realize that he's hitting his own teammates. Not understanding the MC bug at all. Did you do the CATA tournament? I believe so. I don't see why you wouldn't be able to. Unless it's like something in the rules for the tourney and I haven't read all the rules yet. PG's kind of close. Shouldn't be, but. I'm gonna see if the mage is AFK. I mean, he's just sitting there eating. Maybe he is mentally AFK. Oh, nope, he woke up after the rogue already stopped it. also banish the combust. Too bad I have bleeds on me though. Rupture to the side did not break the stun. Saves me a global of having to emo. Oh, I break that. I'm gonna rocket boots after his rocket boots. Deadly throws in the air when he blinded. I don't have blind for this guy's trinket, but I'll just vanish out to get his trinket. Don't. To the side without breaking that. I'll say I still had to grow it anyway because I didn't get the 5th comp point. I should have just did a 4-point eviscerate. And I wouldn't have energy starved there. I also just didn't have step ambush to get behind him. Reroll the stun. There's a triple the Arcane anyway, so I didn't need to. He gets bopped at like 1 HP. Vanish sap this person. Throw it into kidney. Almost stand max. Got bubble, nice. Palm to maybe get a re. Bandage after the fleet tick. Kick this guy on his fast cast. Do a blind off the kick. Do a maybe gouge. No, he has stack up. I think this guy's rest too. He's not trying to thunderstorm me off or anything. Before I get fairy fired. I actually can lose this. Probably shouldn't have been going for lumber mill, to be honest. We just need to defend forever. Going for 4 bases is greedy. It's real good looking at CATA. It's really, really good. Feral is probably the best melee according to all the private server people. But they're both good. They're definitely the top 2 melee. This is like the Avisura pre-bis if you want to buy BUEs. You don't need to do it all. You can just have full honor gear and then have full conquest gear. And then if you want the like bis, this, but that has a PvE helmet and a PvE ring, which I'm also not gonna get. And it's completely fine not to get it. You can just use conquest gear. No, the private server people are insane. Should trigger to that if you want. Tried to sap him here, but he got combat. Throat, into kidney, into gouge. Actually, I just kill with the kidney. Modifies my heads and things, man. Oh, I could have gotten a re there. Is it worth using exposed armor? Almost never. It's incredibly niche. You get all the armor pin you ever need from Fine Weakness. It's literally just like a really slow, long 2v2 healer DPS versus healer DPS 2v2 padding where it's just like a I want to set up more stars aligned damage. But yeah, you don't really need exposed armor that much. You're already struggling to keep up. Like recoup, occasionally slice, kidney, eviscerates. Oh, the priest is on the enemy team too. We have multiple bugs. Didn't realize they were both bugged. They're both on my team. Yeah, my exposed armor is like shift T because it's so niche. I don't have a BIS command right now. Where they hide non-CDs. It's pretty smart to do that, yeah. Unless it's like something that has like a resource that you want to make sure you're not like energy starved or anything. I would just like look at the Avi-Zero ones, I guess. But for the most part, you could just do full honor gear and full conquest gear. I did go tailoring NG, yeah. Alright, we are 800 honor from best in slot outside of BUE items. You could just use the 333 Crucible quest dagger until you can do heroic Blackrock Caverns. Because they made it to where you can't spam heroic anymore. They actually made a lockout for it, supposedly, I heard. But I'd already farmed what I wanted by then, so can't like target it anymore. Are you using the Tolbrad webs? No. I didn't even know that it had Tolbrad webs. Yeah, there's a lockout on heroic dungeons now. Is it 346? Yeah, then just don't do heroics then and do that. That's probably way easier. Have you farmed epic lockboxes for the epic throwing weapon? Nah, if I got that, I would sell it anyway. It's not worth it. So it's the stagger right here. Yeah, you also need revered though with the rep. That's a bigger deal than getting the currency. Baradin told I'm friendly. Revered would take forever, even if you had the currency. The main reason people were doing Tol Barad was to get the helmet and shoulder enchants, but you can do that with honor now. Yeah, I'm just saying it's easier to get my dagger than to get this, because you need so much rep to get revered. I mean, if I farmed the epic BUE, I would just sell it anyway for a lot of gold. Like it's not true BIS, so there's no point in spending that much money on it. And if you want a non-green throwing weapon, then do Halls of Origination. Get this. After I get my honor neck, that's the only other upgrade I can get for the most part. Pull it for 30k, that's crazy. I mean, you don't need to do it though, right? If you're gonna use PvP helm enchant and PvP shoulder enchant, you need 0 rep. Yeah, I don't want to do dungeons, you know? I already did enough trying to get the trinket. I literally did the first boss of this dungeon, like 50 times, literally. Maybe not 50. Over 30 or 40 though. Because it would drop every 3 or 4 kills of like waiting 20 minutes queuing a specific dungeon, and I lost to 5 different hunters. No, I would just queue it and then like go AFK, waiting on like Winter Grasp and Tolbarad, like all morning before I turned my stream on. I was running it every like 20 minutes for like hours in between every Tolbarad and Winter Grasp while I was doing tailoring. Just the 2 on-use trinkets. I would just buy another on-use trinket. Then you have one for every single dance. Now you can only queue 1 heroic a day on top of that. Before you could not. Before you could just spam heroics. They like changed that too. I didn't know they were gonna even change that. It's kind of good I got it early. Now you can wear 2 of them. They're not unique. Yeah, they hotfixed not being able to spam Q the same heroic. I might need to skip this song even though you're jamming. Never mind, it's picking up. Nah, I might have to skip the song, I'm sorry. Jams or not. First fail of Spotify autoplay. Good night, Reckles. I think I'm almost done with BGs. I've done like way too damn many. Literally almost bis. 1200 HKs in the last 2 days, not bad. Season comes out Tuesday. It's only 1 week of gap. Yeah, we're almost bis. Maybe we do start the ult before heirlooms. Nah, arenas are not out yet. Till Tuesday. Inspecting just shows your last season rating. I literally just did a YOLO 2's tabard push with no gear to get tabards, but... You can buy the helm and shoulder enchant for honor. You don't even need to do Tolbarad anymore. So you don't really need rep, you just buy the honor one. My bad, dude. I want to get my feral and second rogue going eventually, but... You slice mostly like when you're switching targets a lot and you just have leftover comp points, or like someone's dead. Gonna get flared on this. Not sure how I couldn't mount there. I'm slowed forever. Have a healer, nice. Thank you, Wedgie. Yeah, I miss old cheap shotting kidney sounds so much. That's why I used to like mod my retail sound effects to sound like them. It's so satisfying to just press a kidney. Like, listen to this right here. Okay, he gets Hodge before I can do it. I'm gonna wait, not even if this. I'm just gonna do this. I'll kidney someone eventually, but let me crank up the audio real quick. The music's a little loud for me. Oh, that cheap shot noise right here. Just the satisfying, like, crisp. Kidney sounds so good. So wimpy on retail. The way cheap shotting kidney sound. There's just a crunch to it in classic. They're gonna bite out of someone's soul, literally. I gotta feint next time he AoEs because he might one-shot me with no cheat death. Oh, they're pulling him out of the boss. He might reset. Blind people that are trying to gank us, even though the lock just dotted him. Here's the leap. I don't have feint for it for one. I think that actually would have killed me if I didn't feint. I went to half, and feint is literally 50%. I was below 50. And some honor cats, like 1.5, maybe 2. The expensive pieces are 2,200 and the cheap pieces are 1,250. But yeah, just do Winter Grasp. It's like worth multiple battlegrounds. I mean, that's just like the theoretical bis, I think. Like, almost no one in the world, but maybe him rolling in like booster gold is gonna go for BOEs. NG goggles are also kind of realistic, but some people will do it. Because it's just kind of like throwing 15k gold away on something that's not bis. Like if you're gonna gear multiple characters or multiple classes, the responsible thing is just to get to 500 and stop and get the synapse springs. Same with tailoring. Like there's no reason to go to 525. Just get 500. I guess we're not taking the BG because Paul Brad's. That's already over. Didn't we miss TB? I think we missed Toll Brad anyway. Oh, UI is bugged. The Toll Brad is in 9 minutes. I'm not taking it. Combat or Asa? Honestly, I don't know much PV stuff. Sorry. I'm just doing Asa for when I play PV. I mean, I'm not gonna raid. I'm only doing dungeons for pieces that I can't get in PvP. Like, you can't actually wear 2 of the honor on use, actually. So, like, this is a conquest on use and an honor on use. And then there's no PvP weapons. Unless you want to use like a 330 quest dagger. But yeah. Are you good on gold? I mean, I would never say no to some, but I have 40k left. I spent a lot on engineering and tailoring, and I still gotta do professions on my second rogue and my feral. But I haven't even leveled them yet, so. And I also need to get epic flying on my feral. But you know, I'm budgeting it. It should be fine. Why would I leave Benny? Everyone's here. How much is epic flying? I think it's like 8k. It's like 4k and then 4k again. It's like 4k to get 280 and then like another 4k to get 310. You have max rep, yeah. The helmet's really good, it's just really expensive. And it's not even best in slot. You're gonna replace it with a Conquest helmet. So, if you don't have like an extra 15k gold to just set on fire, I wouldn't get engineering. Stop at 500 and get the synapse. No, they already fixed it. You can't stack synapse and on use anymore. If you use synapse, it puts on use on CD for 10. And if you use on use, it puts synapse on CD for 20. Because you just can't have the buffs at the same time. Because synapse lasts for 10 and on use lasts for 20. But even if you're playing double on use, it's still really good to use synapse on the really good to use synapse on like the vanish and re-stealth goes. Like engineering is still this. Hopefully it lets me Q Tolbarad in 2 minutes. That's why we waited on doing a BG. Of course, this guy comes when I'm 2 mobs away. I think after this Tolbarad, I should be able to get my little last piece. After I turn in these 2 Intergrass quests and then do Tolbarad. And then I think we do some transmog runs. Or play some retail and finish Gladwin over the weekend or something. Or we start leveling off stream for the Vault Rogue. And do more BGs over the weekend. This might already be enough without even doing the other. I'm in queue. Because my group queued for me. And it doesn't see bugged anymore. Level on stream? It's just, leveling is so boring. I need like YouTube or Netflix to get through it. But I was planning on waiting for heirlooms and rested XP to do an ult. But if I'm just done, what else am I gonna do for literally... Well, Thursday's technically normally my day off. I don't know if I want to take a day off. I'm that addicted. Maybe I'll have GF aggro, you know, and have... I probably should take at least 1 day off. Plan on changing bars? Nah. Should have stayed with the default. I've been feeling it. 29k backstab. He's still alive, he feigned death. I'm gonna run into trap in front. But he's spawned back. Yeah, I think I asked her just now. I think I am gonna just stream tomorrow, even though it's my day off. Maybe it'll be like a half day though. Yeah, no day off this week, even though it's not even the arena season. I'm too addicted. Or maybe I will do some alt stuff tomorrow. Crash glyphs are on retail compared to CATA. I mean, glyphs are not meant to be interacting at all with combat on retail. Because they're not like an alternative to talents or honor. Like, glyphs in CATA are basically honor talents, right? But you have like 6 of them. Because minor glyphs don't really count. Yeah, glyphs on retail are just like, oh, this spell now has an alternate animation. Or visual effect, not even animation. Or like, oh, you changed your moonkin form to like be a blue human form. Got 0 to honor to Cobra, that's good. I think I'm still... I've been doing my dailies every day and I'm still friendly. I don't know what's going on with your rep. I even did them day 1 when I dinged. Did the dailies today too. And I've done a lot of toll brads in general. Did you maybe spend your commendations or whatever on the rep? I think you could buy a rep with these, right? The ones in the back? I think so. I quested as a sub-rogue, yeah, in PvP gear. I don't know if I did like all 30 then. I think I only did it in the main island. Yeah, that explains it then. Well, we won that, or no, I actually think we lost it. Either way, we have the honor that we need. Alright, I'm Biss, so I'm gonna hold on the BGs. I think I'm gonna go buy my last item, celebrate real quick, and then probably catch up on sleep. Because I have already played 23 hours at max level, and I leveled for like 15 hours. So since Tuesday... Or no, it came out on a Monday, that's why. No, not even vacation time, because I'm gonna stream tomorrow on my day off. I literally got up at 5 a.m. to go to the bathroom, and then I was like, I'm gonna play. I'm not addicted. But yeah, since Monday, and 1, 2, I mean, it's basically still Wednesday. The calendar is just dumb because of the time zones. So in 2 days, we've played like 38 out of 48 hours. Kind of crazy. I need to touch grass for a little bit. WoW is back. There's tournaments on the horizon. Sub-Rogue is viable. I mean, Sub-Rogue is God mode. It's more than viable. But yeah, I'm really excited. Okay, let me go buy my last piece. It is an unironic Zaryu what a game week, Cora. Not even satirically.
Oh, what a game! Gosh, man, these are some of the
That's how I feel right now.
Oh! Oh, what a game!
What was the last piece of necklace? Oh yeah, do I want Rit? Oh, that's expertise. Is mastery better than expertise? Let me look at his previous. He chose the expertise one. He really hates mastery. Honestly, a little expertise never hurt anyone. Boom. We are now full honor gear. Helm enchant, shoulder enchant. Both 346 weapons. 346 trinket. The only other things I could do is do heroics for valor points to buy a cape that's 7 item level better that I don't need. Or buy a BOE throwing weapon. Or do this heroic dungeon to try to get a throwing weapon. But at the end of the day, that's what, 95 agility versus 65. I mean, that's a pretty big upgrade. Let's see if the throwing weapon even exists, and if it's like under 10k. No one has it. Even then, I wouldn't spend more than like 5k on it, and there's no way it would go that cheap. Yeah, I think I'm gonna take a break. We are going for 80k. Yeah, that's ridiculous. Just replace it in like a week and a half, 2 weeks. You get so much conquest points. That is a scam. Yeah, you can't spam Q heroics anymore. It has like a daily lockout if you don't like RNG it in a random heroic. But yeah, thanks everyone for sticking around. If you stayed around from the Ange raid way earlier today. Yeah, if you stuck around, I appreciate it. We are live 6 days a week. Thursday is usually my day off, but I'm probably going to stream tomorrow just because I'm not addicted anyway. Even though I am pretty much best in slot now. So maybe we do some alt stuff. Maybe we do a little bit of dreaded retail. Just because we have a couple more days till Arena comes out. But we are best in slot outside of throwing weapon. But yeah, we're pumping. But yeah, GG's guys. I love you all. I'm gonna run some ads. Catch you tomorrow.